Guy, poleni poleni. Mumecheleweshwa kweli kweli. Yeah, it's my hope and my glad you are doing well. This is a blessed Sunday. Unaona hata siku hizi mimi nimeimprove. Eh? Si mnaona hata mimi studio yangu inaendelea kujengeka sasa. Sasa niko na microphone ya $49. Hii microphone nimenunua 49 Amazon the other day. Msinione hivyo. Mumesikia Royal Truth nje anaitwa nini nje Peter Mbuthia ndio hii. By the mercies of God at least nimepata ka microphone ya kubamba hii story yetu. Yeah, good, I appreciate. Ngai ni mwega. Oh, Mungu ni mwema. I appreciate so much. Thank you for who you are. Aha. Kwani nasema ni mimi bwana, kwani hata mimi microphone wezi nitoshea? Uoni hata iko na kakiti ya kuongea hapa kama zile zinakuanga huko parliament sasa. So mimi sihitaji kuvunja parliament ati niko hapa kanaingiza sauti hapo wewe yani cheza. Hii ni preface ya 2027. 2027 sasa hii meza itakuwa na microphone 3. Sasa hata kuna wengine watakuwa nakuja live hapa. Sasa zitakuwa sasa zile za table sasa. Wachana na hii. Sasa zitakuwa zile za table tunapanda hapa hivi. No kahora. Ile ya Mukikuyu no kugeria. Anyway, welcome to our show. We are building the biggest show of our time. Yes, we are building one of the biggest show in Kenya. Pole tu, we are building, that is the vision. We are building one of the biggest show in Kenya. Show ambayo Ruto hawezi nunua na mtu mwingine hawezi nunua. Very serious show. So that because we want to build that confidence to people. Unajua watu saa zingine wanaogopa, wanasema sasa na hii show yetu inaweza nunuliwa hapa. Bwana. Count it out. Sorry. Unmute. Oh, I had some crock, but I'm okay. Enyewe Gachagua took you to the deep end of things, Njiro. Haya. Wewe endelea tu. Mimi siwezi nunuliwa na idiot. Kama ni kununuliwa, mulete Yesu aninunue. That is the only person who can afford me. Yesu peke yake. Hawa akina Ruto hawa. Ama mnataka wacha niwaekee. Kuna mtu aliniambia hata wengine wanasemanga hivyo tu. Let me begin by that guy, but I'm not that guy. Wacha nianzie na huyu jamaa. Every time when somebody says he cannot work with somebody, wacha niwaekee huyu jamaa. This guy taught me a lot. Wewe anaangalia tu, but you will be shocked. This show will be one of the only independent show in Kenya. Hii show tu Ruto tu ajue hii hawezi nunua. Hii Ruto tu ajue hii hawezi nunua. Wacha niwaekee.
Mimi, I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani. And then someone has the audacity kukaa kwa jukwaa. Hata nimeshangaa mimi. Wanasema sijui Governor Joho akitaka aje ongee na fulani, mimi niongee na wao nini? Wana agenda gani hao watu? Sisi agenda ni hii hapa, what we are developing on behalf of our people, because primarily our responsibility is to represent the people, you know. So hisia kali za kizembe za wale watu ambaye wana indoctrinate watu, and we have to be careful. Mtu ambaye anakukumbusha wewe ni maskini, mtu ambaye anakukumbusha kwamba maisha yako can only be retrogressive, uende hivi wanajuma tu, you know, it's a serious problem. Yani at this time 2021 you're telling me my solution is a wheelbarrow. 2021, and then wanatufanya sisi wazembe, wanakuja wanaweka wheelbarrow ndio jukwaa, wanasimama juu ya wheelbarrow, wanaongea, wakitoka wanaingia katika V8 kubwa inawapeleka katika landing site, helicopter, Eurocopter inawaongojea.
Just kwa kusema sasa yeye ndiye director wa wheelbarrow huyu sasa. So ani nimekubali watu ununuliwa, but I will live to the spirits of what is keeping us here. Hatuwezi nunuliwa. So our show will be one of the most authentic one ever in the history of Kenya. And you will judge us. And not for this election cycle, but for all the election cycles which have to come until we arrive on this world. Do you see how Gachagua runs politics tightly? Run or perish. Haya, huyo ni Ana ananiambia. Hiyo nitakuuliza kwa curtain, kwa camera. Sio curtain, I mean. Kwa camera unielezee zaidi, because I don't seem to understand that. That one is a bit convoluted. The statement is yeah. So leo nimesikia walikuwa there is a lot of viongozi wengi sana, they have attacked Ruto because of his stupid, and nimesikia ni kama Marekani wamerespond as well, ya kwamba they had nothing to do with this thing. It is Ruto himself who reached out. So there is a statement nimeona from Marco Rubio. I hope it's a true recording, like Ruto himself reached out to help. So America is just saying like there is no at any time moment when they reached out to Kenya. It is vis-a-vis, vice versa. So Remy kidogo, I think I will begin with Gachagua now that that is what I'm doing in all the shows now. And the first politician to be mentioned in the comment section, huyo ndio tunacheza video zake. Now that I can see the first politician to be mentioned tonight is Gachagua by Anne. So tunampea that honor, and we do his video first. So wewe ukikuja kwa show, yule politician unataja wa kwanza, anatajwa wa kwanza, huyo ndio tunacheza video zake ya wa kwanza. Waiting ni wewe enyewe Gachagua. So Gachagua was the first to be mentioned. So to honor that, Gachagua video will be the first. Na leo sijui alikuwa kanisa pande gani, but we will do that. Na please as well, tutaomba subscription kwa wale ambao wako na hiyo neema ya kufinya hicho kidude. Anyone who is here, you can also like the video as well. So there is too much participation you can do. Yeah, alafu sasa niwaoneshe pia the military academy. Na Budi akuje atuoneshe hii. Budi, your friend. Wacha niweke Bwana Gachagua. wacha tuweke Bwana Gachagua leo kwa kanisa, alafu niwaoneshe hizo mandege zimefika as well.
To see Dr. Kalonzo, because I was away in the United Kingdom for a week. And when I came back, he was in Sekuru. And you know now, when things are very tough, families stay together. So I had not seen my cousin for 10 days. So I think we live like 4 kilometers apart. So I took an evening walk on foot to his house to go and find out how my cousin is doing. And after our discussion, he asked me, where are you going to church tomorrow? I told him I have not yet decided because I've been invited many places. I'm still thinking through. And then he said, please come and accompany me to go and celebrate a great man, a man who has given distinguished service to God and to the Church of Christ. And that is why I'm here. Fahali tu my cousin umenikosea, hukuniambia that this man is so great, we should have honored him by wearing a full suit and a tie. Si hapo kusoma amenikosea kidogo. Najua sasa wewe kazi unaniambia maneno vile iko. So me and Wamalwa, we apologize. Because listening to this testimony here, this is a great man. And we honor him. And Bishop, we agree that he is not retirement, but transition. And great things are ahead. Listening vile anateremsha Kiingereza hapa, huyu tutahitaji mbele. He may be transiting, but his mental faculties are right. Si mimi nimesikiza kabisa. Mimi sijasoma kama Dr. Kalonzo. Mimi masomo yangu ni ya chini. Lakini kusikiza, I'm able to listen and make good judgment. I've listened to Dr. Malwa na hako sawa. In between the years, iko sawa. So we wish you well and your family. And as you transit, continue serving the church, continue serving humanity. Sisi nikimalizia tu, sitaki niseme ile maneno tumezoea huko nje tutaharibu hii sherehe. Si unajua sisi tuko na maneno makali huko nje. Lakini sio sisi ni mbaya. It is the way the situation is. You know, difficult times call for difficult interventions. People have been harassing me for the last 3 days. Rigiji, you are the most truthful man south of Sahara, north of River Limpopo. You always tell Kenyans what is happening.
Any comic at you are the most truthful politician in south and north of River Sahara. I need to repeat that one.
Call for difficult interventions. People have been harassing me for the last 3 days. Rigiji, you are the most truthful man south of Sahara, north of River Limpopo. You always tell Kenyans what is happening. Ukisema mafuta taongezwa na shilingi 40, inaongezwa na ngapi? Ukituambia gold inatoka Sudan, inakuwa. Wewe Rigiji, kwa nini huku tuambia hii maneno ya Ebola inaletwa Kenya? I have not spoken to that matter because I've actually been in shock. When I heard about it, I actually thought it is fake news. I thought it's AI. It has taken me time until my son, who is a medical doctor, Dr. Keith, came to see me yesterday morning and told me it is true. The United States government has said their citizens having Ebola should not step into their land because of the danger of any possible mishandling that can wipe the entire population of the United States of America. Then the United States of America have said, look for some country somewhere where we can take these people because we don't want them in our own. Woe unto us that the country has been identified as to where people with Ebola can be taken for quarantine, so that if something goes wrong, it doesn't go wrong in the United States, it is Kenya. We want to say this is wrong. We have nothing against the United States, but we are also a responsible country. If the US is saying this Ebola thing is so serious, we don't want our own citizens brought here because of the danger of any spread. It cannot be that Kenya, we are so good, we are so magnanimous, that we are willing to take the risk that the United States is not willing to take. I want to say this is wrong, and I want to agree with the High Court of Kenya, who have issued a conservatory order stopping the establishment of an Ebola center within the Republic of Kenya.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing?
And my son was telling me, Dad, I've come to tell you as a medical doctor, for the first time, I'm very happy you are removed from office. I asked him, how come? He said, we felt humiliated, we felt treated badly. But today I'm happy you are not part of that government because this is a reckless government. Had you been deputy president and a decision is made to allow the establishment of an Ebola center in Kenya, I will be embarrassed as your son and as a medical doctor. So I'm happy you are out of this government because you cannot be part of that recklessness of endangering an entire population. I want, with a lot of tremendous respect to the United States of America, the United States of America is the greatest, largest democracy. We admire their democracy and their observance of the rule of law and constitutionalism. We learn from the United States. We are not yet there. We would like to be like the United States in matters of democracy and the observance of the rule of law. I want to ask the United States of America, since there is a court order stopping the establishment of that center in Kenya, show us a way in observing the rule of law. Don't join Kenya in disobeying a court order and practicing impunity. You will be taking us back. We will be wondering whether you have two standards, one for America, that is a democratic country that observes the rule of law, respects court order, but in Kenya, you can join the Kenyan government in impunity to disregard a court order. Because I'm told, despite the court order, equipment are being brought to Nyanyuki. And Dr. Kalonzo Musyoka, what is worrisome is that members of the military who are not political, our military is very disciplined, is very professional. They have looked for me and they are telling us, speak for us. We don't want that center in Nyanyuki Air Base because we also live there. We have families. Anything can go wrong and we need to leave. So the soldiers are very unhappy, but they have no voice. The people of Laikipia, Dr. Kalonzo, Eugene Wamalwa, have asked us to hold a meeting in Nyanyuki to give them an opportunity for public participation so that they can express themselves, so that the American government can know what the people of Laikipia feel, because any decision that can affect people's lives, our constitution provides there must be public participation. The people of Laikipia were not consulted. The people of Kenya were not consulted. So I think in the course of the week, we'll organize a big public meeting in Nanyuki, in Laikipia, to give the residents of that county an opportunity to express themselves as to how they feel and the danger that they see. I have just seen a report from the World Health Organization this morning saying that this Ebola outbreak that has come in DRC is the type that has no vaccine. And you need 6 months to develop a vaccine. That report is also saying that in case of spread, 50% of those infected are not likely to make it. We cannot therefore endanger our country. And we are saying we have no problem assisting other countries, but we cannot assist them in what themselves they are evading. Ama siko namna hiyo? Si Waamerika wanasema wanaogopa hiyo ugonjwa. Sasa kama hao wanaogopa, and we are also asking, a question has been asked to me this morning. If America, that is known to have the best health care system in the world, are not sure they can handle that outbreak, what about Kenya, where we are unable to handle malaria? What about Kenya, where we have no equipment to deal with kidney failure? What about Kenya, where SHA is not working? What about Kenya, where there are no drugs? If America, the way it is established, they have the best working health system in the world, to an extent that medical equipment in America, even hospital beds and other equipment like MRI scanners, they only keep them 2 years. They discard them, they get new equipment. If they are that advanced and they lack confidence that they can handle that Ebola, what about our country here? Na zile shida tuko nazo. Hata hapa Kenyatta National Hospital gloves hakuna. Hata GV inakosekana. Hata chakula ya wagonjwa hakuna. Sasa Ebola mtawezana naye? Wakristo mtawezana na Ebola? Tumekubaliana tusikubalie hiyo maneno hapa. Na hatuna ubaya. It's a reckless decision and the government must reconsider. We cannot endanger the Kenyan population. We have too many problems. SHA is not working. Watoto hawasomi, hakuna school fees. Barabara hakuna, maji hakuna. We can live with all those problems. Lakini hii akifo hii hapana. Hiyo hatuko tayari hiyo. Hiyo mtuzuie hiyo tafadhali. Mimi sitaki nipitishe hapo. Nimeshukuru sana mchungaji, asante sana. Nataka kukualika ukipata nafasi ukuje unitembelee Wamunyoro. Ndio nikuoneshe mlima Kenya uiangalie ufurahi. Tumekubaliana? So we want to wish this man of God peaceful transition. May God give him his favor. May God heal his wife. May God take care of his children. And may he continue to enjoy good health and prosperity so that he can continue to serve God and his people. Wacha tualike huyu Kuzo mwingine hapa. Wewe Kuzo Eugene Wamalo.
Yeah, that is Gachagua for you, explicitly talking about that issue of Nanyuki. I love Kenyans. Gachagua speaks for Kenyans. I was waiting for his voice. Unajua, naangalia tu comment section. Gachagua says something about utumishi girls. I do really agree. Hey, well spoken. Hey, jamaa kona mafans bana. America have best Ebola lab in the world. So I don't know what that one means. But they are seeing Africa. Okay. Mr. Gachagua, call maandamano. Spoken like a true leader. Great Regeji. Nipende like za mtoto mamo. Huyu ndio Gachagua alikuwa anaitwa mshenzi. Kweli things change this right. Okay. Wacha niwaoneshe map hapa. Okay. Let me show you something here.
But despite that court order, 2 U.S. military aircrafts carrying medical personnel and equipment for the Ebola containment facility have already landed in Laikipia Air Base. This is our earlier story, which Kevin Mutai has been working on, and here are the details.
Number one, the Kenyan government is currently establishing an Ebola quarantine and treatment facility in Laikipia County in partnership with the United States government, according to flight radar and details from multiple sources. One of the aircrafts bearing registration number US Rogue E-50 landed in Laikipia Air Base Sunday morning, reportedly carrying equipment and medical personnel to be deployed at the facility. The U.S. military plane is believed to have departed Ramstein Air Base and landed in Kenya in readiness for the establishment of the treatment and isolation camp. The camp is designed to treat American citizens exposed to the virus after the current outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States. And so the State Department and other agencies represented here, the Centers for Disease Control, HHS, others are working very, very hard to contain this crisis.
The highly contagious disease is suspected to have caused at least 220 deaths and more than 900 infections so far, according to reports from the Congolese authorities. The Kenyan government is proceeding with plans, blatantly ignoring the court order issued by the High Court following a lawsuit by Katiba Institute and the Law Society of Kenya. Katiba Institute argued that there was an imminent threat to life, questioning Kenya's preparedness in dealing with the deadly virus. The court issued interim orders after considering the matter as of public interest, halting the program until the lawsuit is heard and determined. This also comes in the wake of heightened public concern and widespread criticism over the safety of Kenyans.
I want to ask the United States of America, since there is a court order stopping the establishment of that center in Kenya, show us a way in observing the rule of law. Don't join Kenya in disobeying a court order and practicing impunity.
The project has faced widespread opposition from a section of leaders, civil society organizations, and doctors' unions, with critics arguing that placing exposed U.S. citizens in the country with zero reported Ebola cases compromises the country's health systems. The government is reportedly expected to receive more than $10 million to facilitate the project.
So this government and any responsible government should look at putting Kenya first. Serikali hii wajiita Kenya kwanza, but in this case hawajaweka Kenya kwanza. They are looking at the American dollars.
The initiative is meant to strengthen monitoring, isolation, and emergency response, as well as containment of the highly infectious disease. A total of 18 samples from Ebola virus disease alerts have been tested across various regions, including Nairobi, Kiambu, Uasin Gishu, Nyeri, Nakuru, Nyamira, West Pokot, and Kisumu, and they all tested negative, as the government maps some of the counties as high-risk areas susceptible to the deadly disease. Kevin Mutai, and
looking to skyrocket your YouTube channel? Let Sprizzy boost you to the top. Using YouTube ads, Sprizzy targets viewers.
Yeah, so there is that politics. Wacha nitoe sababu hakuna mtu amefika anyway. So there is that politics that equipment zimeanzia kufika in Laikipia. And Gachagua has said that, yeah, of course, they will give Laikipia people an opportunity to do a public participation. Yeah, because this collateral decision was made without their involvement, which is not very good. So that is something we will be following. Kesho ni June 1, a day of Madaraka, and when we are also expecting some maandamano, so we will be monitoring how people will be reacting to that, or if it will be left to Laikipia people alone, or people will protest everywhere. So that is something which we are following. Sababu bana, kuna vile Wakikuyu bana wameamuliwa bana. Raundi, there was somebody who was telling me bana, ama Kasongo tu amesema tu Wakikuyu tu wacha tu tuamalize tu mambo ishe tu. Hii kura sababu imekataa. Wacha sasa tutafute sasa kitu ya kuwapeleka Zayuni haraka haraka. Because mambo ni matatu. Mambo ni matatu. So it is still the continuation of mambo ni matatu. So jamaa anasema sasa wacha hii community yote sasa ikwende sasa. Kweli. I don't think Laikipia is the only place with a military base in Kenya. If they have to do it in Kenya. Mbona asipeleke Eldoret? Eldoret there is a military base hapo. Hata yeye apeleke karibu na watu yao sasa. Sasa kama tunataka kuuana sasa, tuanzie na kuua watu ya Eldoret. So this is it can't be otherwise. And it's not about that iko mambo hapa. It's just hatred on one community. So wanatafuta tu barabara yote ya watu wanaweza malizwa, because unajua Kasongo anajua hata akimaliza watu kama 1,100 wa hii community, he has done miracles in his in his downing politics, because siasa ya Kasongo imeisha. He is going to lose this election. There is no two ways about that. Anaruhusu election mbaya sana. But unajua sababu ni mwenye macho ambaye ajui kuona, he thinks like we are still condoning his nonsense. Wacha niweke huyu mama wa Al Jazeera nisikie vile anasema leo.
What if I told you that the moment your book is published, there could be a giant billboard featuring you and your book in Times Square? And in addition...
Thank you for being with us. Let's begin with our top story. The Kenyan government is once again under fire for signing a controversial deal with the United States. And yet again, a Kenyan court has stepped in and ordered temporary suspension of the plan. The plan was to set up an Ebola quarantine facility for infected Americans in Kenya. The facility was due to open today, but the latest court ruling stops the Ruto government from admitting anyone exposed to or infected by Ebola under this deal. This freeze will stay in place until a lawsuit challenging the agreement is fully heard and decided. The legal challenge was brought by the Katiba Institute, a Kenyan rights advocacy group. Let's take a look at what this agreement actually involves. Now, on Thursday, the White House announced it was setting up a facility in Kenya. This facility is meant to quarantine American citizens who have been exposed to Ebola. But a key detail in the plan sparked instant worry. The Trump administration explicitly said that they would not bring these exposed citizens back home to US soil. Now, this if they start showing symptoms. Instead, they would hold them in Kenya and later send them to a third country. According to senior US officials, the center is said to have 50 isolation beds. It will be managed by American medical staff at Laikipia Air Base, which is about 200 kilometers from the capital of Nairobi. Now, it is designed for high-risk Americans who are still asymptomatic. In return, the US State Department promised $13.5 million. This money is supposed to go toward Kenya's own Ebola preparedness efforts. This deal comes at a tense time for regional health. The World Health Organization recently declared Ebola a public health emergency. There is a fast-growing outbreak of the rare Bundibugyo strain of Ebola. Now, right now, there is no approved vaccine or treatment for this strain, and the numbers are rising sharply. The epicenter, the Democratic Republic of Congo, has reported over 1,000 suspected cases and more than 220 suspected deaths. The WHO has confirmed the first recovery in the country. Neighboring Uganda has also reported 9 confirmed cases and 1 death. Uganda has closed borders with the DRC as the virus spreads at an alarming rate. Kenya, which shares a border with Uganda, has not yet reported any Ebola cases. Since the virus is so dangerous, Ruto's government's secret deal with the US has caused a major public backlash in Kenya. The rights group, Katiba Institute, spoke out strongly against it. They called the deal unilateral. The group says that setting up this facility raises grave constitutional concerns and threatens the basic rights to life, health, and fair administrative action. Kenya's main medical union has also threatened to initiate industrial action unless the terms of the agreement with the US government were released within 48 hours.
We are utterly disgusted by the government's apparent willingness to trade national biosecurity and the lives of its citizens for foreign aid. If it is too dangerous for America, it is too dangerous for Kenya.
Now, critics are questioning why Kenya should take on this risk when the US refuses to bring its own citizens home.
Americans think that their lives are so much important than the lives of Kenyans, so that they establish a facility in Kenya that is meant for only Americans. If they must be allowed to open that facility here, then it must be a facility that serves every human being in Kenya, Kenyans and Americans alike, but not restricted to quarantining only Americans.
I think it's not good for the Kenyan people. Furthermore, the USAID funding was cut. It will not be a good thing.
This is not the first time a major US health deal has faced a roadblock in Kenya. Back in December, a Kenyan court stepped in to stall a separate USAID deal. It was worth $2.5 billion. That previous deal was also put on hold due to intense public backlash and serious legal concerns. In the past case, the issue was data privacy. Critics and advocacy groups were highly alarmed by the terms of the deal. They feared the agreement would give the US government direct access to the sensitive medical records of Kenyan citizens. Just like today, the court sided with public caution. They halted the aid package until those digital safety and privacy concerns could be properly addressed. For now, the entire Ebola quarantine project is on hold. The next hearing for this case is scheduled for the 2nd of June. We will continue to follow the story as the legal battle unfolds. But the question remains that even in 2026, why is Africa being treated as a dumping ground for problems that the West does not want to deal with? Now, for more on this, we have with us Faith Adhiambo, the 51st president of the Law Society of Kenya, who is joining us live from Nairobi. Thank you for being with us on First Post Africa, Faith.
Thank you.
Now, the US government says it is too dangerous to bring these citizens back to American soil if they get sick. If it is too risky for the US, why is it safe enough for Kenya?
Now, that's exactly the question that we've been asking, and the basis that Katiba Kenya, amongst other organizations, have gone to court to challenge this decision by government. We saw our peers, the Permanent Secretary for Health, coming out to talk about the question of why Kenya should be happy that they have been chosen as a safe area that they could host and quarantine patients that are suffering from Ebola. And the country is saying absolutely not. This government is putting its citizens at risk, and we feel it's more financially motivated than trying to ensure treatment or protection. We do not know the contents of the deal that the Kenyan government has entered with the US government. If US government felt that they have the apparatus and they have the ability to ensure proper treatment and quarantine of any of its citizens that have Ebola, then why can't they set it up in their own country? Or rather, better yet, where the cause of the Ebola is erupting, be it in Congo or in Uganda, where the cases have actually been found. But they want to transfer this problem and bring it into Kenya. We've seen our country struggle when our cabinet secretaries enabled a situation that COVID patients allowed a Chinese flight land into Kenyan soil that had potentially COVID patients. And thereafter, not only the backlash, but the implication, the health challenges that arose. Our country was not ready, was incapable of even handling the virus, irrespective of the fact it was a global problem. This just showcases the weakness of our healthcare system. And our healthcare system has still been under strong scrutiny, strong challenge, a lot of issues being raised with the standards of treatment, the medicines that are available, and yet our country is taking up this challenge of hosting and quarantining Ebola patients. What happens to the Kenyans that will be exposed to the same? What happens to the Kenyans that may fall sick? Is this deal merely to protect Americans? What happens to Kenyans at the end of the day is what we are not hearing. No one is answering those questions.
Right. And this is the second time in 6 months that Kenyan courts have blocked a major health deal with the US. Why does the Ruto government keep signing these secret deals without the public's input?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. And a lot of Kenyans, we feel our government is seeking to get favor from the US government by bending back forward, but also the challenge of the promise of financial support for agreeing to the demands of the US government. And we are challenging and asking our government to be patriotic to the Constitution and the people that put them into power. It is not just about bending backwards to the US government. There are other countries that could have taken this up. But why the Kenyan nation? Why put us into these problems? And at the end of the day, even the implications for Kenyans even to travel to other countries will be limited because of exposure into this dangerous disease that we do not know of any how we'd manage such a situation. We've seen Uganda managing such situations because they have faced it before. Yet Kenya has never faced this challenge, and they're opening its borders to exposure without any measures to protect its citizens. And I remember that's not only the second, apart from in 6 months that the courts have stopped, we've even had situations where the Kenyan government had signed deals with corporations from the US to grant them absolute immunity from carrying out tests of their vaccines in Kenya, and the courts pushed back and stopped the same. And so this is a rogue government that we will continue to challenge through our court systems and the legal systems to stop this wanton abandon and abuse of the legal process and exposure that it's putting its Kenyan people, and there was no public participation of the same.
Yes. And the US is paying $13.5 million, but the facility will only treat Americans, not Kenyans. Now, is it ethically right to use Kenyan land for a hospital that local citizens aren't even allowed to use during a regional health? Crisis.
Exactly. It is unethical, and it's I'm even astounded that our own government would agree to such terms, because the moment they open our borders to this potential individuals that would have contracted Ebola, they have opened the nation to exposure to serious disease. Secondly, our local hospitals do not have the capacity to be able to handle such situations. And that's why they're trying to screen and quarantine people around the airport areas. So what happens then to the Kenyan people who contract this disease? Because the reason they would have contracted the same is because it affects, they would have opened the borders to particular individuals. And worse is that Kenya being a member of the East Africa community, I wonder how they can agree to or concede to such, yet they are potentially opening themselves to spread this disease within the region, and not even looking at, based on the cooperation within the region, how can this hospital benefit not only the US citizens, but benefit the entire region? Because once you open up a facility that would probably lead to the spreading of this disease beyond our borders as well, then you potentially also must carry that responsibility to aid in solving that problem. And by them agreeing to such a deal that renders not only Kenyans are not able to access, but all others are not able to access, it's quite unfortunate.
Right. Faith, thank you for being with us on the show.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I wanted to show that report because that is how the outside world is also. So there is a lot of information which is being reported from everywhere, including here. So I think the world is in solidarity with Kenya not accepting that thing. Yeah, very many people are shocked that Kenya can accept such a thing. And there was somebody we were talking with, nikamwambia, Kenya is not the only country within the region. Why did they not go to Ethiopia? Why did they not go to Sudan? Why did they not go to Somalia? There are so many countries within. So na huyo mtu akaniambia there is something which we call affinity to enticement. Affinity to enticement. Ruto is a corrupt guy. Hata mimi nikitaka kitu kwa njia ya mkato nitaendea Ruto. Ruto atakupea. So those are the dangers you get when you have a corrupt leader in power. Yeah. Hata Marekani wakitaka kitu wanaendea hawa corrupt guys. And that is always what you see. It is actually in the actual interest of other countries which is not you, for you to have bad leaders. Ili wawasaidie. So don't think like at the other Britain, America, other countries will want us to have good leaders. No. They would want leaders who can actually agree to their demands, even if they are fake. So it's unfortunate. So kama unataka kiongozi ni wewe, uchague kiongozi mzuri, lakini inchi your country, there's no any other country which can take care of your country. You can see when America is taking care of their country. No one with Ebola who will be allowed in. It speaks volume. But we have leaders in Kenya who want to allow Ebola in because a quarantine facility, a quarantine facility is an Ebola facility because these are high risk people you are bringing into the country. And there's no way in which you can have 50 people under quarantine na ukose wawili ambao wana Ebola. Impossible, impossible. So once you start quarantine Ebola victims or people who people feel they have Ebola, you will get a case. It will become a case. And there are people who do not understand what Ebola is. It's a perennial disease. It does not heal completely. You live with it. It mutates. They will smuggle until when? Okay, let's say greed combined with hate for the citizens or lack of love for our country. Of course, every time when you elect an patriotic person, kuna mtu hata hii story ingekuwa kuna kiongozi angekuwa analia sahi. I cannot allow Kenya to suffer. Kuna mtu sahi angekuwa anatetemeka. Kuna rais angekuwa anatetemeka sahi. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't participate in exterminating Kenya. Kuna mtu sasa story kama kuna kiongozi rais angekuwa analia akisikia ati there is a way in which a citizen can be hurt. He would start crying. Yeah. Viongozi angekuwa sahi analia. Sasa tunachagua viongozi, the only thing wanatuonesha ni wakiwa huko Budapest kushangilia mamipira. That's what they are doing. Even akina Masengeri. These are the people who we elected. What their sons are doing. Let me see kama nitaipata. It's so sad and sickening. Acha niweke. Ndio hawa. They use our taxes.
Afanya nini huyu?
He was in Budapest with the Masengeri. So hata mkubwa wa polisi anaenda Budapest kufanya nini? Na usiniambia tu jamaa ati alijilipia fare. Na sasa hivi wakati hata air ticket za ndege usiniambia ati Masengeri alilipiwa na serikali. Masengeri and George Ruto were in Budapest ati kuona Arsenal. Sick nation. Kwanza huyu kijana atakuwa mbaya sana huyu. This will be one of the worst human beings in Kenya. Huyo mtoto namchukia sana. Huyo mtoto yeah, anyway, let's see what ODM was doing today. Kuweka wote acha tu niweke tu ya news rather than kuwaekea radi yao. So in previous years it was said Ebola patients don't survive. What changed in 2026? Mambo ni different. Bodyguard to the only human being in Kenya. Yeah, and still hiyo ugonjwa fatality rate yake ni noma sana. Of course unajua hii ni ile magonjwa tu inatengenezangwa tu hapo kwa raba ili zisumbue watu. So tuingie ODM. Mambo ya ODM.
Okusa now joins us live from Kisumu. Okusa, good afternoon.
Well, Ellen, as you mentioned, there is that the ODM, the much hyped and expected ODM rally in Kisumu is already underway here at Kirembe grounds. Remember, this meeting has been psyched up for the last 1 week. We saw the ODM party chairperson herself, that is Gladys Wanga of the county, leading ODM top leadership in mobilizing and popularizing this particular event here in Kisumu, which has turned out to be quite a significant moment for the party, coming after the arrival movement, that is Linda Mwananchi Linda Mwananchi movement held a rally here in Kisumu, which attracted a huge crowd, and therefore it kind of triggered some anxiety in the ODM party itself, triggering some sort of supremacy contest between ODM and the Linda Mwananchi movement led by Governor James Orengo, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, and the Embakasi MP Owino. So it was more of like it is more of like a show of might who is stronger or more popular on the ground there in Kisumu. Remember, Kisumu is considered as one of the strongholds of the Orange Democratic Movement, and therefore the turnout or the statistics is what carries the day at the end of it all. So this is a very important meeting for the party. Of course, we have seen a number of them arriving here. We are yet to see the party leader, that is Oburu Odinga, and the chairperson, that is one arriving here. They are yet to arrive. But of course, the crowd is psyched up here. More people are still arriving. We are seeing supporters coming in from across the region, that is from all the way from Migori, Siaya, Homa Bay, and of course Kisumu, and even west, the neighboring counties of Vihiga and Kakamega. And therefore, we expect that this will turn out to be one of those rallies that we refer to as the heat. And we expect a lot of issues to also to take center stage here, especially party issues. One of them being an announcement by the party leader that may be defending his seat as the senator of Siaya, and that has triggered some succession debate within the party. So we expect it to come clean and clarify whether they will not be on the presidential ticket for as a flag bearer of the Orange Party. And of course, a number of issues to do with party politics and their association of ODM and the UDA, the negotiations that are expected to happen in the coming days. That is also expected to take center stage in today's meeting. So we'll be here to keep our viewers updated, and of course, up to the last speaker of the day. Back to you, Ellen.
Thank you so much, Okusa. More on that story in our subsequent bulletin.
Yeah, so kuna hiyo story ya ODM where Rida Ngraud and Rida Mwananchi, I think they stopped. I think Rida Ngraud stopped that one, and they said now they are the original ODM, and they are trying to claim their lost glory. And I've seen a lot of hyping, even by Ruto bloggers, kwa hiyo mrengo ya kina Oburu. They are trying to hype them, ni kama sasa wako na watu nini. I think they are just stanches. They are trying to show stanches na kuoneshana how organized they have once become after becoming very disorganized people. So I think they are trying to reclaim their lost glory. I don't think they will make it. Nyanza will still become a battleground as far as I'm concerned. And we will be able to join with the Nyanza people under one town brigade and show Ruto the middle finger. So I don't think we need to be worried about that. I don't think Oburu Odinga and his accomplices, the fact that even Oburu Odinga has now abandoned the bigger picture and now he is now starting to fight for his life as a senator now, saying that he wants to be a senator, it also speaks volume as somebody who is losing power. Those are, politicians do not say they are losing power, but they show signs of losing power. And that is one way in which you can judge that Oburu is losing power. And I think we are in a very good position when it comes to commanding a lead and showing people what we will do as a nation. So it's good. So we will keep on fighting. Let me show you the other one. The other serious ODM.
Mimi hapa kwa duka ya dawa munaniona vizuri, hapa kwa M-Pesa munaniona vizuri, pale kwa spares ya magari munaniona vizuri, na huku nyuma munaniona vizuri. Mimi ndio Sifuna. Kwa maombi yenu na kwa mapenzi ya Mwenyezi Mungu nasimama hapa Mtituni leo, ikiwa tarehe 31 mwezi wa 5 mwaka 2026, nikiwa bado katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, seneta wa kaunti ya Nairobi na naibu kiranja wa walio wachache kwenye bunge la Senate. Nimefika hapa Masaku na tuko na viongozi wengi sana. Munamuona Mheshimiwa Clive Gisairo, munamuona Mheshimiwa James Orengo, munamuona Mheshimiwa Karoli Omondi, munamuona Mheshimiwa Osotsi, kijana mdogo Babu Owino, munamuona Mheshimiwa Mawade, munamuona Mheshimiwa Kimilu, tuko na Mheshimiwa Mwashako kutoka Taita Taveta, munamuona Jaku Wamboka kutoka kule Bumula, munamuona Mheshimiwa Mule yuko pale nyuma, mbunge wa Matungulu, na tuko na mbunge hapa kutoka Busia mahali inaitwa Funyula, Mheshimiwa Oundo, na mrembo yuko hapa wa Jubilee. Munamuona vizuri? Munamuona vizuri? Anaitwa nani? Munamjua? Leo mtamjua. Senator Onyonka mumemuona? Nani mwingine? Nimewacha nani? Sasa nataka niseme hapa, Babu anakuja kuongea saa hii. Tumekuja Masaku, tulia tu, kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Nimekuja Masaku kama katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM kuconfirm kwamba watu wa Ukambani wakiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka walikuwa marafiki wa kweli wa baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Kama hakuna kiongozi wa ODM ashawahi kuwaambia, nataka nichukue safari hii leo niwaambie asante watu wa Masaku kwa kumshikilia baba katika uchaguzi 3. Kuna wengine wanatuambia tusahau marafiki zetu. Mimi kama katibu ndio niko na register ya marafiki wa baba Raila Amolo Odinga, na tumetembea hii safari pamoja. Saa hii mahali tumefika, tunasema tunataka mtu aende State House ambaye ako na roho safi. Mnanielewa? Wewe kijana, ukijaribu kuleta mchezo kwa linda mwananchi, sisi ni wana amani. Wakamba ni watu wanapenda amani, si ndio? Washindwe wasishindwe, washindwe wasishindwe. Nataka nikamilishe kwa kusema sisi tumetembea na nyinyi safari hii. Wengi wa wana ODM wako ndani ya linda mwananchi. Wengi wana ODM hawajasahau kwamba mlituunga mkono nyinyi Wakamba, haswa nyuma ya Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka. Hatukosani, hatuachani, hatukosani na hatuachani, kwa sababu kazi ya kufurusha William Ruto inahitaji kikosi moja hatari sana. Wangapi wanasema tuunde kikosi moja? Wangapi wanasema kikosi moja? Kwa hivyo Kwa hivyo wale wanafikiria tutakosana, tunawaambia ng'oo. Haya, kwa hayo mengi nataka nimkaribishe gavana ambaye anakuja kule Nairobi. Kwa sababu tunaenda town, hatutachukua muda mrefu hapa. Wacha Babu wawasalimie kwa heshima kubwa. Mheshimiwa Babu, karibu.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Sifuna. Asante sana vijana ria, vijana ra, wazee tibim, wazee tialala, warembo wamama mwe. We kijana, we ni mama unapiga mwe. Asanteni sana. Mheshimiwa, weka hii flag chini juu ya pale. Kamera, asante sana mwesh. Jamii ya Wakamba, mimi ni Babu Kwasa. Ni Babu Kwasa, na bila babu ni ta, na baada ya baba ni. Nataka nishukuru jamii ya Wakamba. Jamii ya Wakamba, mlikufa na baba sana. Mkakufa naye 2013, mkakufa naye 2017, mkakufa naye 2022. Kwa hivyo jamii ya Wakamba ni jamii wangwana sana, na nataka niwahakikishie siku ya leo, jamii ya Wakamba, kwa heshima mlituonyesha, hata sisi tutawaonyesha heshima, hata sisi tutarudisha mkono juu tunawapenda sana. Hapa Linda Mwananchi ni movement ambayo inapigania haki ya wananchi wa Kenya. Siku ya leo sio siku ya kuogopa. Siku ya leo sio siku ya kukimbia. Siku ya leo ni siku ya kusema ukweli, na tunataka tuseme ukweli. Tuseme tusiseme? Tuseme tusiseme? Kasongo wapi? Kasongo wapi? Kasongo wapi? La mwisho, nyinyi Wakamba ambaye mko hapa, je, mnajua ya kwamba mnaletewa virusi inaitwa Ebola? Mnajua mnaletewa virusi inaitwa Ebola? Tunataka tuambie serikali,
unlock the world's largest, most liquid financial market with Forex.
Ya kwamba umenyanyasa wananchi ya kutosha. Hawa vijana wana kazi, hawa wamama wana kazi. Wamama wanafanya kazi ya kusafishia watu manyumba na kuoshea watu manguo. Kwa hivyo na hawa wazee wetu pia wana mbele wala nyuma, hakuna kazi. Lakini Kasongo ameona hiyo haitoshi, akaamua kusema ya kwamba lazima waletee Ebola. Mtakubali au mtakubali? Tuseme Kasongo wapi? Asanteni sana.
Haya, sasa tunataka tuwaletee, na tunaomba msamaha viongozi, kwa sababu tuko na mkutano pale Machakos na Mlolongo. Nataka mkaribishe party leader, sema de facto party leader wa chama cha ODM, Mheshimiwa James Orengo, atufungie hii, alafu tuende Machakos. Harambee! Harambee! Sijasikia harambee! Ya mwisho harambee! Mimi nina hakika kama Raila Amolo Odinga angekuwa hai, angekuwa na sisi hapa leo, lakini spirit na roho ya Raila Amolo Odinga iko hapa Masaku. Na kama Raila angekuwa hapa, Kalonzo Musyoka angekuwa hapa pia. Nataka nyinyi nyote musalimu Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Wangapi wamekubali kunisalamia Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka? Stephen Kalonzo ni mzalendo. Mara 3 amepatia Raila heshima, na sisi tunasema kwamba hiyo heshima lazima tunarudisha mkono. Wangapi wamekubali turudishe mkono nione?
I wanted that we audit that one. Kalonzo from Orengo, not from us, from Orengo, Oringo, the way you want to pronounce it. Ukitaka kuweka madoido kama mimi, Oringo, the way Oringo is saying, ama ukitaka kusema kama Orengo, unajua wako na shida ya R na L. So Orengo, as Orengo is saying, two things. Kalonzo amepea Raila Odinga heshima mara 3 na lazima turudishe mkono, and it is a alinda mwananchi rally, lazima turudishe mkono, and Sifuna is here. Deeper politics ile Anna anapendanga, because Anna anasema we have to talk deeper politics. Deeper politics. Has he just endorsed Kalonzo? Has he just endorsed Kalonzo? Sarah is asking, where is Ruo royalty to ni swali nauliza, has he just endorsed Kalonzo just 1 minute ago? Let's listen in. And this was the whole essence of playing this video. They are not in the same camp. Kalonzo seems to be gravitating with akina Gachagua, Eugene Wamalwa, Matiang'i, hiyo group yote. So, and I'm double sure there must be some unilateral agreement here. So, does it mean Rida Mwananchi is having an extended olive branch to Kalonzo Musyoka to be the presidential candidate? Listen.
Kalonzo Musyoka angekuwa hapa pia. Nataka nyinyi nyote musalimu Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Wangapi wamekubali kunisalamia Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka? Stephen Kalonzo ni mzalendo. Mara 3 amepatia Raila heshima, na sisi tunasema kwamba hiyo heshima lazima tunarudisha mkono. Wangapi wamekubali turudishe mkono? Nione. Kasongo.
Yeah, and it is being said by a senior citizen. Lazima turudishe mkono. In African setup, kurudisha mkono, maybe unajua kuna mtu amekuwa akiniambia siku hizi tukue tunaelezea mambo kabisa. We also have Gen Zs who some of these things they might not be understanding. Kurudisha mkono ni hivi. Anu natembea kwangu na mbuzi. I'm explaining kurudisha mkono. It is not the mkono literally. Anu natembea kwangu na mbuzi. Yes, Acacia. Na kuona. Nimeona siku hizi usipotaje unakasirika. Wacha nikutaje ufurahi. Acacia, hi. Helen wa Troy. So, kurudisha mkono ni hivi. Ana natembea kwangu na mbuzi. Alafu in 2 or 3 weeks, in 6 months time. Lakini sio ile 6 months time ya ujinga. In 6 months time, in 6 months time, natembea kwake na ng'ombe. Maybe inaweza kuwa si alikuja kwangu na mbuzi, so naweza rudi huko na ng'ombe, inaweza kuwa ni ndama. So natembea kwa Ani na ng'ombe. Kwa nini nimeenda kwa Ani na ng'ombe? Sababu aliniletea mbuzi. So that is what we call kurudisha mkono. Tit for tat, in other words. Repaying what was done to you at a time of recognition or at a time of desperation. So kurudisha mkono inakuanga mara mbili. Inaweza kuwa it is during your desperation time or somebody wants to recognize you. Yeah, so I think Orengo has just endorsed Kalonzo. So let me see now I now want to see how Helen Watroy, I'm just interpreting your name, Helen of Troy, Helen Watroy. And there used to be a movie called Troy, by the way. So I don't think so. So Helen Watroy, according to the video, ile tumecheza, she doesn't think that. They are testing the ground. No, but it is in Machakos. It is in Machakos. So I don't think in Machakos they need to test the ground. This is hii ni bottleneck ya Kalonzo. I don't think so. They are testing the ground. Kalonzo will not be the flag bearer. So Helen Watroy is convinced. Hiyo ni mnyambo ya punda. Nimumalizie statement. Naona Sara anachekelea Acacia. Sijui Acacia amefanya nini. Acacia seems to be getting a lot of attention, by the way. Wangerudisha mkono kitambo. Huyo ni Anne. Anne has always something to say. Mostly on the reward direction. Anne hawezi kuambia maneno inaweza fanya mvua inyeshe. Ukiona Anne ameweka comment, ni comment kavu. Na ni sawa tu. Comment ya Anne ni kavu. Zile comment hazina upako. I'm sorry for that. Comment ya Anne haina upako. Wangerudisha mkono, hebu sikia sasa, wangerudisha mkono kitambo. If they were genuine. Linda mwananchi, okay? Sara anacheka. Acacia ananichekelea. Helen Watroy is here. Acacia is now official. Welcome Troy, true sister. Oh, sawa. Na nisione mkigongana mabari after 1 minute. Nisione mwingine ana. I also have the prerequisite of maintaining order. Mimi ndio rekaparo wa comment section. So nikisema order, kama ingine muliona ile order Millie Odhiambo alipewa na Kaluma. Hebu niwaoneshe. Unajua wacha niwaeke because history. Let me see if kama iko. Wacha niwaekee hii mutacheka muishe. So when people become unruly, nita behave kama Karuma. Wacha nitoe orengo kidogo. This one is just for hii ni ya Anne na Acacia exclusively. Hii ni ya Anne and Acacia.
With the masters from New York University, there's nothing you can inform me. I'm fairly intelligent and knowledgeable. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this report...
do you want to be informed?
No, I don't want to be informed.
Honorable Millie
Mr. Speaker, as you can see, Mr. Speaker, I am a lawyer with the masters from New York University. There's nothing you can inform me. I'm fairly intelligent and knowledgeable on issues of governance and corruption. And then I'm a ranking member, so I have a history of this parliament. I can teach you and educate you about things that have gone on and the things that are continuing to go.
Yeah, I can teach. So, Anne, I agree.
I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that
this report... do you want to be...
So, Anne, I agree you can teach me. So, sijasema kwa vibaya. Yeah, so, tumekubali mnaweza tufunza. So, that's okay. So, No, ni vile tu nimerudi. So naona pia Rufruf amerudi, nimeleta Muhahe. Okay, huyo ni na Rufruf, hii jina yako ni Rufruf ama ni Rafraf? Unajua those people who read Man of the People many years ago, there used to be a set book called Man of the People. There was a guy who used to be called Raf and Ire. And Raf was a very rough boy, by the way. Endo usome hiyo kitabu ya Man of the People. You might be forced to change your name. Anyway, ni sawa. So Ruf karibu, that one is okay. So nataka mpendane. I want a tight comment section. Yeah. Musirushane sana. Saa zingine naonanga although nimekuja kujua anapendangi kamu kabisa. Ana kionanga watu wametulia, ana spike. Rufruf anasema ni Raf Gazokia. Okay, sawa. Sawa, Akeshi amesema mnapendana. At least I also like the comment section. Unajua siku hizi hata comment section produce mapenzi. Ani na mbudi wake, sijui Akeshi na nani wake, sijui Sara na nani wake. The comment section is becoming the Noah's Ark. The comment section is becoming the Noah's Ark. The comment section is becoming the Noah's Ark. I will not interpret. Take it back to what we are saying. So let me go to the endorsement. Na sasa yule hajashika hiyo, atashika tukifika mbinguni. Atauliza Noah what was happening in the ark. Yule hajapata, tukifika mbinguni tafuta Noah. Uliza Noah, there was a guy who used to be called Jiru, and at one time he said the comment section has become the Noah's Ark. What did he mean? Kwani mlikuwa mnafanya kwa ark nini? Noah will explain to you. I don't want to explain issues which Noah did so well. Perfect. Mnataka nielezee lifestyle ya Noah na wale watu walibeba na ama wale wanyama alibeba. I cannot explain to you that lifestyle. Munaijua. So the comment section is proving to be the same. Unajua Ana anapendaga vitu kama sasa. Ana amecheka, amefurahi. Acacia is known nani wake. The Acacia is known. Sara ati asante Acacia. Wali nikataa. Oi, Rufruf bana. Si tulikataliwa. Weka lugha Kongo bana. Sasa kama wewe sasa maneno matamu yalimtoa nyoka pangoni. Ni nini bwana Rufruf? Hata unakuja kucomplain hapa. At Njiru, I am digressing. What marks did you get in class 7 from 4? Sala, nitakuja niwapostia hapa, usiseme nimesema. But I can tell you one subject. My favorite subject, which I actually never used to revise. Which was your favorite subject? Of course, mathematics. Form 1 first term. Because the attention ya monorization, I got around 43 mathematics. Mocks in Form 3, that one I can tell you. Mocks Form 3, I got 87. That was the highest at that time. That is mocks Form 3. Then hiyo ni mocks Form 3. Then mkifanya mocks Form 3 watu tunafanyanga hapo November. Then sasa tunaenda sasa year Form 4 sasa open. So Form 4, so mocks 87, so in Form 4 ikafika 90. Ikafika 90. Yeah, in Form 4 ikafika 90. So I think by the time I'm completing Form 4, it was in ranges of between 95 and 100. Nimekuambia. Now that you wanted to know. Class 8, my best subject was English. Wacha hivi, unajua kuna watu wezi amini hapa. Ngoso nilikuwa najua wewe. Yeah, so in class 8, yeah, class 8, my best subject was English. Yes, English. Yeah. Then from there, I went to Moi University. From there, I went to Moi University. Again, my favorite subject was soil mechanics. Yeah, soil mechanics. Yeah, we were being taught by Professor Ndaga that time. That guy used to be called Professor Ndaga. I scored well. Of course, unajua that time in our university scores ilikuwa 40. Sijui kama wametoa 40. So I believe because waliniambia nimepita, lazima ukuwe nilipata 40. So I was able to get 41. Let's say, yeah. So soil mechanics hiyo niliweza, unajua ukipata una soup. So soil mechanics, another course called reinforced concrete. Hiyo nilikuwa napenda sana, ilikuwa inaitwa reinforced concrete. Another course, hydrology. Hiyo ni stories za maji, hydrology. Which other? Finite element. Hiyo ilikuwa ingine. Wow. Hiyo tulifunzwa na Professor Shitote. Professor Shitote. He left us akaenda kukua principal wa Rongo when they made Rongo a university. So Professor Shitote. Nilipenda huyo. Huyo jamaa alikuwa anajua kufunza. Ni mtu ameuliza. Yeah, Professor Shitote. Professor Shitote, you can imagine teaching 50-year students without a book. Wewe. Kuna Waafrika wanajua mambo bwana. Anyway, I appreciate Professor Shitote. I can show you his image, by the way. I believe he is still alive. Kwa Professor Shitote. Let me show you the guy. Musifikiria nawekelea mambo hapa. So alikuwa anaitwa Professor Hannington Shitote. I don't know, Hannington ina pronounce aje, unajua ama nimeweka Hannington. Professor Hannington Shitote. Yeah, Professor Hannington Shitote. Wacha nikuweke. Huyu naye nitakuwekea bana. This guy, he was my motivation even behind doing masters and PhD. Nataka kwa alinifunza hiyo course ya huyu naye nitawaonesha. Huyu nitawaonesha, huyu nitaona. Yeah. Ni Stanley, sio Hannington, Stanley, sorry. Nitawaonesha. Wacha niwaoneshe picha yake. Huyu nitawaonesha. Ngojeni kidogo tu na mtafuta. Ni mimi sijaenda kwa images au kwa Google naenda kwa images Shitote. Stanley Stotte. Images. Ndiye huyu. Hey! Prof. Wacha nitoe hawa kidogo. You said nani alisema anani divert? Let me see the person. Is it Sarah who said anani divert? Who diverted me? Let me see. Oh, Sarah. Yeah, Sarah ndiye anani divert. So because Sarah you decided to divert me, wacha sasa nikuwe diverted vizuri sasa. This is a guy. Ndiye huyu. How many know this guy? Professor Stanley Stotte. Ndiye huyo. Huyu jamaa ni moto bana. Nakwambia bana. I salute him, Professor Stotte. Huyu jamaa hakuji darasa na kitabu. Na sio kujifanya. Syllabus yote iko hapa. Na syllabus yake ni mahesabu tupu. Ile mahesabu inatoshana hivi. Ile ambayo unafuta blackboard mara 4 ili upate answer. Na mahesabu yake ni ile ya tunini, ni ile ya tusai. Tule tu vitu tunakaa hivi. Tusai, tusai, tu vitu tunakaa. Yeah, Professor Stotte. So this guy taught us kitu inaitwa finite element. He was a very serious professor in actually. After Professor Stotte left Moi University, the university collapsed. He was the brain behind School of Engineering. This guy. So venye tu alitoka tu Moi University. Yeah, he was a brain. He got his PhD in 1985. This guy. How many were you alive in 1985? And hello? Were you alive in 1985? I'm double sure Acacia alikuwa kwa magoti. Yeye hata siwezi shindania na kumuuliza. So there's a guy. He was a wonderful guy, Professor Stotte, Stanley Stotte. Yeah, kulikuwa na mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Professor Sitati. Wonderful though, but that one was on the, I think, mechanical side. Na kuna mwingine on the electrical side alikuwa anaitwa Professor Otieno. And I don't know. Aki, na wote tu ni wa hiyo ngambo tu. The only professor in engineering wa Mulima was Professor Kiremi Kiriamete. Wacha niwaoneshe wao. Mwanzia kujua hawa watu. Who knows Kiremi Kiriamete from Meru? At one time he was the dean. Anaitwa Kiremi, na sijui anakula mete ya nani. Kiremi Kiriamete. Huyu hata alikuwa mnoma sana pia. Kiremi engineer Professor Kiremi Kiriamete ndiye huyu. Yeah, so this guy also taught us. So I'm proud anyway. We have been modeled by the best in the society. There's a guy, Kiremi Kiriamete. Hey, pia alikuwa moto bana. Chemistry for engineers. He took us through chemistry for engineers. Huyu anaitwa Professor Kiremi Kiriamete. Lakini sasa yule munoma wa wote ni huyu. Wacha niwaoneshe. I think we appreciate him. He got his PhD at 29 years from a university in France. Alikuwa anaitwa Professor Kiambi. Alikuwa anaitwa Professor Kiambi. Let me see if now he teaches in South Africa. Let me see if I can get him. Alikuwa anaitwa Professor Kiambi. Acha niweke South Africa. Professor Kiambi, South Africa. Ndiye huyu bana. Ndiye huyu bana. Ndiye huyu. Kwa maisha yangu sijai kutana na mtu mwerevu kama huyu. Haya. That is Professor Kiambi. That is Professor Kiambi from so he taught us as a young student. That time he had just graduated from University of Rausane. Am I pronouncing it well? Is it Rusan or he had just graduated from the University of Rusan. So wale watu wanapenda kuongea Kiswahili kiembu kama mimi, unaita University of Rausane. Wonderful guy. So these are some of the people who, and then there was also another one called Professor Nzira. Professor Nzira. There is Nzira. No, that time he was a doctor, Dr. Nzira. So have I answered your question, Sarah? I've shown you some of the many Kenyans who Ruto has just wasted. Ni sawa Mudune, I was showing Acacia. Acacia kuna swali aliuliza. It's okay, hata mimi nimekubali imetosha. Rufa anasema maprofesa wote na watusaidii. Oh, I don't know. I believe they are helpful because even imparting knowledge is enough actually. So sijui mnataka maprofesa wafanye kazi nyingine gani Ruf? Hata even making guys like us hawajajaribu. Bwana, hao watu msiwaonee sana bwana. Producing a graduate is not easy. Bure sio hivyo. Make your girl or your boy a graduate. Aki hao watu msiwaoneange sana. They really try. They receive idiots and they convert them to people who can be able to absorb knowledge, understand. Aki musiseme ati watu ni, they do a lot. Aki, please. So Rufe, withdraw your statement too. Aki usiseme hawa watu they are doing nothing. We have gone through their hands actually. So me, I will not say that they are doing. Kumbe nimefungua Pandora paper tena. So Calvin, are you trying to say we are useless graduates? Calvin, yani umeamua kututusi. Calvin, are we useless? My God. Sawa. Why? Wewe Sara umeniharibia. Ulifanya nifungue Pandora paper, ona sasa. Why? Okay, I think it is the country which has failed. Anyway. Producing useless graduates. What? Aki, those, you see, our graduates is not that they are useless. Number one, the Kenyan system has not been able to integrate with the industry. So, saa zingine, what the industry need, we are not able to breed that well. Then number two, these graduates are supposed to be mentored by already people who are in the industry. I can tell you up to now, I'm being trained by people in the industry. Na kuna vitu mingi sana, I'm still learning. Please, Aki, our graduates can be better if our system was modeled industry. But you cannot have an industry-oriented system when all the money is being stolen. Industry is expensive. Financing industry is not easy. It means you have so many Kenyans who are having companies which are doing a lot of work, and authentic work, not tenderpreneur, authentic work. Like what America does, unakuta like NVIDIA is doing serious work. SpaceX is doing serious work, and people are going there to offer knowledge. So in Kenya, you you could be willing to offer knowledge, but where do you offer it? That is the problem. So, Bwana Kareta, no, Calvin, we can't use one person to discredit everything. Ni sawa Ruto ni mbaya, but haimaanishi all our PhD graduates are fake. I have interacted with many PhD graduates who have gone through the Kenyan system, and I can tell you, I have worked with wonderful consultants. I have worked with many engineers who have mentored, even in the industries, who have mentored me. Dr. Zabron Onge of University of Nairobi. I did a dam with him. Excellent guy. Dr. Philip Diba. I did a water supply system with him. They are serious people. They are serious people. So, and actually, we were occasionally looking for those people to offer to offer expertise. So those people are not serious. They are not useless as you want to say. I can tell you, haiwezekani sababu Ruto amepewa PhD, then tunasema PhD zote za Kenya ni mbaya. I will not agree with that one, because I have worked with PhD holders who are Kenyan trained, and they have really done serious job. Acacia. So inaonekana Rachel na Acacia ni kama wameanzana. No, I'm just laughing at the comment section. I can see Calvin is really hurt by, everybody is hurt by Ruto doctorate, by the way, but it doesn't mean that. I know your PhD ya Ruto inaumanga watu sana. Yeah, for real. Yeah, some of us, we wanted to do a PhD without any other work for 4 years. So yeah, wengine wanaipata tu kwa streets too. I know it hurts people, especially people who have feared time, but it's a corrupt system. So what do? Unapewa tu. I'm yet to see, like, if it was like a president, si hata watu kama kina Donald Trump hapa Marekani wangekuwa shapewa PhD if they were Kenyans. Hata honorary yenyewe hapa Marekani huwezi pewa hivi hivi. This one which we call honorary, because they want people to get what they deserve. So how many people? Nasikia mtu kama Obama ni vile already attained his PhD when he was in Harvard Law School. Alikuwa na kitu inaitwa JD, Juris Doctor, Juris, JURIS, Juris Doctor, ile ambayo hiyo ni PhD ya watu wa law, inaitangwa Juris Doctor, ile ambayo unamaliza undergraduate straight to doctorate. Yeah, Obama alikuwa na hiyo, and that's why he was a professor. Yeah, he got a Juris Doctor. Yeah, away from that. So msimamo, kwa nini uingie kwa show basi? Unanishautia tu itoshe ukiwa nje. Mbona usiingie hapo ukuje uniambie itoshe ukiwa hapa? Sawa. Ati Ola hadi Sara anaringa ati anasema ati my digression was good, ati imeturudisha back to Kasongo. Hi. People hate Kasongo. Unaona sasa Kasongo amefanya mpaka watu wanachukia hata mtu yote amegraduate Kenya. It's a big problem, by the way. Tafadhali, let's not hate Kenyan professionals. Yeah, let's not hate Kenyan professionals because of stupidity of one or two people. Yes, we understand there are those people who have been given degrees the wrong way, but we cannot rubbish people who have struggled. I have friends of mine who are still struggling with their PhDs in Kenya for 5-6 years. Sasa mtu kama huyo akigraduate nitaanzia kumwambia it is a fake. They are struggling collecting data daily. It will be an insult kuambia mtu kama huyo and spending a lot of money. Lakini kuna mwingine anapewa yake akiwa juu ya gari. Sasa so Merwanina anasema profession in Kenya has been degraded. I don't know. So anyway, hiyo mtatuelezea because I believe kuna watu wanafanya mambo Kenya wengi. And in any case, I think the problem is the employer. Sasa zingine unajua pia employer ndiye ana set targets and the standards which. So I think the Kenyan employer is also supposed to set standards and work productivity of one human being. So kama sasa hatuwezi set work productivity for a human being. Mtu tu ataenda tu kwa ofisi tu kuhangisha koti hapo. Kama hapa Marekani naonanga yani kuna kitu wanaita work peace. Within 3 hours kuna ile kazi ukuwe lazima umefanya. Yeah, work peace. So if we cannot be able to design work peace, sasa tutafanya aje? So the problem is not Kenyans. So saa zingine Mkenya anaweza kuwa kuna hiyo energy ya kufanya kazi, lakini akiingia kazi hakuna kitu ya kufanya. The only thing they can do, because naye pia bosi wake ajui hata ile kazi anafanya. There was an interview which was done ati kuna watu wako kwa ofisi Kenya and actually they don't understand what they do. They don't know what they do. They don't understand their work. Huyo mtu ukimwambia taelezea anafanyanga nini, they can't explain. Na huyo mtu ni mkubwa ya mtu and he doesn't know what he does. It is something which was it was very corrosive by the way, Mama Mary, ati mtu ajui kazi yake na huyo mtu ako na watu chini yake na yeye mwenyewe ajui kile anafaa kufanya na she is a boss to 1 or 2 people. So hawa watu ambao and maybe these bosses or even some interns they are fresh graduates. So mimi sijui ile kazi nafanya, nikipewa mtu ni supervise, where will I start? Na already mimi hata job sijui. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. The only thing they know ni kuangisha koti pale, sijui nini, kupiga simu, wewe sijui niletee 50,000 what sijui nini, tuende night out wapi? Hakuna night out. Sijui like some of my friends who work in water ni and quarters ya nini? And quarters ya Makueni. So this is what I heard like happens in Kenya, Mama Mary, which is if you go to work a place which is 70 kilometers away from the main office, you are entitled to a per diem. So hawa majamaa kwa ofisi ile kitu wanafanya, wana design ile kazi ambayo wanajua it will be away, it will be at a point which is 70 kilometers from the office. So that is how work is designed. So yeye kazi yake ana make sure ako 70 kilometers away from office, hata kama huko hakuna kazi, na pengine there is a shorter place he can go to work, but hapo hawezi enda sababu hakuna per diem. That is the morality of Kenyans. Saa zingine Wakenya wengine anataka kuenda London juu huko atawekwa per diem kubwa. A story was shared to me. Mama Mary, hii nayo nitakwambia bwana. Hii nitawaambia, alafu sasa Mama Mary nikuruhusu uongee, sijui. Mama Mary, can you give me 2 minutes ama unataka kuingia kwa kazi? Nisimalize time yako. Hii kitu sababu niliambiwa na mzungu and I felt very embarrassed. Mama Mary, are you there?
I'm here, Njiro. I'm about to get in. Can I say a few words? Then you can continue. Pole, and thank you so much. Na wasalimu wote, Njiro, comment section, na Wakenya wetu. Njiro, unaongea kitu very important, kwa sababu Kenya, watu hawaandikwi kwa sababu ya merit, wanaandikwa kwa sababu ya kujulikana ama pesa. And you know, when we go to these interviews, we have to be very serious when we are interviewing people so that we don't let ourselves down. Ile mambo yote unakuta huko ni ile inahusu hiyo kazi, that particular job. But you'll see there is a very qualified person ambaye anakuwa very much let down. Amekuja hapo kwa sababu ametembea, ameenda, ameona wacha nijaribu hii chance nione kama nitapata kazi. Huyo mtu ako na kila kitu muhimu, all it takes for that job. Unarudi unaona huyo mtoto ama huyo kijana anarudi nyumbani akiwa na roho iko chini sana, because he was very hopeful ati hiyo kazi labda atapata. Ako na qualifications. Unasikia mtu anaingia kwa interview ati anaambiwa you are overqualified. Kwa sababu gani? Because they really know who they are taking. Yule mtu ambaye already wameongea wanataka kuchukua, wanajua ni nani. Unaambiwa you are overqualified. Unashindwa. See, I am the one who needed to be on that job, really. Kwa sababu overqualification, it doesn't mean that I'm asking for more money. I'm asking just that chance to get into work. Then I can exhibit what I know. Lakini ananyimwa chance kabisa. So what I'm trying to say is, Kenya imekuwa pahali ni ukiwa huna pesa huwezi pata chance. Kwa hivyo hata maskini, tuseme watu wa chini, huenda akashika ng'ombe yake ile anawapatiaga maziwa auze ndio mtoto wake apate hiyo chance. Sasa unaona, it is not that the boy or the lady or the girl is qualified for that job. Pesa ndio imefanya awe qualified. Na mzazi huko amebaki na nini bila hakupata chochote. Well, mtoto amepata kazi, ng'ombe imeenda. But the child ambaye anaenda kazi doesn't know the job. Maybe coincidentally ama kwa bahati mbaya afanye makosa kwa sababu hiyo kazi haijui kabisa, afutwe kazi for the sake of ati amefanya makosa hapa, angeandika hivi, ama hakuelewa zaidi how to deal with that problem which came to his office, anafutwa kazi. You see, unapoteza ng'ombe na unapoteza kazi. Hao watu wataenda wapi? Wataelekea wapi? So what I'm trying to say is, when somebody is qualified for that job, give that person a chance. Yule hajakuwa qualified, in fact hata kulaumu, anajua ukweli wa mambo, mimi sikuwa nimepita. Kuna wengine ambao wamekuja, hata unasikia tu, yeah, let me give them that chance. That is the person I am. Mimi siwezi kukimbilia kazi ati kwa sababu nimesikia imetangazwa. Lazima niangalie kiwango changu, nijue, am I really qualified for this job? Because there could be some other people who are more qualified than me. Why should I have to go and shame myself? Lakini sasa ikiwa ati wakubwa huko already wameongea, wamejua ni nani watachukua, mtu ambaye haja qualify, this is why you see Kenya is going down. That is why you see Kenya will never rise with those kind of people, because they are not professional. They are not. Na kama ni professional, we want to see their work so that we can understand who they are. Lakini hakuna. Kuna watu walikuwa wanasema mimi niko na certificate ya Matiang'i. Wengine wanasema mimi niko na certificate sijui ule that time of when the examination were being stolen. Compare those two people. Unasikia mtu wa Matiang'i alisoma from A to Z. Hawa wengine ni wale walikuwa wanaibiwa mtihani, wanaletewa, wanaandika hapo inaenda, anapata A from nowhere. Hata kichwa yake haikufanya kazi, haikujua ni nini alisema. Saa hiyo kama ungeita huyo mtoto umuulize maswali yale walikuwa wameulizwa, you'll be zero answer. So why are we denying professionals or people who are educated their chances of work? We need to think twice. Na ukiona inchi inaendelea, ukiona inchi ina develop, is because we have got qualified engineers, qualified doctors, qualified architectures. That is how the country can rise. Na hakuna mtu atakuwa na uadui na mtu amesomea kitu yake to the most. Hakuna mtu atakuwa na uadui ama awe na what do I say? Awe na mafikira mabaya kwa huyo mtu. We want those qualified people so that they can do the work for us. We see our Kenya going, mambo inaenda vizuri, si kuwa ati watu wanakuwa wazembe. As Njiro, you have said, we have got people who are professionals in the office, but they are being supervised by people who have nothing in their mind. Wakiulizwa swali na huyo professional, they will not be able to answer, but they are their supervisor. Kwa sababu gani? Because you come from where? That is ridiculous. That means now killing education slowly by slowly, kwa sababu watu wataona hata nikisoma, I'll be told I'm overqualified, sitapata kazi. So I better just reach here and start tamaking, looking for a job. Lakini watu wanataka kusoma. People want to be proud of themselves. They want to use their brain to get where they wanted it to be. Kwa hivyo mimi, hiyo kitu ambayo unaongea habari yake Njiru, habari ya education, it's something that I take it very seriously. Very seriously. And I want everybody to go to school, educate themselves, get the best profession that you really want, and that we can use you to guide us where we cannot. Mimi siwezi kukaa pale nichore nyumba, but an architectural student from university or professionally qualified for that will draw a house for me. We will do all those architectural things for me, and I will be proud of it. Nitachukua nikiwa na furaha sana. I have somebody. Nitamuintroduce kwa wengine awachore. So this is the thing that we have to be proud of. Watu wetu wawe wako na ujuzi wa kujua mambo ambayo tunataka iendeshe nchi yetu mbele. That is how we grow. Hatuwezi kuwa wote rika moja, hatuwezi kuwa wote same level. We need some people who are higher, middle, and last. And it will ever be like that. Hakuna siku tutakuwa level moja. But we are trying to put people down. Those people who have cultivated, worked hard for their education. We are putting them down. And it's Njiro, sorry to make you go maybe, but I'm heading to work. Nitakuachia usukani, rudi kwa meza yako tafadhali. Watu wasilaumu mtu ambaye anaongoza the forum. Njiro, rudi kwa kiti tafadhali. I'm going in. Thank you.
What Mama Mary for that. Yeah, I think you have said a lot which was in my mouth, and I acknowledge that. So Mama Mary, wacha nikupe story as you leave. I was told we were somewhere in a gathering two weeks ago. Nilipewa story mpaka I was so embarrassed. So that story was being told by a lady who works for a very serious she's a near watu wanatengeneza. So like she doesn't necessarily make softwares, but she works with a software company. So she is a manager huko. So she works in Texas, and she gave me a story of how she kampuni yao. I'm sharing it because it's a very pathetic story. I was embarrassed to be a Kenyan. Na unajua it is so, na huyu mama aliamua kunipea hiyo story. Atakasema ile tu hey, how are you? Hey, my name is Njiru. I'm from Kenya. Oh, wow. So then that's alinikaribisha na hiyo story. Hey, the way now we have been the way we hear about stories about Kenya. Now there is this delegation which is coming from Kenya, but I had to explain to her what happened. So nikamwambia pole, nikamwambia nchi yetu sio hivyo. Ni wale watu wanapanga. So akatuambia, so we have been told there is a I'm trying to explain to you. So akaniambia we have now received hey, na mnaniharakisha. Lazima story jipange. So anyway, let me go straight to the point. Yenyewe mtaki story. So huyu mama akaniambia now she was sensitized that they are receiving a delegation from Kenya and they are supposed to train those people about softwares. So there were a number of softwares which those Kenyans are supposed to be introduced. So first of all, to their surprise, wale watu waliletwa walikuwa ni wazee. I'm not saying that wazee hawafai kutrainiwa, but she was telling me they were guys of between 55 and 65 years. 55 and 65 years. And you know, you cannot just be brought from Nairobi to the US for training about software if you are not like kama hata Kenya uguzi software. So Kenya lazima kuna zile softwares unaguza. So to cut the long story short, sababu Mbudi anataka kuniambia. So mama ako pale mbele wanajaribu kufunza hao watu, ati anasikia mzee anasema my keyboard doesn't have an N. Mama Mary, are you there? Mama Mary, are you there? Ama umeenda? So those are our people ambao wameletwa na serikali hapa. Ati jamaa anashauti anasema ati keyboard yake haina N. So to cut the long story short, the guys who had been brought for software training, they had no proper information about a computer back from our home, and they had sasa how ndio wale watu sasa wanatumwa wa Kenya to as magurus wa Kenya because but this is what happened, and I even told that lady, saa zingine kukitokezea trip kama hizo wakubwa wanapanga anyone who they are close to them or what they could even, and nikamwambia mama there is a possibility hata hao watu waliletwa for those computer training in your farm they are actually not working for that company. Hawa ni relative wa wakubwa Kenya. Nikamwambia it is something which works, it is that's how sometimes we do these things, but it's not a good thing. So it was that bad. It was that bad. It was that bad. So I think tunaibisha taifa yetu. Mtu anasikia Mkenya ameshinda Boston Marathon. Mzungu anasikia Wakenya wameshinda Boston Marathon. Wakenya wanachukuliwa very serious. Then alafu sasa unakuja unasikia sasa kitu wale Wakenya ambao wanafanywa training ya computer Marekani bwana. Hata keyboard wajui inakaa aje. So you put the two conjunctions together, you cannot even understand. So Budi, that is what happened. No, Budi, it might not be a story, but I was so shocked the way you are bringing somebody to America with no clue of what they do, and you are now forwarding them to the US guys and saying that these are Kenyan experts who you want them to be sharpened more and to be shown now some cutting edge softwares which can actually be bought here and wakatumia Kenya. And they actually don't even understand the basic routine. So Kalisa anasema wa aibu gani? Si hata wangepeleka. No, they will not take engineers because unajua it's an advantage to travel to the US. So kama ni mkubwa anaokota tu anyone. Aya, Budi amesema it's not a story, so I will not continue saying it. Yeah. Unajua hata Budi hata yeye mwenyewe ananikasirikianga. Saa zingine ananikasiria. So Budi, these are some of the things which we transfer to each other. So wewe ushanifunza kukasirika, so nimekasirika. So wacha niweke hawa majenzi. Sitapeana story tena. Wacha niwekee Budi chama yake ya furahi. Hawa ni mashabiki kwa DCP.
Fellow Kenyans, honorable members, DCP, Caesar ground. Fellow Kenyans, honorable members present here today, we have gathered here to celebrate 1 year since the inception of our party, DCP. The Youth League have convened this meeting to celebrate 1 year since we started this political party, the DCP, under the leadership of His Excellency, the People's President, Rigathi Gachagua. Today, we converge here to show our support and our unity and our oneness for the support and for the full recognition of our party leader and full recognition of DCP in Nakuru County and also in all of Kenya. We honorable members here who has gathered here, we are here as MCAs. We have MCAs aspirants from all across Nakuru County. We have also governor representative, a governor aspirant who is also here with us. And we also have senator representative also as an aspirant here. We also have the women rep who is also among us here. They have come at least to be able to listen to what we fight for. We are also represented by the PWD here, led by J.M. Bogwa, who is also here with us, putting a lot of pressure for the recognition of the...
By the way, just to talk to Budi, by the way, do you know Budi, Ann, Acacia, Rachel, whoever is here, don't be amused. Do you know that the World Cup is starting in 2 weeks' time? And Kenya is not participating in the World Cup. Do you know that there is a possibility that Kenya itatuma delegation for the World Cup? Wait and see. You will be amused. Utasikia kuna watu wako World Cup wametumwa na serikali ya Kenya. You will prove me wrong. I am 85% sure Kenya is sending a delegation to the World Cup. In an event where we are not even participating, they will send. Ati na Watambua amekuja kubenchmark how to participate in a World Cup. They will. What's wrong with that? Hey, Nabudi Leo, what's up? Ni sawa.
People living.
How do you send people in an event which you are not participating? But anyway, watch a DCP on
with the disability across Kenya and across our country. Today in our meeting, we had a very short meeting, very brief, very cumulative, and also with very concrete resolution. And this is what we have said, that we are in DCP to stay, and we are in DCP to stay in, and nobody is wishing, nobody has made any decision to leave DCP as a party. The only thing that we have said, and we have made a resolution, that we recognize each and every people's opinion, people's aspiration, because in a political space, we want to be given a chance, we want to be given a space, everybody to exercise his right on decision to support a party. And that is why we are gathered here to say that we are supporting the DCP party, both at the county level and also at the ward level. The reason why we have gathered here today, we have said it is for the celebration of 1 year since the inception of DCP. And on top of that, we have felt that there is some, we say there's some discrimination amongst the youths. We are not seeing the presence of the youth, especially at the DCP office at the Nakuru County level, because sometimes we don't get communication. The youths are not giving us communication because also they are in the dark, because some of them, they were appointed by the party leader through the support of we as aspirant, and also especially the young aspirant. We have the people, we have young officials like Jackson Jai, we have Janet Mukenya, we have Isaac Rich. All of those are the youth representative, giving the hope for the youth. But we are not listening, we are not getting communication from them, maybe on the party progress. We are just on the dark. And that is why the youth, most of the people who are here aspirants are the youths. And that is why they have planned themselves to fight for these political seats, because they have ability, they have the passion, and they have the will to lead the people of Nakuru County so that Nakuru County can be great. And
I was advised mgeni akiingia kama mgeni wa heshima Bwana Erex Mbudi ambaye ananigonga kule kwa comment section, nasimamisha kile kitu kwanza inaendelea, sababu kuna uwezekano mgeni apendi kile kinaendelea. So mgeni karibu, na ujue mgeni ni mto. Bwana Mbudi karibu, ujue uliza bibi mgeni ni mto inamaanisha aje?
Wewe jana uliamua na Tom PK kutuambia kuwa mnataka tu partial constitutional mutilation. Hii maneno ingine yetu sisi we are nini. But dear, let me ask you honestly, why are you playing this clip? Are you trying to mudslide DCP? First of all, kijana hajui Kizungu. Secondly, he's not speaking for DCP. Thirdly, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Do you think that is the kind of leadership that Gachagua will subscribe to?
I'm not saying that is the kind of... What you think is that we can play a video and we can make the judgment, because
why would you take the worst of the worst to, like, obviously?
I'm not taking the worst. Wamevaa makofia za DCP.
No, those people are masquerading. I don't think anybody speaking there for our party and DCP. That guy doesn't, I don't even know if he's speaking English. Trust me, this guy is an embarrassment to my party. Trust me. If you really listen to what he's saying, I don't think Gachagua, where he has reached and the kind of party he wants, to be part and parcel of our democracy, can subscribe to such political tenant. I mean, that's a low belt for you to just air something like that. I mean, afadhali tu ngeniekea Kasmuel ama Aroli tu hapo tu nisikize tu. I mean, at least ningeenjoy Kizungu yake kuliko the facts. But the guy has no facts, but at the same time I can't enjoy Kizungu yake. Let me tell you, this idea of vile tulikuwa before, we take anything because it is aligned to DCP, and because they found themselves somewhere and they recorded themselves with a phone. And them, I mean, is that how DCP is celebrating 1 year? Anyway, I don't want party yangu ionekane the way unataka ionekane.
No, I did not do that with bad intention. Mimi nimeona watu wamevaa nguo za DCP nikasema hawa ni wakereketwa bana.
I think Kip is very right, and then unakuanga psychopath. Anything ya DCP unaweka tu.
No, and do you know that
is always right? Poor. Uja Mouse pongea ya DCP na is not excited. Mama Mary was speaking na her own good facts, ukatoka ukaenda. Only to come back unatuwekea hii.
No, of course I listened to Mama Mary when she was just emphasizing on
you did not listen to her. Even when she came, she had told you she's going to work. You came back, you started acting like you. She told you, mi wacha niende, nikuacha kwa nyumba yako, naingia kazi. You came and started saying, na kuuliza hii swali, Mama Mary, how can you ask somebody already wamekuambia nimeingia kazi?
Hey, Budi, ni kutumwa umetumwa ama ni nini bwana?
You just make these shows sometimes look like a joke. Like on a serious level, wacha hiyo mchezo. Kama una time ya kukua kwa show, wewe funga tu.
No, it's not that I didn't have time. Hata wewe unajua occasionally mtu anatoka kidogo. So anyway,
it's okay. We need to have 2 hours of seriousness. Hata kama tunafunga tena tunafungua. When you are 2 in the show, don't leave the other person and go. Trust me. That's a big joke. Take it to the bank. Njiru, you know sometimes you joke so much. When you are 2 in the show, there's nothing urgent. You know, Mama Mary left there unceremonious. That is not her. We have to put things in order.
I'm a person who
Thank you. Thank you for listening. When you are 2, don't leave. Just keep. Like right now, if you leave, I leave. There's no need for me staying here talking to myself. Because I'm not sure if there's anybody listening to me. At least when you're here, I'm 100% sure you're listening to me.
Alafu, you need to confirm to me why you told me that is not a story. Nienda nikaambia Bashoshi story. Why did you dismiss my heavy story, which somebody said with a lot of concern about our country?
They are the people who are surprised. Those are things we have seen. The Minister for Youth in Kisii County was 82 years old sometimes back. And he was there for 3 years. So is that something to tell me Mutu 65? That's a toddler. That's a teenager to me. If our Minister for Youth and Sport in Kisii was 82, that's ukiniambia 55. Hiyo ni story. That's a teenager in Kisii.
No, I was saying like, they can be of that age, but
if Oburu is a youth leader and even people just make jokes in a national prayer breakfast, you know.
So like, she was a very esteemed person who could not believe like, is that what Kenya is like? Unajua alitumiwa.
Doesn't matter if they are esteemed or not. Welcome to Kenya. Whether you are a king or queen, what happens in Kenya happens in Kenya. There's a lot of things that happen. And we have had. You remember a couple of years ago, our Minister for Sport, when that scandal, was it Olympic or what? We had one of the biggest scandals of millions of money, where people actually went there, lived in hotels, but the participants were paid nothing at all. They did not even have a place to sleep. Okay? Do you remember that?
Brazil.
You remember that? So if that happened,
Olympic in Brazil.
Yeah, if that happened in Giro, you know, sometimes you fall short of looking back at history of the things that have happened. So that if somebody is surprised, so ingine unamuonyesha, this is Kenya. Welcome to Kenya. Hello. Anyway, leave that aside. I think today was a big embarrassment to the Oburu-led ODM. I think they underrated Sifuna. They did not consult Anyang' Nyong'o. They ignored Orengo's advice. And now whatever is happening to them is just so embarrassing. I'm glad Mwananchi Stone PK is doing well. I mean, as we said yesterday, let's see the real versus fake ODM. I think they delivered. If I was Kalonzo, I should be very scared, because I think, as we said, people are getting tired. They are fatigued people are looking for an alternative. Especially Mlolongo, I was happy, to see if this is what the people want, then let it be. We are not going to sit back. We are not going to sit back only to wait for lazy politicians to dictate and wait them to be handed power because of the boardrooms. Nimeona hiyo timu yake imeenda huko, they've made Kenya, a little bit more exciting. Njiru StreamYard yako is just giving me a problem. I have to get out and come. My StreamYard is saying that I'm getting disconnected.
No, but we are hearing you.
No, but it's giving me a message here openly. The message has come here on my StreamYard that you need to log out and in.
Wow, I didn't know that many people are being told that, but anyway, we will wait for him. So maybe what we need to audit is this Reading Ground. They said they are returning back to the original ODM because I think themselves, they had analyzed that they had lost a lot of ground. So ile swali tunafaa kujiuliza, even after returning to be the original ODM, is the ground still listening? Because I've seen very many UDA bloggers are saying now ODM is back. That's what they are saying. ODM is back. ODM is back. So Helen Watroy anasema leadership is not about excitement. It's about results. So I think for me, I would take both. Leadership is excitement and results. So, Madam Helen Watroy, can you explain for me the results which you want? It's not about excitement, it's the result. Because for me, I believe a good leadership also brings excitement. Because if leadership kuna result, you feel excited. So, kuna vile hapo unanikanganya kidogo. If somebody is working good, you are happy. Let's assume, would I not be excited if Shah is working? Somebody is not trying to bring Ebola to my country. Somebody is not shooting people in the leg. Will I not be excited? So, Helen Watroy ananiambia excitement wins crowds, results builds countries. Wow. So, at least you have amplified it more. But I still believe you need excitement. Yeah, politics needs excitement to some place. That's why unasikia watu excitement ndio vibe. That's why you see like if you look at people in Sifuna yard, they look excited, they look rated, they look as if they understand what they are doing. Then ile pande ingine hakuna kitu. So that is the argument.
You can never see results without excitement. Mwenye anaongea hivyo, don't even answer them. My friend, it starts with excitement, whether you like it or not. That's the bottom line. If you don't like excitement, go get your results without excitement. Politics is a game of persuasion. You have to be excited, whether you are inwardly excited or outwardly excited. There is no politician who does not excite a crowd that will give us a what? Even Rigji, a person that we never liked, excites us whenever ana gonga Ruto. And that is how he has come to the place he is today. Even the people who hate Rigji get excited. And you have seen in this platform, wakieka kofia ya DCP after wamekuwa excited. Juzi ukukua hapa, mtu alikuwa na Jubilee full blast. After excitement, akaeka DCP full blast. That's called excitement. So excitement is part and parcel of the political process, especially where there are rallies. That is how it translates now. Now, the question she should have told us is, let's not stop at the excitement. Can we translate it to results? Then I can have a conversation. But arbitrarily saying excitement, we want results. How do you get results without exciting people to come out? How? Tell me. In politics, there is no artificial insemination.
Yeah, that's why I was at least confused with that statement. And I think we have to agree that, and that's why you see, like, there are two ways. You can either excite or polarize. There are two things which work in the same way, but in opposite direction. So there is that guy who will say, I will not excite people. What I will do, I will use the path of polarization. So what is polarization? Huyu mtu anafanya hivi. Huyu mtu anafanya hivi. Huyu, like, you know that Buddha, they are the same things which work the same way, but they are in the different axes. Polarization and excitement. So you can choose whichever you want. There are those who are good in polarizing people. There are those who are good in exciting people. But at the end of the day, it's bringing people together. So that now people can have an agenda. We can now say, right now, somebody like Gachagua is getting a platform to give an agenda because somehow there is some excitement in his front. So watu wanakuja unasikia ukimuuliza wewe kiongozi unatakaje? But Budi, if people are not excited with you, wanaweza anza hata kukuuliza kiongozi unatakaje? Ama uko na mtu mmoja.
You see, we are not saying that excitement should be the agenda, but it has to be there, whether you like it or not, whether you are a person who gets excited or not. That is how people mobilize each other for a cause. And the excitement does not mean being happy. You can be excited by being angry together. Like right now, for a very long time, we used to be excited by being angry with Ruto. So, I mean, and that is what Kenyans are right now. When you look at people in those rallies and you hear Mimi ndio Sifuna, Sisi ndio Sifuna, they are not really calling Sifuna's name. They are saying, we are not going to agree what is going on in this country. We need change. And the more they see more people who resonate with what they internally think, then they build a momentum. So if you arbitrarily take excitement as maybe your personal excitement, then I think you're missing the point. It's not a personal excitement. And that is why I'm saying Kenyans have hope right now, a thin hope. You see, Njiru, when you are in a wall, na kwa hiyo wall upate kuna shimo, unaangalia, your eye can only see and perceive proportionally to the crack in that hole. And that is what I think maybe Linda Mwananchi is giving these young people, the excitement. And you cannot lie. These young people are very excited. I don't see them excited in another place, but you see them in this Linda Mwananchi. From Busia, I saw that. From Kakamega, I saw that. In Kitengela, I saw that. In Nakuru, I saw that. In Mombasa, I saw that. Now, today in Machakos, I have seen. It's a consistent pattern among these young people that and I think that is how their politics is built. Unaelewa? So, for me, I'm happy they are excited and I'm happy they are getting involved and they hear their message that they want to hear. But we are saying it should not stop at that. Unaelewa? But Sifuna had a good message in regard to how they perceive it. Onyonka spoke very well. Babu Owino also spoke very well. I don't subscribe to his politics, but you know, when somebody is given a podium, they know what they need to speak at that particular time to that people. They spoke very well, and I think they shook the country again at large. So if they continue, not on interval, you know, this intermittent rallies, they just deflate me. I think they need to ponder them. Unajua mtu kama Gachagua, I don't know if you have noticed, Gachagua doesn't rest in terms of attacks. He has never really rested. Alienda 1 week peke yake akasema, no, I gotta go back. And as soon as he landed, already you saw what has happened. So what I'm saying is, I think maybe vis-a-vis ukiona what happened in Kisumu and what happened in Machakos, I guess now the drawing board, the judgment is very clear. And I think I like how also Anyang' Nyong'o was able to look at Oburu on the face and speak to him right on his face, you know. And to me, it is not the best of the ways, but if that is how it has to be, let it be. The question now remains, and this is where I am very confused. Is Sifuna and Babu Owino fighting to remain in the ODM? Because I think that the problem is, for me, if that is all they fought for, to remain in ODM, I'm not sure if the people are willing for Sifuna to take over ODM or to go to another party. So I think they should start now having a conversation, what next in regard to, because I think ODM is the thing of the past, just like, you know, the party Kibaki ran for, ikaenda chini, Uhuru ran for, ikaenda chini, Raila has ran in many other parties, ikaenda chini. So I think they need a new formation. And that is the conversation now that they must have. I don't know if they are waiting for the right time so that they can form a coalition or what, but I think for them, they also need to form a place of what? Remember in 2002, when Raila and the rest of the people came from Kanu, they had to form the LDP quickly so that they can have conversation with the then Social Democratic Party and the DP, which formed the new alliance, the Rainbow Coalition. So I'm not sure completely if which outfit they are going to use in terms of negotiation. So that's all I can say.
Let me ask you a question in regard to what your party leader said today in the church about the Ebola thing. Was he able to explain the issue well and what is happening, or do you think he was able to drive the story right to where Kenyans can be able to understand it, where he reached to a level whereby he was somehow even talking to America in the same speech? And do you think if America listened, or is the vitu hapatangi?
You see, the whole issue is if or not. The whole issue, the plane already landed. And I'm still don't understand how the whole... Yeah, I don't see how we could be sleeping in a country like Kenya when already 2 planes with Ebola is already landed in the country. I don't see how my legislature should explain that to me. I don't know how my party should continue explaining that to me. I think if there was to be a maandamano and saying enough is enough, this was the time. I mean, imagine of all those things. I mean, imagine. introducing Ebola to Kenya, a country with no Ebola cases at all. I saw another documentary from West Africa, and this lady started, imagine a country with no Ebola case completely. Imagine a country, ABCD, but that country now is willing, because of money, to allow Ebola cases in that country because the president wants money from the US. I think whatever Gachagua will say or any leader will say, will not make any sense. The sad part is 2 planes have landed. They are in Laikipia. Ebola will be introduced to our country. It will be part and parcel of us now, something that we never had. We don't know the effect that it will have to us, but it is sad that it happened while we were looking, and Ruto did it, and everybody supported him, and they did nothing. It is the saddest thing to see for me. I don't know which leader will be able to convince me that they did enough to stop it. For me, once I saw the primetime TV news say that it is landed, they are here, and we have no control of that facility. And again, it is a no man's land. It is not part of Kenya.
So at that level, how can you rescue? So let's assume like in a nation whereby like the citizens, Gachagua said they will do a rally to protest. They will do a rally to give Laikipia people an opportunity to do public participation. Can that one be enough to make the reconsideration from the country which wanted to set up those things? Are they listening to people? Ama some things are beyond the people. Ama kuna watu wakiamua ameamua, hakuna kitu unaweza fanya hata mulie. Okay, I can see. Budi amepotea kidogo, so leo hatujasikiliza Kalonzo. I don't know why. Kalonzo, wacha niweke Maisha TV. Aka kasichana ketu kanaitwa Chebet. Wacha niweke Chebet kidogo atuongeleshe. Chebet, ni Chebet ama ni Chepet?
Bora Ruto apewe pesa, anaweza kutuuza sisi wote kwa shetani mwenyewe.
Kokoto the lands, the ink is barely dry, and what happens next?
Umerudi, ni sawa. Go ahead. Bora Ruto apewe pesa, anaweza tuuza kwa shetani mwenyewe. React, Bwana Budi.
That is why I said here before, look, number one priority is just to get Ruto out. I mean, and I concur what Sifuna has consistently said. Removing Ruto has solved 80% of all our problems. The 20%, whether they remain or not, we will not die. I totally agree with that. That Ruto has gone to the extent that he has become a deity. And you know, remember the GMO issue, how he responded. You know, arbitrarily lying to us, ninakula GMO, sijawahi kuwa mgonjwa, nafanya. I don't know if you remember that statement.
Yeah, of course.
Remember how he was justifying
kitu ambayo inakulwa na kila mtu.
Yeah, imagine how he was justifying GMO and us killing the indigenous seeds and plants. Yeah, and he was taking it as if he's eating Kentucky chicken, why should all Kenyans not eat? And that's the attitude that Ruto has. And I don't know why our fate is under one man who honestly is not in his right mind. I mean, of all things, who thought that, you know, I don't know if it's true. I listened to this clip and I did not finish listening to it because I realized my anger was boiling. That actually the person that called Marco Rubio, because Marco Rubio was explaining, I don't know if it was AI or it was not AI. Marco Rubio said, it's the president of Kenya who called us. He said, we can do this. Not even the Americans who wanted that help. It is the Kenyan government that called.
You know, Ruto saw an opportunity where he can be able to convince America.
Yeah, but how bad can that be? You know, when you are asked, you can say, okay, let me do it. But how do you dare even say, you know what? This Ebola thing can make money for me. Like Njiru too. So, removing Ruto is our number one priority. And if we knew that, I think even us, we could do anything to remove him. The same way he can do anything to get money. So, vice versa is right. We can do anything to remove him. It doesn't matter. And vice versa, he can do anything to sell everything for Kenya. So then I think in that case, it's unreasonable for us to think the impossible to remove Ruto. Now, that gives us the right to do anything it takes to get that guy out. You see, I don't know. I mean, if you look at the history of the biological weapons, Njiru, look at, I was listening to a certain, a couple of years ago, I was listening to a certain documentary of how the French, I don't know if you have ever listened to that, because I was watching Steel, Germs, and have you read that book, Steel, Germs, and Guns? Have you ever read that book? It's a very complicated book. And
no,
how
you can paraphrase for us.
Yeah, about how Western civilization, the three things defines the Western civilization: steel, germs, and guns. And when they came to germs, and you see, like before, the issue of malaria was never part and parcel of our culture. So when the introduction of malaria came to Kenya, you know, it was induced to us by the Western culture, by the way. So, and the person was just explaining in them. And the issue of diseases and biological war that is being muted against Africans, its epitome came in the 80s when the French laboratories intentionally infused the HIV to thousands of Libyans. I don't know if you know that story. And there was a conversation in Nairobi. Yeah, and there was a conversation when Obama was seeking his first term in the presidency. There was this pastor who said, "God damn America." Pastor, was it Pastor Wright or who Obama used to go to? He went to the Books Club, Washington Book Club, and he actually, without fear of contradiction, say, you introduced HIV and AIDS to sub-Saharan Africa because you had an intention of ABCD, and you actually had a medication, but you were slow to do this because of 1973 charter, which was a foreign policy that the US took. It's the NSS, National Security, 1974, when Henry Kissinger was the state secretary, and they were talking of the issue. They were talking about the issue of the most evil man. Yeah, they were talking about the issue of depopulating Africa, more especially Nigeria, because of the population growth.
Of course, and that depopulation agenda cannot be stopped because Africa is growing astronomically. There is no way in which they will not try to attempt to depopulate Africa. So, and that is what actually Mbudi, if Africa doesn't get right leaders, Africa will become a collateral damage.
It is already. There is a very interesting academia conversation that was started by this Cameroonian guy called Achille Bemba. He introduced a specific line of faculty whereby they were talking about labor as an economic factor, but also as human population being used as a political tool. And you know, between wealth and poverty, labor is a tool. Now, he introduced some 3 words that obviously are part and parcel of what we see today. For instance, the necropolitics, biopolitics, and biopower, using population as a tool of political power and also power manipulating to decide who lives and who does what, who dies. Unaelewa? And how these things have been introduced towards the power center. And if you look at the issue of COVID, now as it comes out, COVID was not a natural disaster. It was an artificial disaster that was meant for something. You see, and from this government to this government, the blame game that comes out, it is almost certain that, you know what, there was something about it. That even this guy that we respected, what was his name? This guy who was the disease in White House. This guy, Fauci. Fauci has so many complicated issues to answer because of COVID itself. Whether it's political or not, but at this point, I believe that there's something fishy. There's something fishy. So it's the issue of Ebola for me, and I think this one you may not agree with me, the whole issue of American policy of this health agreement strategy that Trump has signed with the 20 countries whereby we give our health records. I don't know why. I don't understand it's for what. Unaelewa? And I don't know why it's being forced on African countries. I don't know why he wants our health records. But obviously, I don't think there is anything America does without an interest. And now that they want to seal that place and only access can be given to them, and it's a military base, and it's their military base, but that is on us, raises more questions than answers. Unaelewa? So, and Ruto, knowing how the world powers are working, is ready to do anything in his capacity, not only to continue in aspect of his leadership, but also to do so much damage to us so that by the time he gets to 2027, we are exhausted as a people. I don't know if Ruto wants to use Ebola to finish some of us who are not supporting him, but whatever intention, it shouldn't be a good intention. Any person that cares about a country, a disease that does not have, and more especially now that they are saying this kind of Ebola, whatever medications and control that they had to stop it, this strain does not have anything that is able to stop it. I don't know if you have heard that.
Tusikata hiyo biashara.
So it just does not make any sense to a normal person. If we were to have a honest conversation without politics, if our professionals alone, they came out and they say, we've never seen this. Even the medical practitioners are questioning the sanity of Ruto and asking themselves, what are you doing? A whole country say, we will not allow the Ebola cases in our country whatsoever. A whole country denying its own citizens. And a country that does not deny its citizens, usually, but this time it's denying. And you accept. It's like in the old Israel, when you said, oh, Israel does not want people who had leprosy. But we, as the Kikuyu people, we are going to take all the people because we love money. We will take the people who have leprosy so long as you pay us. Njiru, hata kama unapenda pesa bwana.
Wacha nikuwekee jamaa kwa hapa kidogo. I know you have time. Kidogo. usikie, he is a professor, usikie, uniambie if you are getting this.
So I must thank the Critical Collective again for inviting me. I thought they never would after the last bad thing that I said. I must have upset lots of people, I'm sure. Every time I make a presentation, I upset lots of people, but never the Critical Collective, so we must be thinking alike. I congratulate them, really. It's amazing to see so many people here. And I also congratulate scholars for linking again with Critical Collective. It's been some time, and I hope this partnership continues and flourishes, because this is just amazing to see the number of people. I have to apologize for two things. The first is I have to apologize in advance. I'm not an expert on Africa. What I'm going to offer you, perhaps it's not enough, but it's some commonsensical observations. I hope it's common sense. But sometimes it's better not to be an expert, you know, to be able to see things from slightly afar. The second thing is I'm wearing the wrong trousers. I was fixing my bike, so I wore my old trousers. And so please don't video this part, because my wife will immediately divorce me. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do is just give you some charts and a couple of tables, just to paint a little bit of a picture that you already know. Okay, so what this presentation is fundamentally designed to say is this. Africa, historically, sub-Saharan Africa, has been fundamental to the global prosperity of the advanced countries. Okay, and Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else. So let's get clear about that. Okay, and this means all the economic structures, all the global institutions, and the economics we teach everyone is all designed to keep Africa exactly where it is. And whether it is Europe or US or now China, it's always the same. We need Africa to be impoverished because we need those raw materials and we need them dirt cheap. Okay, so that's the message. It doesn't mean to say that there's nothing Africans can do. Of course there is. Okay.
Mukubwa, can you react to that?
That's the whole point. I see my sister saying that, you know, it's so diverse. You know, we must produce, you know, the data so that the world can be better while we are not better. You know, that's a very poor thinking. I mean, in the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, why would the whole world benefit and you stay impoverished forever? I mean, you saying that AI is so important than our own lives? I mean, nani alikuzaa for you to tell us that AI wants our data so that the world can become better? I mean, enda ambia Ruto hiyo, not us. Hii mali imefikia sahi, you cannot use us as
actually
pigs.
Let me confirm something
just
about
to make
AI.
the world better, so that we can just succumb and say we are so vital that we have to go through this for the world to become better. It's the same thing, you know. For years and years, they have said Amazon and also and which one? This one in Congo. They are so critical for the world environment, but what they themselves they are doing to us is almost killing us completely. While the world is better, but we are never better. So I think we have to ask ourselves, okay, why are they better than us? It's because we get lied to and we agree to it, and our leadership is so greedy.
So there's something I wanted to confirm about AI because I see everybody is getting fascinated about AI. It has just been proven. I don't know kama wale watu wanafuata even in AI. There was a very big lie where people are being right like AI will come and make things cheaper. As we speak now, many multi-agencies in America are abandoning AI after AI became expensive. So you're sitting there, but I want somebody to go and do research. We might entirely the world could abandon AI. They could, because even with the laying off of company, even with the laying off of staff, because you are introducing AI, you are laying off of staff now. Even with the laying off of staffs, the profit which they were expecting to make from it, they are still not achieving it. Actually, they are spending more even after laying off staff. So I think this hype of AI might.
If you look at even the amount of money that the governments have subsidized these companies in order for them to grow and become even multi-trillionaires, is too much. It's subsidizing that actually has made this company to be where they are. Without that, I mean, you couldn't even develop this AI, even sustain it. Basically, it's the government holding them in by themselves. I mean, it's a bubble. I don't know. I mean, they have been very helpful in many things, but in terms of financing it to be where it is today, not even banks have.
What is happening, Bwana Mbudi? It is not cost effective. Even if something is beneficial, you begin with the economic part. If economically, you see, like kitu inaweza kuwa inakusaidia, lakini inakula pesa yako yote. Are you still going to say that that is still thing is still valuable? And there are other alternative ways which are cheaper, which you can still achieve the same. It's not like that you cannot achieve the same. You might not achieve a lot, but there are so many things which are happening, and it is still something which has not been evaluated. Maybe I would want to challenge somebody. The external effects of AI on environment as well. Has anyone tried to evaluate the environmental effects of AI? It's not like we are trying to fight AI, but I have started rethinking about it. Even I was very enthusiastic about it, and I'm slightly going slow on it because I think it was a hype which they were selling to people. Anyway, Budi, you can go ahead. You can respond to this, Professor Kabula. It is to our necessary, vital necessity to keep Africa impoverished. I don't know kama mumesikia your statement. That is a very serious introduction.
Paint a little bit of a picture that you already know. Okay, so what this presentation is fundamentally designed to say is this. Africa, historically, sub-Saharan Africa, has been fundamental to the global prosperity of the advanced countries. Okay? And Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else. So let's get clear about that. Okay, and this means all the economic structures, all the global institutions, and the economics we teach everyone is all designed to keep Africa exactly where it is.
If you cannot understand that man, I will not give any explanation about what he's saying.
And that explains why Ruto is a Western puppet.
And that's why I was even speaking.
That explains what happened in Bomas in Kenya. That explains how Ruto was announced. So the whole issue, even whatever we keep on agitating about our democracy, it's a concerted effort by the Chinese, by the Europeans, by the Americans to make sure, because, you know, he is blatant. He goes, even the Chinese know it is to their benefit that Africa remains stagnant. So it is a world order.
And everybody, another, Budi wacha nikueleze kitu ingine, which one professor told me, and nikasikia kulia. Aliniambia, and Africa is a place, alikuwa ananiambia, this developed countries agenda and propaganda is so good. So alikuwa ananiambia, gazeti za 1960, zilikuwa zinaandikwa Africa is rising. Gazeti za 1980, Africa is rising. Gazeti za 2020, Africa is rising. Nilikuwa naliuliza, and wewe Budi, wewe mwenyewe, you have read stories about Africa. They just write the way Africans are doing many things, the way Africa is developing, the way many things are happening in Africa. Is it true? Bwana Budi, these stories of Africa is rising, are they true?
You know, it depends on how you look at it, your optical lenses. If you look at you and me, today we are here making significant what? Contribution. But the environment, the economy is what they make sure. For instance, our independence was never true independence. It was political independence to make noise. But the economics of ours, we will never have any independence. We will never rise. Because every time we try in different ways, the credit ratings change. The IMF changed the rules. I mean, they have the referee for this game. So rising is a moving target. It's not a destination.
So, to some extent, you also feel like Africa could be rising, from what I've heard from you. But I wanted to mention that because
there are so many attempts in that.
Yeah, that's fine. So, if you listen, and I would recommend people to listen to that professor, I will not be able to play the whole of his video here. But if you listen to the structures which have been installed in Africa to make sure that African people cannot, and that is why, by the way, Bwana Budi, if there is a place where people should be serious in electing quality leaders, people who can think in Africa, because you are electing somebody to a place where the institutions are crippled. It's not a natural environment. People are crippled. Like, we are not like America, where the president will start working from day one. Our presidents begin work by begging, saying we can do this, being told about what you need to do by MF. So, for me, I feel Africa will suffer enormously if we continue electing idiots. So,
you know, Jero, have you ever asked yourself, like on a serious level, have you ever asked yourself how France as a country? I don't know if I've been to Paris twice. I've passed through Paris several times. But there's one particular time their runaway had an issue and we were just told, okay, you're playing ABCD. So we just decided, okay, let's just take a walk in Paris for the first time. We just go to everywhere we can and enjoy Paris because after all, the hotel was free. And, you know, I was so surprised. I was so surprised that whatever you call this Paris ABCD, then I asked myself, how has France been successful to take hostage all these West African countries, including making sure that printing money, their economics and everything is done in Paris? How? You see, that's the elephant in the room when it comes to the world economics. It is through the help of the US and other European countries. It seems like it is the French people doing that only. But the French cannot succeed in doing that, taking hostage of all those countries. How can you be the person printing money for all those countries and you're just relatively non-consequent? In fact, if Niger wants to go to war, real war without the support of the Western world, with France, France may not even win. That's how I feel. Go to France and see it, to be honest. Go to France and see it. Go to Paris. Paris should not, in fact, let me tell you, why it not kwa hii uchafu yetu na ujinga ingine saa ingine tunafanyanga. Nairobi is a very big, beautiful city. Ata London is so dirty. Let me tell you. Nairobi is, you can't tell me Paris. You know, the truth is, there are things, whether intentional or unintentional, tumefanya, that, but in terms of, if you look at the French as a whole, unaweza niambia maybe wao wenyewe with all their superpower RT ambayo wanataka kutuambia, they can take hostage of 3 countries, but not 16. Not 16. It does not make any sense, my friend. Like, look, the Sahel countries, the 3 of them. The Sahel countries, look, the Sahel countries, the 3 of them, Mali, Burkina Faso na ile ingine ni Niger. If they combine together themselves, the economy with the wealth of minerals they have and the kind of population and the human capacity development they may have, they don't have a tarmac road kutoka Malava mpaka Mombasa. That's how sad it is. You see, some of these things, unaona wanasema juu ya Traore. Unajua, for us, we get excited, but when you look at, the other day I was seeing them launching a big hospital. It is beautiful though. But you look at the marketplace before you go there, and then you look at, man, this country, and yet, tuseme ukweli, hata kama Traore alichukua, I mean, there was no hope completely. There is no hope if these people will ever come out of this poverty. Unaelewa? There is no a dent of hope.
Kuna ni ile poverty ambayo I was told that ile poverty ambayo maskini akiona na watu ni maskini, hata mtu maskini mwenyewe anashangazwa na hiyo umaskini.
No, hata ajui ni maskini. A whole country. I want you to Google by Traore when he came, a whole country. Was it 60 kilometers of tarmac road? I want you to Google and tell us
it was pathetic.
How the French have muted violence against the people by changing their original language and the aspect of the curriculum to a point that even the originality of their language cannot say some words. You have to say them in French. And they skewed them. They don't have the original meaning. And therefore, they're entirely enslaved.
Inaitwa assimilation kakaba. That's how assimilation works. Anyway, even Sudan, ile Sudan ya juu, wachana na ingine, the Southern Sudan, even Sudan nilisikia, people are extremely impoverished.
So I think Ruto is using these tactics. And I think the people advising Ruto understand how they can keep us in that kind of condition. I'm not sure if Kenyans are going to allow it, but it is slowly precipitating to us that some of these things are so normal in West Africa, not to us. They make news, mpaka saa ingine watu West Africa wanashangaa, why Kenyans complaining?
Mimi hata kuna msoa West Africa alikuwa niambia, and the way Nairobi is so good. I look at Nairobi in Google. You people, what are you complaining? Yeah. Go ahead.
So we were talking about the issue of this Ebola, and you look at how our parties and our party leaders, I don't know what they know that we don't know that has made them completely mute I mean, kama kuna time maandamano ingeitwa ni nao.
Lakini si kuna maandamano kesho ya majenzi. There are some people, not politicians, but you know, politicians.
Leo ni Madaraka Day. I don't know. I mean, it's a public holiday, so I don't know.
There was something going on right that kutakuwa na maandamano. Okay, Bwana Budi, is that okay? Oh, Ana anasema ni Tuesday. Tuesday ndio maandamano. So kama ni maandamano ya hiyo Ebola, but already the from Budi anatuambia amesikia hata mandege zimeanzia kufika. Budi, I don't think ni mandege za Ebola, I think ni mandege zimetoka Marekani zilikuwa zimeleta equipment. So I think mandege za Ebola zitafika maybe after wame set up hiyo kitu. I don't know. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, so ndege zimekuja, zimeleta doctors from USA, they have trained them, they were around. More doctors will be coming, that's what I've been telling you guys.
Na koti, na awangegojea koti yamue, ama koti ni rubbish?
No, they are just coming standing by, so it's already walikuwa wamearrange. Ndege mbili zilikuja, two airplanes came in. So,
okay,
for me, I think for me, Ian, for me it's just like this something we kind of fumbled. We could have just got the details of this one before we went. I'm telling you, this is not good. I mean, this one of the things, you know, GMO ilikuwa mbaya for the country. But this thing here, this one, I don't see it. Because they'll be handling their own, all they need is space. Sasa Wakenya wanasema tutaambukishwa. No, Americans are going to handle themselves this way. Their doctors have come in, yeah. So their people have come in. They are bringing their own equipment. The only thing is they need space to do their job. We should not be like. I don't see. I mean, it's emotional. I know Kasongo has been a dictator, but it does not get this emotional. This is good for Kenya because they have also said they are going to have more. They are going to build more facilities for in terms of this one, and they train more Kenyans on how they can handle this one. I mean, I don't see why we should just let's also think about the possible of it. Hakuna kitu. We are going to lose nothing here. We are going to benefit on this one here. That's what we are going to be the beneficiary. So Alex ametoka.
Yeah, siku hizi mtu anakuja, siku hizi watu wanakuja.
Wait, I think you are muted.
Oh, nime-unmute sasa. Nakwambia watu siku hizi wanakuja na mashift. Watu siku hizi wanakuja in shift.
Sasa niulize Roba, now if it is good for us, why did Marco Rubio, can you put that clip of Marco Rubio saying we will not allow any case? Now, of course, it is good to us. Why it's not good for them?
No, on that one, it might have, the way if I was the one advising them, that was not the better way they could have handled that one, the way he said it. But they could have also elaborated that what they are doing right now is just to construct more centers in Kenya to encounter
in a place. Okay, let me ask you. They don't want any cases of Ebola to come, yet they have the expertise and they are sending experts to train experts in Kenya. Sindio?
No.
Hold on, Robert. They're not going to force this on our throat.
Alex. So
we are not having
in Kenya. When you are
Robert, let's not use your emotional words. Let us use what the Secretary of State of America said. It will guide us, Robert.
No, that was before. But
yeah, ngoja video iko hapa.
What they are saying is they trained their own people. They landed in Kenya yesterday with 2 airplanes. Walikuja. Those are the people who will be handling this. And
no, this video is not even 1 year old.
Shipping more people coming in.
Kidogo, Robert, kidogo. Wacha tusikilize Marco Rubio, then you percolate. Please.
Yeah, they were going to get the other
Something
day.
else that I know is
I'm not just
concerning people, because it's on the news, is Ebola. Our number one obligation, we're involved in foreign policy, but even our foreign policy, the number one priority of our foreign policy is to protect the American people. We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States. And so the State Department and other agencies represented here, the Centers for Disease Control, HHS, others are working very, very hard to contain this crisis to the countries where it's currently located, particularly the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And so we've surged assistance to make sure that is being contained there. And obviously, multiple agencies involved here are also very involved in tracking people, just to make sure that nobody comes into this country that has Ebola and creates a problem for us. And we feel like we've got good efforts in place to do that. And Americans should feel assured that the president and his administration is doing everything we can to protect them on that front.
Mambo ndio hayo, munaweza react sasa. So maybe Robert, before I come to you, Bwana Mbudi, you are the one who requested the video. Can you tell us why you wanted the video? Then Robert kuja.
Wacha Robert debate himself. It's good for him.
I'm not debate myself, but you creep to me skis from when what we are saying, what we didn't know was, and that's what I kept on saying. These guys, they are coming with their own people. All they need it. So, and I kept on telling you guys, we have already hospitals in Kenya for USA. They have their own hospital there. And we have the center for the CDC. It's already in Kenya, in almost 3-4 cities in Kenya. And that's what the kind of equipment already have on the ground. So what I was saying is, for them, it's just like they would be hosting their own doctors, because some of the Kenyans will say, oh, our doctors want to be contaminated, our people. No. Wamekuja na watu wao, wamekuja na ndege zao, the patients will be transporting their own. All they need is space where they can handle this one here. That's right now, those are facts which have been proven. Yeah, let me leave it there. I'll listen.
Aya, Budi, go ahead. React to the same. Ukituambia, what do you think is the thinking of Marco Rubio, and what should be the attempt of Kenya on the same?
Play the thing. I believe Kenyans can be saying we just give them space. It is good for us.
My question, which I'm asking, I want to ask, why not Tanzania? Sorry, too. Why not Ethiopia?
I
It's good for Kenya.
Say something else.
It's good for Kenyans.
Alex,
why not ile Kongo kidogo why not ile Kongo ingine? Unajua kuna kuanga na Kongo mbili. The other Congo is not affected. Why not the other Congo? Congo brothers.
Alex, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you. Speak up. Robert, I can hear you.
Njiro, can you hear me? So, me, Alex, what I came here to say is just like I was so shocked that that Onyonka has come to endorse Kalonzo, and now it's like it looks like Matiang'i, so his deal is done. It's just like that was a big one, because Onyonka's speech in Machakos, he endorsed Kalonzo. So for those ones who thought that Matiang'i is going to have a chance, I think today is the end of Matiang'i, because if his own inner circle have come to endorse Kalonzo, then I don't see it. So that's something I don't know whether you take note on that, on his speech on Onyonka.
Yeah, I heard Onyonka say that equally shocked me, because I think one man, him and Kioni, consistently were talking about Matiang'i factor, and he represented Matiang'i for a very long time before Matiang'i came. So I don't know why both Kioni and but without that, just introduce something else. But you have said something that is too sensitive that we can't believe when you talk about Kalonzo and Matiang'i. For a country, for even them to be leaders, if it's good for us to take cases of Ebola from Congo and bring it to Kenya, why not in Congo itself? What's wrong?
But you had, so you had, so that was an endorsement, yeah?
Okay, sawa. So I have gotten that interjection of Rabah, which is okay. So I honor that. I think Rabah has given his discussion for more than 3 days. I think it's good now we allow him to push with his way of thinking now. Mimi nikauliza, I don't think we can be able to make Rabah think otherwise. His story. Wacha tu Rabah achukulie ni pesa tutapata. Kuna watu wataenda kuuza mikate hapo. I think let me allow Rabah to think in that line of ni biashara kwa Kenya. Yeah, because we have tried to reason with him for so long, but I don't think he doesn't want to reason in terms of biosafety, which is okay. So I think Rabah ni mfanyi biashara mashuhuri, so hawezi elewa kitu ingine other than in the angle of business. And because some of us we are not businessmen, so sitaki kuingililia hiyo angle ya biashara. So maybe Rabah pengine kuna kitu anaona. So Rabah anaona maguta. Rabah anaona megate maguta. Megate maguta. Cabbage maguta. Madharu maguta. Sawa.
American military planes C-17 Global Matters are still touching down at Laikipia Air Base, still offloading, still building, as if the judge never spoke. Kenya is at war, not with bullets, but with a question that cuts deeper than any weapon. Who actually runs this country? This is not a drill. This is not speculation. This is happening right now. And the two loudest voices fighting back are names you know very well, Rigathi Gachagua, Edwin Sifuna, and they are not whispering.
Maslahi yetu sisi wote jamaa ambaye anaweza kuketi, yeye bora apewe pesa.
Let's go back to the beginning, because to understand the fire, you need to know what lit the match. The Democratic Republic of Congo is battling an active Ebola outbreak. The United States, citing biosecurity concerns, approaches Kenya, specifically the Laikipia Air Base, to establish a 50-bed Ebola quarantine, isolation, and treatment facility. The pitch, preparedness. The price tag, 1.7 billion, roughly $13.5 million US, committed by Washington, following a direct conversation between President William Ruto and US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. On the surface, it sounds cooperative, clinical, even generous, but Kenyans didn't buy it. The Katiba Institute moved to court faster than you can say. Biosecurity agreement citing 3 critical failures: no public participation, serious constitutional violations, and unacceptable risk to public health. The Justice Patricia Nyaundi of the Milimani High Court agreed and issued a temporary injunction barring the government and any foreign partners from establishing, operationalization, or even facilitating the facility. Full stop. Pending a complete hearing of the case. That order should have frozen everything in its tracks. It did not.
Tumeona ndege ambayo kubwa ni Amerika imekuja hapa juu na imekuja hapa. Ni vizuri watu waelewe ya kwamba wale watu wanafanya Laikipia Air Base tunaishi na wao hapa. Mimi ninashutumu hiyo jambo na ninaomba wananchi wote hapa Laikipia, hasa hapa Nanyuki, tukatana na hilo jambo sababu wanataka kutumaliza. Hatuwezi kubali. Hatutakubali watu wa Nanyuki hapa. Watoto wetu wanasomea hapo Laikipia Air Base. Watu wetu na watu wote wengi wanasomea, wanafanya kazi hapo. Alafu mnatuletea magonjwa. Ndio sisi wote hapa tukufe.
Here is what we know about. In Kenya, we have a saying, sheria ni sheria, but apparently not for everyone, because even as Lady Justice Nyaundi's injunction sat on paper, the ground in Laikipia told a completely different story. Reports from the area describe a beehive of activity, construction continuing, logistics rolling, personnel moving in and out. Locals watched in disbelief. Opposition figures cried foul, and yet the government offered neither a halt nor an explanation. This is not a small administrative oversight. This is a court order issued by a sitting High Court judge, being treated like a minor inconvenience, like a speed bump on a highway that nobody slows down for. The Katiba Institute went to court because Kenyans were not consulted. The fear on the ground is visceral and specific, that this facility is not about protecting Kenyans from Ebola. It is about creating a landing pad for Americans exposed to Ebola to be quarantined on Kenyan soil, in the middle of Kenyan communities, with Kenyan medical workers bearing the risk. The fear has legs and it is running fast. Here's where the story gets jaw-dropping. Multiple C-17 Global Master 3 aircraft, that is US Air Force heavy transport, the same planes used to move armies, flew in from Ramstein Air Base in Germany. They landed at Laikipia. They unloaded medical personnel, equipment, pharmaceuticals, infrastructure resources, enough, according to reports, to stand up for the full 50-bed capacity. This did not happen before the court order. This happened despite it. If there was ever a live demonstration of what impunity looks like from the air, those planes circling over Laikipia are it. Now ask yourself the hard question. If Kenya's own government cannot or will not enforce a High Court injunction against a foreign power operating on Kenyan soil, then what exactly is left of Kenyan sovereignty? Is the constitution a document we read at funerals or a law we actually live by? Because right now it looks less like a founding charter and more like a polite suggestion.
Ebola, madaktari wanasema ni ugonjwa ambao haujapata tiba mpaka sasa.
Uganda wamefuga boda yao na Kongo ya Ebola. Rwanda wamefuga boda yao. Burundi wamefuga boda yao. America, Secretary of State amesema hataki any cases of Ebola kuonekana huko. Mimi nataka niulize rais aje. America, they have the best medical care in the world. Mbona wasibebe watu wao wapeleke huko?
This is not a rumor. Enter Rigathi Gachagua, the man who has been in the political wilderness since his impeachment, but who refuses to stay quiet. Dressed sharply in a grey blade blazer, speaking with the measured fury of a man who has nothing left to lose and everything to say, Gachagua delivered a statement that out of the room. He looked the situation dead in the eye and said, USA show us the way in observing the rule of law. Don't join Kenya in disobeying a court order and practicing impunity. A former deputy president of Kenya is calling out the United States of America, the world's self-declared defender of democracy, and asking them to practice what they preach. He's holding up America's own mirror and asking if they like what they see. That is not just political theater. That is a surgical strike. Gachagua praised the judiciary for halting what he called a dangerous and reckless scheme, one that, in his words, will endanger millions of Kenyans. He framed it not as anti-American sentiment, but as a constitutional principle. No foreign interest, no bilateral agreement, no financial incentive can override a court order. Not in a country governed by law, whether you love Gachagua or despise him. The argument he made that day was watertight, and the silence from State House was deafening.
With a lot of tremendous respect to the United States of America. The United States of America is the greatest, largest democracy. We admire their democracy and their observance of the rule of law and constitutionalism. We learn from the United States. We are not yet there. We would like to be like the United States in matters democracy and the observance of the rule of law. I want to ask the United States of America, since there is a court order stopping the establishment of that center in Kenya, show us a way in observing the rule of law. Don't join Kenya in disobeying a court order and practicing impunity. You will be taking us back. We'll be wondering whether you have two standards, one for America, that is a democratic country that observes the rule of law, respects court order, but in Kenya, you can join the Kenyan government in impunity to disregard a court order. Because I'm told, despite the court order, equipment are being brought in.
Gachagua lit a fire. Edwin Sifuna poured petrol on it and danced in the flames. Speaking in Machakos on Sunday, the Nairobi senator stood before a crowd and delivered what can only be described as a verbal surgical strike dressed as political comedy.
Tunajua wale watu wako na hiyo ugonjwa wa Ebola ni watu wetu. They are American citizens, but they are not being allowed back into their own country because the American people need to be protected from Ebola. Then there is this character somewhere mwenye akipea 1.7 billion shillings anasema leta hiyo watu, badala waambie we as a global community our best response ingekuwa tuambie watu wa Marekani, hii pesa yote tafadhali pelekeeni rais,
ya kwamba wapelekee rais Tshisekedi hiyo pesa kwa DRC, tuhakikishe kwamba DRC wako na capacity ya kuhakikisha hiyo ugonjwa haitoki kwenye mipaka ya DRC. Lakini yeye anasema tuingie watu kwa ndege tuwalete Laikipia. Hiyo sasa ni uamuzi gani? Ndio maana sisi tunasema Ruto must go.
Newsroom, Maisha TV, Mesh Msembe.
Yeah, that was a very serious discussion on how Ruto is endangering our nation. He has no difference with a terrorist. You know, you cannot only be a terrorist by doing the act like even intention to cause harm is terrorism. I think Ruto is not aware of this intention to cause harm. Sasa unajua historia ya kusema unataka kuleta watu wa Ebola Kenya, your intention ni kuambukiza watu wa Ebola ili wakufe. That is terrorism. Kama sasa hivi Amerika imesema hakuna mtu wa Ebola ataruhusiwa kuingia Marekani, hata ile ndege itamleta itakuwa excommunicated. Haya. Let's not joke with the life of people. We are black people na pia sisi we have lives like any other person. Tunafaa kuishi. tunafaa kuishi. Kuna mtu alinitisha hivi. Kuna mtu alinitisha hii video, acha nione. Somebody had asked me this video, sikuwa nimeiona. Let me, the account is yeah, ndio nimeuliza hiyo swali like why not the other Congo? Kwanza hata hiyo Congo ingine imerelax. By the way, mbona hata Congo Brazzaville awaongelea historia bro? By the way, hiyo Congo ingine mbona imerelax hivyo? Hata iko kwa news. Wamerelax, wametulia. The other Congo wanasema bro, this is story yako. Si mnajua the other Congo ni mbili. Bado kuna kuanga na Congo mbili. Kuna Congo Kinshasa na Brazzaville. Brazzaville wamerelax. Hata wasemi tunakuja kukusaidia. All I know, a virus for a Chinese market found itself in the whole world. Yeah, kuna video nilikuwa nimeambiwa niweke ndio. Huyu anajiita propaganda ni nani bwana? Niandikie comment, unajua bwana propaganda, who are you? Please read the list of Kalenjin CEOs. Mbuzi hiyo tunajua bana. Wote bana. Wote. Eboranomics. Bwana propaganda, niandikie message na uniambiwe ni nani. Niambie hapa unajitanga nani, ama nifungulie kamera kidogo. Bwana propaganda, nifungulie kamera kidogo for visibility. Mimi sitaki mambos. Bwana propaganda, nifungulie kamera tafadhali, nikuone alafu tuendelee. We need to know if you are AI or you are a real person. Bwana propaganda, nifungulie kamera tafadhali. Open for me the cameraman or women, whichever applies for you. Open your camera, sir. Leo uongei bwana. Ameenda. Hata hiyo jina nimeishuku sana, propaganda. So that's why I'm not quick to allowing you. So disappointing. No. Perfect president for the... Kuna video nilikuwa nimeambiwa niweke. Belfast ananiambia nimeanzia kusikiliza watu wa left wing. Africa is rising. From 1960. Headline, Africa is rising. Africa is rising. I wish you can see vile the West guys waliandika after Ruto ametuibia hiyo uchaguzi yetu. Nitawawekea nini hapa? Nitawawekea hapa headline. Muone vile headlines zilikuwa zimeandikwa za. Nitawawekea headline hapa after Ruto was declared the president of Kenya. Headline. The boy from Eldoret. That's even if imeandikwa in Netherlands. The boy from Eldoret who rode on the wave of Hustler narrative, who was selling chicken, becomes the Kenyan president against all odds. Unajua saa zingine naendaka kwa hizo mainchi kuangalia tu zile vitu zinaandikwa huko. Hiyo siku Ruto, go and look for the Dutch newspaper on September 13, 2022. Utacheka uisha. Vile wamesifu jamaa hapo bana. Haikashindwa bana. Watu wanajua bana. Anyway, Bwana Mbudi, go ahead. You want to react or say anything?
let me react. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, let me react on that. The day I distinguished between conservative media and liberal media is the day Ruto actually won. That is when I felt the pain of being a liberal. New York Post, New York Post, Washington.
Hebu tuambie vile New York Post waliandika. Hebu endelea sasa.
Man, I like the lies, the economic blueprints, the green economy. My friend, you could see the Silicon Valley rising in the wave of an incompetent president coupled with the conmen called the forefathers of the country. He defeated. Anybody reading for the first time could see the might.
You are so quick. You are so quick.
It was so scripted. It was so scripted.
Yeah, New York Times, hebu iseme tena taratibu sasa naandika.
Siwendo isome. It is there. One of the worst thing you can ever have is photographic memory. You read some things at heart and still stay in your heart forever. That op-ed I will never forget. I asked myself, is this the video I've been believing all my life?
That is the guy you have been calling idiot.
Let me tell you, media is so powerful, my friend. When it's talking about what you truly know and it is lying, it is so painful. It is so painful that you will go back and excavate everything you ever believed that the newspaper are talking about. The kind of designed thinking, they were exuberating on that, like how Ruto is the man. And coupled on it, remember when Ruto was coming, and Ruto said it the other day, I am the first African president to be given a state dinner, whereby, I don't know if you saw that too. So I totally concur when you talk about the media and how it celebrated Ruto in the aftermath of that announcement. Nobody spoke about, and that is why I think Raila made a big blunder when the media, the liberal media, lied to him that is equal to the task of becoming the EU Secretary General, only to finish him totally and completely. Part of, I think, Raila's complication was obviously the frustration of losing that seat. Not only that, the contact he came to some of the leadership, you never know what they actually did to him because his death is questionable. But what I wanted us to speak is, I think the 48 hours that the Tugegas gave Ruto to sack Omar Hassan is Meisha. And I haven't heard you guys talking about the 48 hours. Ultimatum to sack Omar Hassan, Zimeisha.
Budi, we are not following the UDA shenanigans because that is their house. So nyumba yao kama wanataka kubomoa. So hasa anaitwa huyo sijui nisikia kitu sijui ni Hassan nani? Huyo Hassan Matako kubwa. Hassan Matako, we don't care about them because it is their own house. Go ahead. But you can help us to you can remind us. Some of us maneno ya Budi ameenda. So Budi amenikumbusha your story. I really laughed because for almost 2 years I was in different YouTube channels tunapigana na Ruto bwana. Niliona hiyo headline in a Dutch newspaper. Nasema Nitawaletea hizo magazeti hapa, by the way, one of these fine days. Muone the way the media described Ruto. You will cry. Ni kama media ingine ilikuwa imeandika the young boy from Scranton becomes a president. Na sijui kwa nini like American media inapendanga kuweka hiyo young boy, the young boy from I think ni ya kuumiza at the young boy the young boy from Scranton becomes the president. We can now declare the young boy who was born from Scranton has become the president. Sababu wanajuanga huko ile mrengo ingine, wanajua tu utakuwa unaangalia headline uko umejishika tu hivi. Nimekuambia ni gazeti ya September 13, 2022, Dutch newspaper. Enda Google ndio utaona vile majamaa waliongea story ya Ruto hapo, nasema kweli. Hao watu wakisikia nikisema Ruto must go, si watasema niko na kicha. Yeah, so they hyped him. But actually, even their hype was more than even Akina Citizen. Akina Citizen tu waliandika hapo, Ruto declared president-elect. That is what Akina Citizen waliandika. Na Akina Daily Nation, Ruto becomes president-elect of Kenya. Lakini hizi Akina New York Post, sijui Dutch Daily, what? Walituwekea mambo hapo. Can you imagine at the Dutch newspaper hadi wanaanzia kuandika ati venye Ruto ni muuzaji wa kuku. Kwa zingine pia watu wafanyange utafiti bana. Ati the young boy from Eldoret who rose to power from selling chicken. Huyo aliuza kuku za nani? Somebody who was in Ruto access, sijui from when, ati selling. History ya Ruto ya kuuza kuku, it was a fabricated good story to connect himself with the hustler narrative. And I think Akina Gachagua, they now need to start talking about hustler narrative and the way the hustlers have been left down. I never hear somebody, by the way, addressing those hustlers and how heavily Ruto lied to them. How Ruto heavily lied to them. I think the hustlers need to be reminded what they have gone through under this government. Let me see what law is true than Andika. Ni beshte yangu sana, by the way. Why do people rank Rais as common? Hajawahi fanya kazi normal. Yeah, of course, I don't think Ruto has ever been employed in a conventional job. I think at one time he is working for Moi. Then there is a guy called B in Eldoret. He defeats him. And Ruto starts his career in politics. And he has been in politics for 30 years. I don't think Ruto has ever been employed by anyone. He has ever worked. I think, mimi hata sijui alitoa experience wapi. Whichever the experience, anasemanga sijui niko na experience ya hii, experience ya hii. Because I believe people get experience by getting supervised by somebody. I don't know me experience. And I don't think like being a member of parliament is experience. That one is not experience. That one is oration experience. But experience ya kufanya mambo. That's why saa zingine these politicians who have not done anything. Budi, you can react to that. Hebu ukumalizia story yako ya New York Times. Hiyo ambayo hebu tuambie vile ilikuwa imeandikwa bana. That was so lovely, but at least umenifurahisha bana.
I mean, you read those things. I mean, sometimes they make you fumble and wonder if, I mean, in ethical journalism, that's called yellow journalism. People hype what does not exist. I'll give you a good example. And this one I want you to go rewatch. Ruto doesn't even, it has no spirit at all. I once read, I think Kenya was hosting something that was very special in Nairobi. And then Sonko was the governor. And then Washington Post was describing how Nairobi is rising with the best hotels in Africa that actually accommodates.
Washington
accommodates.
Post.
Yeah, the bling bling governor who has transformed Nairobi initially started with an alternative healthcare ambulance and kuna jina walitumia essential service, alternative essential services that overpowered the then governor is hosting. My friend Sonko alisifiwa, and then in front of that page was Sonko with all his bling bling, with nywele imekatwa imeandikwa Nairobi. Oh man! So another guy we used to work with because I quit that job. And he's a very good guy, an intellectual person. He's from Ghana. So I told him, can you read this and help make common sense out of it? And I was like, is this guy a governor? I told him, yes, he's a governor. He's a bling bling governor. I say he has the best house in Africa. So I went and showed him the house in Maua, how it sits, and how the cabinet of Nairobi inafanyaka meeting kwa hiyo nyumba. I said, is Nairobi rising for real? You know, Kenya has gone through a lot. We forget so quick. Remember, at some point, Sonko used to call meetings in his house. Unajua, it's in the kwa Mlima Juu. And then the parking lot was said to be like Nairobi issues are discussed in where? In Machakos. Africa is rising.
Of course, from 1960, Africa is rising. So I think they have been copy-pasting the same story na wanatafuta lugha. I think mzungu amekuja kuelewa Muafrika. Muafrika and Budi, there is something imekuja. Umeona some of the eulogies zinaandikangwa za watu. Hadi unaanzia kuuliza, hey, mbona huyu, yani unaona, yani eulogy ya mtu imeandikwa, watu wanataka kusema, hey, kwani huyu mtu siku anamjua ama ni aje? Venye story imegongwa, from the young age. So I think that's why I think even some people have started even veering off from eulogy, because I have listened to 1 million of eulogies, but 1 million of them were not representing the person who we were burying. They were representing a superhuman being. Alafu sasa watu wengine wanakuja kupeana maspeech hapo. Kila mtu hakuanga na shida na mtu. Hakuanga na shida na mtu. Huyu like I think Bwana Budi, it is in the DNA of the African person to represent things in a reality. For instance, salamu yetu inakuanga aje? Ama like kama sisi like in my language unasikianga mtu akikuuliza kwani kuna shida, unasikianga mtu anasema hapana. Like we have no way of interrogating and bringing the usual feeling about a person. No wonder even people die in depression. Wewe ni karau kwa police station, you cannot even be able to share your feelings about anything, because there is no way of giving out your true feeling, because our responses on everything is exaggerated. For instance, hata mtu akikuja like kitambo kidogo Mbudi, isipokuwa sasa hivi watu wamejajaruka. Kitambo hata ungeuliza mtu ako na njaa anakufa, unaweza mtu like ni Kiembu tunasemanga ngoraire, ama ni kuepe chakula kidogo. Sasa unasema nimetoka kwangu bana, leo hata nimekula sahani mbili. Leo nimekula sahani mbili, sijui kama nimebakisha space. And that person is not representing the reality. Huyu jamaa hajakula. but anakataa chakula ili abembelezwe. But sasa unajua kukatokezea wengine, wewe unasema umekula, alafu hata wakubembeleze. Oh, sawa. So Bwana Mbudi, I think there is that. I think the white guy has understood that Mwafrika ni mtu wa hype. Vitu hakuna. Mwafrika ni mtu wa chocha. Wacha niite chocha, yani lazima uchoche. No wonder hata unasikianga go and listen, like when there is bilateral arrangement, when they are speaking, like when usikiliza like a press conference ya a US president and an African. Go and listen to press conference ya mtu kama Macron na Ruto. Usikie yani zile hype Macron anasema hapo, yeah, we understand we are equal partners. Those are the languages they use. Are we really equal partners? We are looking for ways in which we can work together and collaborate. We can see the Kenyan system is doing as well as our system, and they know hakuna. So like yani ukisikia like huyo jamaa, the way he is describing Kenya is not the reality. He is talking of a serious poor country with a very disorganized leader. But ukisikia vile that guy is representing Kenya, it is in proportional. Because I think they have understood Mwafrika apendi reality. Mwafrika ambiangu vitu zake ni mbaya. Lazima Mwafrika awekwe chocha. Unfortunately, lazima Mwafrika awekwe chocha. You can react. So sijui kama wewe Mbudi ni msee wa chocha ama unapendanga reality. Ya Budi amepotea. So sijui kama wewe Lo unapendanga wewe bwana Madam Lo ama unapendanga chocha. Wewe ni mtu wa chocha, but Kenyans ni watu wa chocha. So I'm really very happy at least Budi has also been capturing attention of how these people are continuing to destroy us through writing fake stories about us. We are not doing the right thing, but tunasikia akienda huko wanasifu mtu kama Sonko. I'm double sure you not be amused. Our watu, even as they were writing that story about Sonko, wanajua alipotea njera, by the way. Mbona wakuwa ndio kakroza hapo, and he is alleged that when they were writing, are they aware that jamaa alitoroka njera? Sometimes these people are not serious. Truly, Kenya is irredeemable if Sonko can be elected into public office simply because he was doing charity work of helping the needy. People don't understand keeping you poor is by design for votes. Yeah, that is Nje. Akishi anasema sasa Akishi so I think Nje Akishi is seeing it in a different way. I appreciate Sonko work, but still ambivalent. Na pia unajifanya unajua kizungu, sawa. Ambivalent, like drag the youth to get rich, then okay, philanthropies, when they praise you, it's a sign of a puppet. Kama hawakutaki wanasema democracy should prevail. Kama vile walisema story ya kina Gaddafi and the three brothers who have already formed a union pale West Africa, the Sahel region. Ilikuwa imefika pahali waka criticize the way in which they got into power. Nigeria at one time was getting involved, that Nigeria was to go and invade them. I think then the Nigerian public wakakataa, wakasema those are our brothers, we cannot invade them, simply because they have resorted in an unconventional way of getting a democracy. Because unajua hata kupindua serikali ni democracy, by the way. Najua kuna mtu hata nielewa hiyo. Hata kupindua serikali is democracy. Would you tell me like where Jay boyfriend comes from? They are not enjoying huko Burkina Faso. Anyway, who runs from jail kama sio mchezo ya leo ninaomba anasema ati hakuna mtu anakimbia jera kama ati sio mchezo ya town. Angekuwa hata amerudishwa bana. Ya, ni sawa, nimekubali ya kesha, unajua hiyo kizungu yako ni mbrucha. Inatoa freno kama fuzo. It is loaded. Engineering poverty make more people by design, then bring up the savior mentality. Oh, okay. At least I can, hata njia amekubaliana na wewe, so you seem to be a thinker, Acacia. Hauko mbaya, akili inafanya kazi. Haukuli mutura peke yake hapo Nairobi. Who runs from jail kama sio mchezo ya town? Na si michezo ya town ni mingi sana. Njiro, I know English. Okay. Salimika email. Hey. Na maneno ya email all the time. Yeah, isipokuwa wameshindwa na Iran. But for your information, hata nimesikia Sonko ameokoka, by the way. Yeah, he has decided to follow Jesus. Amewekelea mizigo chini. Eti Sonko is eating boiled food and staying away from Hako. I guess he did not pay the farmer back when now he is paying the doctor. We hakuli mutura peke yake. My. Ni tumaringo tu kidogo nimeweka. Hata kama ni kuenjoyiwa ni sawa tu. Sometimes we take the enjoyment. Sawa. Kweli. COVID lazima tuletewe, tupende tusipende. Inaitwa the genocide of the Central people. Utajua bana. Huyu jamaa hawapendi kabisa. Hiyo kura yenu mmekataa nayo. Hiyo kura yenu mmekataa nayo. Wacha tuweke huyu. Anaitwa Professor Kagwanja. Manufactured chaos. Okay. So Bwana Eri, you can react before I put your video, Professor Kagwanja, Manufactured chaos. Karibu sana.
I was going to join this discussion on the basis of certain things that we were talking about earlier about development and why Kenya or Africa has been left behind. But now that you've just mentioned Peter Kagwanja, you know, Peter Kagwanja has been one of the big problems that Kenya faces. Peter Kagwanja is very well known as one of those educationists who have literally jumped into the bandwagon of supporting whichever regime is about to rig elections or the status quo. He was there with Mwai Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta. As we know, his wife is a very powerful former foreign minister who is now sitting in Ruto's kitchen cabinet. I don't want to mention her name. I think you know her. She was powerful in the defense ministry as well. I personally don't have time for Kagwanja, but I would like to hear just if I say something different. But I wouldn't be really surprised about the things that Kagwanja says. Is a man of status quo. Is one of those people who celebrate something called democracy, which is only enjoyed by the people at the top and the oppressors I remember when Kagwanja slightly pretended as if he was anti-Ruto pre-2022 elections. I cannot imagine Kagwanja, even saying something slightly positive about Raila Odinga, even as an academic who is trying to be objective. But I was surprised that at some point he was trying to be completely different from his wife. Do not mix private and public, because with his wife that's private, but she was in government. And he also wants contract from government, so he has to be sounding as if he's a neutral person. Kagwanja is not someone who can speak to Kenyans about development or democracy. So that's my bias against him. So you can play that clip, but my stance about the theories of development and how Africa has always tried to make 3 steps and then always pulled 5 steps behind is because of not just the greed of our leaders, but something happens where people are afraid. I'm beginning to think that even in a school or in a department in public office, there's going to be some people who are ready to act different, who are ready to follow the law, or at least do something that is expected of them. And those people cannot be stereotyped as these Africans who are refusing to conform with realities of the people. These people are there, but they're afraid to exert pressure to change things. This. In fact, it's not even an African problem. Even in our contexts in different places where we work, there's going to be some Wazungu who are licking us of their bosses. But you'll find that there are some Wazungu who will go the other way and say, no, this policy is not the correct one. But in our case, it is actually very simple to finish this problem. But we're all acting as if the so-called independence just happened the other day. You see, these guys like Ibrahim Traore, they have been silenced before. We have powerful people who have been silenced in Africa, who have said, no, enough is enough, let's do this thing different. So when Ibrahim Traore came out of nowhere, you had some leaders in West Africa who were trying to reduce his impact of revolution and revolutionary ideas in West Africa. People like the former president of Senegal, then people like Ouattara of Ivory Coast. They used all diplomatic means to remove this country, Burkina Faso, from trying to model a new vision for Africa, for West Africa. They removed them from ECOWAS, that regional group of West Africa. So him and his allies, Niger, and not Guinea, was it Niger and Mali? They decided to form their own alliance of the Sahel group. And then Russians came to help them. Now, the Russians have always argued that they did not colonize Africa, that the only thing they did was to repel Western hegemony, the NATO alliance. So then they formed their own thing called the Warsaw Pact. So they decided what the West is doing, they will try and do 10 times better. So they also had their influence in Africa. That's history. But for now, it looks like Russia is the only country, a powerful country, that is able to say, look, we will support Traore and the other 2 leaders. When these guys went for the Africa-Russia summit in 2023, Traore gave one of the most powerful speeches ever that an African leader could ever submit in any meeting. And it was a very powerful speech. And what I'm saying is, if you look into Traore's 2023 speech in the Africa Summit, you will believe that one, we're saying that there are no revolutionaries in Africa who want change. We're saying that we have not listened to what Traore submitted in 2023, and is acting on those wishes that he said that he was working on. He's acting on those things. You know, he nationalized gold companies that were fleecing the country, and he's continuing to do so. He chased away the French, and that country is processing its own money. So I think that many African presidents or leaders are afraid of copy-pasting what Traore is doing, and they're out there trying to assassinate him as well. It's very sad. Now, one other thing I would like to say is that this guy called Moses Wetangula, if you look at the elections of 2022, the full story behind it in terms of the voting equipment and the ballot papers. Previously, our ballot papers have been chaperoned around Europe to be printed in different countries. Now, there was a Greek company that took over the printing of ballot papers and national exams papers. You know, this Greek company called Lycos, Lycos. And it can be easily traced what happened before this 2022 saga that concerns IEBC, what Moses Wetangula was involved in, and how he lobbied for the Greek company to get the election and national examination papers contract. And in fact, this was not even the cheapest company. In the contract, there were like 13 different companies. So when we look at CG democracy in Kenya, we already know right now as we are speaking, the corruption involved in ballot papers. We're not speaking about these things. These are the things that people need to flash out and bring them into public media so that people know exactly what's happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eddie, for that. You shocked me when you talked about Kagwanja. Anyway, I don't pivot for anyone, but I thought Kagwanja was one of the people maybe who maybe Kenyans can rely on when it comes to political information, political knowledge. So inakaa many of the Kenyan political professors bado ni kama watoshi mboga, because already people like akina Mutaingunyi, they don't seem to make sense. So who is your political professor in Kenya? Maybe just to get it from you, just for your information.
Honestly, I would rather listen to Bunge wa Mwananchi. I know sometimes they can be very reckless. Their pronouncements are not scripted. You know, they don't have it on teleprompter. Either they are saying things that they believe in their heart and minds. I'll be probably more comfortable listening to certain characters in Bunge. It doesn't matter what community they come from, than to listen to many of these so-called academics. And in fact, you will find that there's some good scholars, but those are not the scholars that are given limelight in Kenya. So you'll find that
na Manyoya.
No, I don't take such people seriously, because if you read between the lines, all they try to do is to predict events, but they don't want to analyze events according to how things can change in the country. They predict events. I mean, they just read and talk about things that have happened in the funerals, and they don't want to touch the really, the really sensitive things that is affecting the Kenyan coffers. For example, KRA is such an important part of Kenya, the Kenya Revenue Authority. You tell me how many people in public life would dare speak openly about KRA. Even that example I've just given you of the Info Lycos, the Greek company that was awarded such a huge contract before 2022. And about a year or two later, KRA found out how much of tax this company had avoided with its local partner companies in Kenya, running to the millions, for a contract that was widely assumed by the political class that was the cheapest. But these people, the KRA people that conspired with this company, it's just a big shame. And then KRA started an investigation. Then, because the public are not interested, by the way, this is another thing. The public are not interested in this kind of convoluted things that is happening around them. Us, we are interested as the members of the public in sideshows, these sideshows that excite Kenyans. And it's unfair to say this, but it looks like we give very, 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 very small amount of time and space for things that affect our people. It's like the memory of a goldfish. We will have an event or something that happens, including fatal things. Within 3 days, Kenyans have forgotten. So this is how even these companies, as we say in Kenyan slang or in the Kenyan colloquial or metaphorically, we say they enjoy us because they know that Kenyans will accept and move on. There are many countries where that accept and move on, haiwezekani. The people will fight. They will fight to the end. So you asked me about who are the leading scholars. Right now, in our country, I find it very difficult to place a scholar who can influence my mind. I think that there are so many good scholars who are not given public limelight by the media and other agencies. And if right now you continue to be up there promoting the welfare of UDA and its alliance, its allies, then you are a good scholar. You're good to go. You can present yourself in front of the national TV. You can be invited for these stupid government conferences that don't make any sense. I often listen now to the president of Angola, and I think this man is trying to change that country in a different way. It's not so much just an ideological thing that he's trying to do, but he's trying to rationalize debate and think, okay, what is happening? He's trying to be like Magufuli. What is happening with this project? Does it make sense that this project is taking 10 months and not 5 months? Then that type of person can be either left-leaning or a right-wing person. But what they're saying is, does this make any sense? So Africa is a headache at the moment. And as you said, someone said earlier on that the media is very powerful. Kenyans need to look for an alternative. The time is really, really short before the next elections. If you read into the story of how Moses Wetangula conspired with the printing company in Greece, my friend, the nothing we have done to reveal the contempt what public officials have against Kenyans. Thank you.
That was good. So I want to loop Budi in. Budi, I want to ask you, when it comes to opposing Ruto, because of these many things which he seems to be doing. Jana uliniambia nisiongee story ya impeachment because it cannot happen. So the question which I'm trying to ask, can Ruto still be able to assemble a credible campaign with all these things which are happening in his neck, one after the other one? Or because it looks like...
when it comes to, what's your definition for credible here? Because what is your definition for credible?
Like an organized election, because you can imagine there are so many things.
I was wondering, a campaign shouldn't be credible. A campaign should be loyal. In terms of a campaign, those are two people. No, he cannot. Who does that? Especially people who have tested the power. You cannot put every president in the history of the world always tilt the IBC towards their limit. Only a few patriotic people who have gone against the grain. Okay? And I think the most consistent in the Zambia, whereby the president appoints, but they end up announcing a different candidate. But I don't think Kenya, even when it was visible that the election, you were like, this guy who was shouting, "Are you stealing election? What are you doing back there?" Their hands were held. They were not able to do the right thing. Look at Hassan. Hassan wrote a book about the monster called Electoral Commission. He is able to actually speak about it. Look at people like Roslyn Akombe. They write articles after they have left the country. What actually happens there, including taking a gun and putting in the head of the Electoral Commission and telling them announce the election. We don't speak those things if it's our candidate. I don't know. Credibility is a moving target again. You know, this beautiful guy is very funny. He will ask you a question, go do things. When you finish answering, he doesn't even know you finished. You're talking by yourself. This Jamai is a perfect Kikuyu. Naona hata sahi asikiki tunaongea. Where you will be talking by yourself. Mwangalie. He asked me a question when to do his own things. We hapa huwa tunabeba ufale kweli.
So, Budi, let me ask you. Okay, that one is okay. So, when it comes to us opposing Ruto, and Sifuna has been saying, I'm just following up from what you said earlier. Our number one reason is to get Ruto out of power. Do you think we are on that trajectory? The way we are trying, and you can juxtapose it to like some of the endorsements which were done today. Have you seen the endorsements which were done today? Because I speak volume. Budi, are you there? Budi has gotten lost. Let me put Professor Kagwanja as I wait for him. Although nimeona ni kama manufactured chaos, so when Budi is back, I will.
On the dynasty versus hustlers, meaning focusing on Mama Boga, focusing on the border, focusing on all those people that were mentioned, which won the hearts and minds of Kenyans at that time, then we would not be where we are. If you are in a hole, you stop digging. How do we deal with that, Kabiro? How do we deal with a generation that does not want to negotiate?
It seems goons is the way to deal with them.
Goonism will give birth to retaliatory violence, as we found in 2008. When it deliberately decided to diffuse violence and spread it out in an oligopolistic way, in a way that everybody has a chunk of violence, and then it calls upon that violence at will. That is what is giving birth to the culture of goonism, right? That's why poverty is the sharpest weapon in managing societies. When people are poor and needy, they are easier to control. It's another one Machiavellian rules. Make them poor, govern them with the ease.
Great to see you. It's always an honor. It's always a privilege. It's always a joy to have you joining us for conversations to build this country, helping us become more informed on how to vote come 2027. I'm here, just as always, with Prof. Peter Kagwanja for about a couple of minutes. How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you.
We are glad that you're here. We're talking about what is happening in the country. There are protests left, right, and center. Last week, we couldn't record because it was unclear when people were going back.
Yes.
Monday, Tuesday, and then we didn't know. People were saying they'll go back despite matatu operators and business owners saying they have called off the strikes, the protests, and there are still talks of demonstrations that will happen before or during the commemoration of the Gen Z protests till 2025. We're expecting the Finance Bill 2026 to be tabled in Parliament. That's another conversation. We are looking at a government that is handling protests using goons. We saw that in Nairobi. What is your general feeling first? Because there's a vacuum that is here. Without Raila, who will Ruto negotiate with to call people back home? And some people are worried that if itakuwa mbaya sana. What is your general feeling first about what is happening?
Well, I am not surprised because I predicted way back in 2023 that there is no stronger opposition to William Ruto than the economy. And he's the one who got the gene out of the bottle, because he started his campaign, the Hasra versus Dynasty narrative, by talking about it is economy. His advisors like David D and others said it is economy stupid. And now here we are in the regime of economy stupid, and you're not able to deliver on the economy. Therefore, the greatest opposition come 2027 is not Gachagua, it is not Martha, it is not Matiang'i, it is not James Orengo, it is not Muturi, it's not all these people you find in the united opposition. The greatest opposition to Ruto is the economy. And this economy is hitting every week. And it is not helping matter that the global economy itself is not, moving well. So we are moving from, the frying pan into the fire every minute. So that means that we need to change the tune. And changing the tune means that we have to understand, for example, from William Ruto's side, that the opposition that you're getting from Kenyans, from the Gen Zs and from others, is not an opposition to him, is an opposition to his policies. Because had he delivered on the dynasty versus hustlers, meaning focusing on Mama Boga, focusing on Boda, focusing on all those people that were mentioned, which won the hearts and minds of Kenyans at that time, then we would not be where we are. So it is important to know that if you are in a hole, you stop digging. And I think what the government is doing is to dig deeper into the hole, rather than just stop digging and try to figure out how to get out of the hole. What do I mean? We do know that in 2023, Ruto somehow used excessive force to defeat the Sufuria uprising. The Sufuria revolt came in multiple waves. It started in January. We saw the wave. Then it came again in March, April. And finally, they had to agree to have a kind of a truce. And NADCO came up as one of the way things were discussed. Then the agencies saw that, after that, what has been called an attempt on Raila Odinga's life, Raila became so scared that he called off every mandamano. And from that point, there were no mandamanos until now. And you remember the first financial bill of 2023 was passed.
Yes.
Not with a lot of protestation, yes, because of the fear that had come up at that time. 2024, the young people said enough is enough. The old people are not able to assert their rights. The future is not theirs. The future is ours.
Yes.
So they rose up against the government in a very, very powerful way. And the story is now told, and it is as well known, narrative about how they fought out. President William Ruto promised 1,001 things, which were in favor of what the Gen Zs were wanted. But immediately, he started crafting what you call a dynastic coalition, or a coalition of dynasties. First of all, calling Raila Odinga and crafting, with his ODM. And then he called in Uhuru Kenyatta, who eventually.
Yeah, I'm not loving his approach there, where he is claiming a dynastic approach. Because for me, I feel that claim of some people are dynasties and others, to me, I feel it was a propaganda crafted in a way, because dynasties are perennial, man. I don't deny, but people in their 60s, man, those are not dynasties. 60s. Dynasties ni vitu kama akina Queen Elizabeth. Hii dynasty ya Kenya mimi sijaielewa. Dynasty ni vitu kama ya Queen Elizabeth. Even Putin is not a dynasty. He has not even transferred the power to like. Let me check the definition of a dynasty. Let me ask. Dynasty ni kama dynasty 17, dynasty 19 za kule Egypt. What is a dynasty? What's a dynasty? And what period does it exist? Nataka tu kuona like ina exist like for how long? Nile tu nataka tu kuona, because a dynasty okay, ndio hii. A dynasty is a sequence of rulers from the same family or lineage. Dynasty often govern a specific territory or nation. They can last for several generations, sometimes spanning centuries. The period of dynasty is marked by the rise, reign, and eventual decline. Dynasties are significant in history for their influence of culture, politics, and society. Yeah, examples include the Ming Dynasty of China. Unaona kama sasa the Ming Dynasty of China from 1368 to 1644. Yeah, miaka 300. That one makes sense. The Romanov Dynasty of Russia, 1613 to 1917. Yeah, these are dynasties. So he is wrong. You cannot describe a leader from 1963. He gets out of power. His son gets to power again 2013 to 2010 with a break there. That is not a dynasty. And we have to start educating people. That is not a dynasty. So even without supporting Kenyatta family, it is not a dynasty. It is not a dynasty. It is not a dynasty. Dynasties have to be sequential. So like if Kenyatta was a dynasty, 63, 78 Kenyatta, 78, 202, there could have been another Kenyatta, 202 to 2013, there could have been another Kenyatta. And like you need leaders in sequence. Anyway, I was correcting that. He is a professor, but that one is not true. In Kenya, there is no dynasty. Dynasty has to be in a sequence. Hakuna story kama break. Hakuna dynasty inakuanga na break hivyo. Hiyo ni uongo bana.
Did not find it politically expedient to go that way, but allowed some of his men in Jubilee to join in the government. So we have Kinyanjui, Mutahi Kagwe, William Kabogo, we have Mwangi wa Iria in some agencies and others. All the people in the Uhuru side of Jubilee coalition. Martha Karua said, no, I'm not going to join the government. And a few others. She said,
she requested to join?
Not just requested, she was right as deputy. And they came for her and she said, no, this is time for change. It's not time for, budding up with, with these people. Yeah, she was very clear in her own terms. So.
Hapo sikuanga nimejua. You mean, according to Professor Kagwaja, when they were giving Raila that silent job, which maybe Ruto was giving, I don't know kama alipewa. Maybe mutaniambie kazi by the Raila alipewa na Ruto anyway. They were also open to giving Martha Karua. And I think Kiprino, you need to come here and you congratulate your mother. Your mother refused enticement from Ruto. Wow. Martha Karua refused enticement from Ruto. Yeye alisema siwezi fanya kazi na Ruto. Kufanya kazi kwa vitendo ndio. Go ahead.
She did not go into that. Kalonzo Musyoka was 50-50. He left the coalition, but at the same time, went on with the protests. Now, in supporting the Gen Z. So the story of the Gen Z and how they came up is very, very familiar. What is not familiar is the new political phenomena they have brought into our homestead. Kenya is facing a new challenge that we have never faced since independence, possibly until what the British faced as a Mau Mau of the first Gen Z, the Kimathis, the General Kagos, the Mavenges, who are all Gen Zs in their 20s. So this is what we're facing now. And why is this? Because our dynastic families and their allies have managed to have a modus operandi, the way they operate after crisis like this, which has popularly come to be known nusu mkate or power sharing, or even exporting of our problems to the African Union by having people elected there, exporting our problems to the East African community by having those that we don't want here going there. So we have crafted as an elite a way of dealing with it. But the Gen Z are not buying that crap. Now they come in 2026, there will be 2025 commemoration, there will be Saba Saba commemoration, and already we are beginning to see other things happening. How do we deal with that, Kabiru? How do we deal with a generation that does not want to negotiate?
It seems goons is the way to deal with them.
And that is where we have now gone back. It's a throwback to the 1990s when Mzee Moi was unable to deal with the opposition, the young Turks, the James Orengos of this world, the Anyang' Nyong'os, the Martha Karuas, the Kiraitu Murungis, and others of this world. When they were unable to, he was unable to do them, they came up with what we call informal repression. Informal repression is where you want to distance yourself from violence and human rights violation. And therefore you uniformize violence. And you kind of spread it around, what Musabai Katumanga and other scholars call the oligopoly of violence. You spread it out to as many sources of violence, because the monopoly of violence is the prerogative of the state. That is political science 101.
Yes.
The state dominates violence. When it deliberately decided to diffuse violence and spread it out in an oligopolistic way, in a way that everybody has a chunk of violence, and then it calls upon that violence at will, that is what is giving birth to the culture of goonism. And you want something, in South Africa, they call it black on black violence. So here, the version of black on black violence is the tribe on tribe violence. So you find the people who are attacking, people in Gachi would eventually come from Kabati in Muranga. The people who are going to attack my Mahiu, Kikuyu settlements, would eventually come from somewhere in Nyeri. They are ferried by vehicles either during the day or at night, and they come and unleash violence. Goonism is what is going to be the undoing of the Kenyan state, because goonism will give birth to retaliatory violence, as we found in 2008, when goons were mobilized in the Rift Valley to deal with the Kibaki, voters, those who voted Kibaki. The result was that we had other people organizing their form of retaliatory violence, and the country was not safe. So we don't want to get back there, but let's be this not as a warning, but as a reminder that violence begets violence, and therefore goons will give birth to counter goons. Every goon that comes, we recite the creation of a counter violence, and that counter violence is going to affect the stability of our country. We are going to get a bad name. Somebody said now investments in Mount Kenya region are going down. I don't know whether this was the design, but the truth of the matter is they're going down because every time in Thika now, as we speak, I am told there's violence all over, and Thika is the main city within the southern Kikuyu part. We don't know. We have not heard about Embu. I've not about Kirinyaga. I've not about Nyeri and what is happening in Muranga. Just the other day, during the other protests which were there in Muranga, we had protests across the county, and lots of property were destroyed. I was watching one lady, an investor, who had lost 800,000. This is an SMEC, small, medium enterprises who are trying to come up. You borrow money from the bank, and then one day, just like this, it's gone. It's gone. 800,000 shillings of a young girl who is trying to bring up a family.
Do you think it's by design? Because that's
yes,
what you're saying.
I think so. I think so. Because when people are poor and needy, they are easier to control. It's another one Machiavellian rules.
So Budi, do you want Kagwanja to finish or you want to react from there? Unajua takange kuweka watu sana, not Budi, Roba, I mean. Do you want to react, or he is explaining a very serious concept here, goonism. Goonism has been designed, it's a design kumaliza biashara za watu wa mlima. That's the reason why nimecheza Kagwanja hapa, and to some extent I am agreeing with him, although sasa Bwana Roba ameniambia Kagwanja are some of the people he cannot listen to. To some extent also Anne is saying anachezanga mchezo ya town. So, but to me his video was making relevance. So Anne, you need to audit for me. Hii video tuendelee ama tusiendelee, because for me, I feel he is genuinely giving a diagnosis of a very serious problem. I don't know. But Roba, you can take over because sitaki kukuweka hapa ongea and sasa useme between video. Dr. Boniface Anyango, what are you saying? Back to the sender. Back to the sender. Hiyo sitapokea. Back to the sender. Unatuma na tunakurushia. Back to the sender. Back to the sender. Anyway, go ahead, Roba. All right, let me unmute you. It looks like you are unable to speak. Unmute. Speak up.
Oh, what's that? Muted?
Yes,
no, I'm okay. Oh, yeah. What I was saying is that guy is talking his own opinion. He's from, I did listen to that guy a couple of days ago. Najua hiyo Kabiro, hiyo mtoto wao inani Manyara. Huyo nani wa university mtoto wake, if I'm not mistaken. He used to even do interviews all the interviews, so they used to have the program together. That guy is giving his own opinion. But yes, what he's saying is not far from reality. No, even if he's giving his own opinion. The fact remains, when you have a government who is sponsoring goons, I mean, can they deny they are not doing it, and we have video tapes all over the place where the goons are working with the police? And to make it more worse, these people have done some injuries to other people, or even they have killed, but none of them has been arrested. Like what happened to Osoti? Those guys in Kisumu, what has happened? Or what just happened with Orengo a couple of days ago in Homa Bay, when he was around the place called Sindo, the other side of Homa Bay. They were attacked by goons. And yet we take it that it's normal. I mean, if our police force, they are allowing this kind of nonsense to take on their watch, then their definition of their job is just like they are conning people. Because when it comes to policing or police, they are supposed to protect people and their property. But when it comes now, they are giving their power to the goons, so we have become a banana republic. And that's the truth of the matter. And the goons is becoming a huge problem. And in fact, if we go the way it's going right now, so can they now, why were people saying Mungiki? What's the difference between Mungiki and the so-called goons of today? For me, I don't see no difference. Both of them are evil, and they should be dealt with maximum force. And any government, like Kasomo's government, who's around this kind of nonsense to take place, that's why come 2027, we should send a clear message. When you turn, when you see with Kasongo, I don't know who is advising him. Now, this guy called Chumba, Malcolm, whatever his name is, I think he's one of the worst CS I've ever seen. How do you take police job and you start running parallel goons because you want to protect your own courage men? You think that's the best way to go? How? And we call ourselves a country of rule and law. How? So time has come. All of us, we should not negotiate with these called goons in our country. That one, either sides. And ukikiasa mimi niko na watu, I'll come and show you. The sasa hiyo ndio, that's what shows a political muscle. That's what I can for you. That's what we saw when that the weekend when Gachagua was going to Kikuyu. What happened that morning? Goons and other people taking over the city until they were overpowered. This nonsense has to stop. And in fact, going forward, the ordinary one, if they know this guy is a goon or something, and take arms there, then killed, if that it means that. And this nonsense has to stop. We should all abide the law of our country. Nobody's above the law. So goons are not people who have been trained to handle certain situations. Goons don't have qualification. They are not employed. They should not. They should not even be just like try to pretend to. That's illegal. They are illegals who should be dealt according to the community. And if we continue this kind of nonsense to continue, this one is going to expand. And that means we are going to have a goons country where nobody can govern. So because goons can turn from goons, they tend to be terrorist organizations. How do you call them if they are not terrorizing people? They are terrorists. Yeah. And that's what I asked you before. What did we say Mungiki? Mungiki and what happened to Mungiki? This is how these people are doing the same thing Mungiki was doing. And we should not allow them to go that way. And I accept this guy who was saying the goons were destroyed. They are not only destroying the quick business. I think that's a little bit extreme. Goons turned out any kind of where they destroy business wherever, but they don't care. And that's why I say, for me, in fact, one of the third presidency, Ruto, when he's done, come 2027, when we start like what I call trying to focus what happened, the 5 years of this presidency. When we try to intersect, we try to go in details, we try to investigate. Goonism should be part of this man is when he ruled our country. And that's not a good thing. That one should be in history. That from nowhere, his government came out of Goonism because he thought that was the best way to rule our country. And that one has created situations where we have had people being injured, some people have died, and that one is a one way where our democracy, the so-called democracy in Kenya, is being intimidated. And you can tell very clearly, most of these groups, they are politically motivated, they're more politically kind of organizations, because I disagree with you, I'm going to get goons so that they can be the answer, to be the voice. And that's for me, it's just nonsense. This one has to stop. And I've seen it, more especially now in Nyanza, the two factions now of ODM. It's just like now to show off that they are using goonism. And I think if I was one of the people in the DCI, ESC, the Kenya police, I would just tell them this is not the way to go with the country. Why is it that a government tells you, oh, they have to go and protect the goods? Let them tell you, go and arrest them. Arrest them, because that's not their job. The job of the police is to protect people, not the goons to protect the people to decide what to do. What they are doing is criminal. By definition, what they are doing is criminal. And somebody has to tell them that. But this conman has never said anything about it. His own people, they think they can scare people with goonism. They want, that's why they want to rig elections. That's what they had in mind. That's why they wanted to steal election. But who are the Kenyans? Kenyans will condemn would not tolerate this kind of them anymore. And it's good our people know what's going on. But if they are trying to play like Gunism now is the way to go, then we should have Gunism also on behalf of other people trying to take care of Kasongo and these people. Then we now become a country of Gunism. So we are defined by Gunism. Because what should you can't sit down and wait someone to hit you, and you can't just like protect yourself. That one has to stop.
What if what if the whole nation comes against those goons? How will they be sustainable? So, like, let's say, yes, in Kasongo, Ruto is instituting those goons, but other than maybe is a staff where it comes from, maybe where they might support them. Everywhere in the nation, people are against them. Na watu waanzie kuchukua sheria mkononi to the extent of even lynching them. What about if it reaches to those level whereby sasa raia watasema enough is enough, we will not tolerate this one, and then we even start now seeing killing of them.
What's the difference between Gunism and Mwizi? Mwizi is breaking the law. Gunism is breaking the law. If the Kenyans people can decide to do that, they will send a very clear message. If you are a goon, we get you, you'll be gone. Then now people will just like some. You see, the problem is, what is the cause of all this? It is because this government, when they came in, they are the same government who promised that they will provide jobs to the people. So the jobs they were saying was Gunism. It looks like. So the jobs they keep on telling us they have created jobs is Gunism jobs. They bribe them, they go, they commit suicide, they commit crimes. Then after that, they come and tell us they created jobs. And that's why I keep on asking, other than Gunism, which we have seen in the country, what else has this conman done since he has been in the presidency? Since he was given the power, what has he done? Show me. The most important thing he has done is to stealing corruption. I can define corruption, Gunism. Yeah. People are now being killed left and right. People are dying because the healthcare is not enough. I mean, we are saying our country has come from, it's just like Sodom and Gomorrah right now in Kenya. But many people cannot see this. See how Mambaya, what people are dying like Inzi because of poor health care. Poor health care. That's something he should be reminded. And now, so for him to tell us now that's why I said it will be always divine that he is the one, and it's government who brought Gunism to the next level. And that's what he has done. And have we ever of him condemning this? He has never condemned about it. And in fact, I think he's happy about it. And yet you call yourself a leader of a country when you are using other people to injure some, just to come and injure your fellow citizens, just putting pain on them because they disagree with you politically, because you want to be the beneficiary. And for me, I think if our people will reject in every part of the country, and say, if you are a goon, you don't have a place in our society. Because we want to fight this democracy in terms of we speak, we debate, then let the people decide. But not you by just using force so that you can square you out because you have the money. Because you have been in power, you have the money, now you can just buy people. These people provide them jobs. That's what's lacking. And the problem with Kenya right now, it has become an unworking country. And that's why we are not shocked to see that Gunism is becoming part of the job. So injuring your own people is part of the job. And now that's what we call bottom-up economics. And that's what this conman meant when he lied to the Kenyan people till the last campaign. Bottom-up. So the bottom up is Goonism. He came, he said he's going to create jobs. Yes, he has created the jobs of Goonism. He came and said he's going to have healthcare. Yes, he has created the healthcare of dying people in our country. And even now, there's no even safety in our schools. What they do, they take the money and the money goes back to their hands. It's conmanship. Ruto, his presidency, you will know me, I don't call him my president, will be divine. Goonism, torture, murderers, dictators, corruption, rapists. I mean, whatever, anything of sort of them. That's how you can divine this Kasongo's presidency. And that's why, come 2027, he has to go. He has to go. He has to go, regardless of what. I don't care who comes in, he has to go. And whoever will support this man, whoever supports him, it's your right to do so. But remember, he will be the worst president to ever rule our country. Right now, he's at the bottom of it. Even if therefore he has put torture on our people. He has been miserable. He has been pathetic. He has been disgusting, embarrassing. He's somebody who has been doing things below the belt. You kill innocent kids, and you call yourself you're for democracy. You kill innocent kids, and you call yourself you're protecting them. Nonsense. This man has to go. Njiru, this guy, he has to go.
Okay, that one is in order. The reason why nimekuuliza swali ya goons is because Professor Kagwanja has overemphasized about it and the way Ruto wanted to destroy Mlima. And has also agreed. So what amalizie, so I wanted you to give that preface. Najuria ukuje. This guy is extensively talking about where you come from.
The poor, govern them with the ease.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No. What before you put him, what I was saying is, this man could destroy anybody who he thinks is not fought for him. And he has, realized Mlima is now out of control. It's gone. Now he's trying to see how he can put pain. He's on tape saying this. Even he became, I don't know, he was a member of parliament. He's on tape saying this. But Kenyans, so the power, he became a president because of the Mlima. And now because they have left you, you want, just like in boss, I've never seen anything like this. In fact, you should even thank them for making him to be at least a one-term president. You should thank them. It's supposed to be like he won because of Mount Kenya. Okay, he won if he won. I don't know, he won or he stopped. He should thank them for giving me that opportunity. But instead, he thanks them on their hand and our Piga. Yeah, this is the man who has embraced all the people from his community on security sector, so that they can, I don't know what to protect him, I don't know what they want to do. But if they think, like they say, they want to turn Kenya to be Uganda, jaribu. You want to turn Kenya to be kama Tanzania, jaribu. Jaribu. Sisi sio wa Tanzania, sisi sio wa Uganda. Tuliona kama vile mama walichasi kama huyu mchinga kutoka Kakamega ya the deputy governor anatuambia, let them try. We are Kenyans. We'll be fine by our own destiny. When it becomes mambo ya kura, sahi we are united as a country. And the people who are uniting us is this conman. Whoever supports him, support him. But Let the will of the people prevail. Let the will of the people prevail. If you win fairly, we will win, we let you go. But if you fall, like you said the other day, he will accept and Kenya will move on. Thank you, sir. We will salute him. We will tell him, you know what? Of all the things you have done, is to come. You have been defeated. You have accepted. Now we can come and accept you back to the society and watch the way we want to change it. And that one will be a welcome. From what he said during the prayer, or whatever, morning prayer, or whatever it was, Thanksgiving prayer, that was okay. I agree with him. The country will move on regardless who wins come 2027. But he has done more. He has done more toward Kenyans than to help them. He has killed our people, both direct and indirect. And that's a fact. That's a fact. Why didn't you?
Yeah, I think on that one, story, I think Ruto should face judgment, and a bad one. So hata akitoka kwa power, somebody needs to go for him. Huyo sio mtu ati unaachilia aende Sugoi. Huyo ni, he can plan very bad things hata akiwa huko. So I do not appreciate him saying ati tuachane na yeye ametoka vizuri. Hakuna kitu ya kutoka vizuri. Ni mnamtoa and he faces hii maneno yote anatutesa, kwani sisi sio binadamu? Kazi yetu ni kusamehea. Are we not human beings who are also suffering? So people have also to learn to suffer the consequences of their choices. So because Ruto has chosen bad things during his power, once we get him out of power, he has to suffer those things which he instituted in us.
No, he's protected by the Constitution. People will file cases against him. He will be defended. But there are some things he has done, and things which he is answerable. And we will go through the court process. He will get his court hearing like anybody else. But what he has done? He has done more damage than anybody ever could do in our country. And I don't know who is advising him. I mean, I don't see what this is. And what Kenyans have to realize, go right now, look at statistics and see how many people are dying now in Kenya. One of the highest rate than we ever seen before. It is because indirectly because of the healthcare. Before, at least prevention, they say prevention is better than curing, yeah? At least people will go there, insurance will go now, kadogo, and apart of that, they move on and they buy days, move on now. So look, people are dying. It's because of the poor healthcare under this regime. And the one thing, in fact, I've never imagined, and somebody has to tell me, because how could we allow one man to change the healthcare of our country just because he has won the presidency or he has come in, he has been given power? You let him to change our lives just easy as that. I don't know what went wrong. And do we allow this one to happen in the future? That one person can come in, I'm the president, I want now to turn all the healthcare, it will be under me. How? How do we allow this conman to come in and is now taking money which is supposed to build the economy, supposed to help some other sectors? He's just giving it for free because he thinks he wants the money. How? How? I thought everything comes from the parliament. That's how it's supposed to be. But instead, he has turned everything is him. Him. Dawapatia hii, dawapatia milioni 8, milioni 6, milioni 3. Dangose milioni. Hii pesa yeye anatoa wapi? We allowed him that's the way money is supposed to be distributed. And now Kenyan think that's normal. And nobody has even asked him, Mr. President or Mr. Conman, who gave you the authority to start, like now you are just giving money. That's what he's doing. He's distributing money. And that money, you don't know where those people are getting it. And as an party, then he banks itself in either quack. That's where the problem is. And because of that, now the economy, thank God, hard-working Kenyans, more especially those who are outside the country, who are just kind of holding this country, it could have collapsed. And that's a reality. The retro money they are sending, and which is the highest now has ever been seen, that's what's holding the country. And they are even telling us that. They are saying it. But how far are we going to go with this one like this? How? If they keep on telling us, oh, when I came in, I had to stabilize the shilling. Useless. You are the vice president of a country. And now you are just like saying yourself when you came in. When you came in and yet you are the vice president. It's really bad, man. I'm tired of this. These guys, since they started, I remember from Imabaya International Court, wanaenda kuombewa nini na nini, kumi yako, kumi nini na nini, oh, whatever, walikuwa wanaimba huko, root or whatever. Now that one is some of the goons. Those are some of the goons. When we came here to say this conman should not be allowed, like our fellow Kenyans never listened to us. But it's good now they know that this is a bad man. He is a bad man. This guy has no clue how to run a country. He doesn't know. Asa anakuja yeye anachifanya ati mimi yeye ako na akili, anaona yeye unajua nini? But now he has found out Kenyans are better than him. You cannot beat them. Kinaja na mwanzo akikosa kuwa na mwisho. Na mwisho wako umefikia ile shimo la panya. And that's where he is right now. He's collapsing there. He's doing whatever it is. Alifikiri yeye atachukua gari atuweke Indian Ocean. But we are fighting back. We are fighting back. Hiyo gari unajua pengine amefikisha sio huko karibu Ramu ama nani? Karibu na Mombasa. Aiweke under the Victoria or Indian Ocean. But we are fighting back as a country, as a people. We should not allow him to continue. He has to go. He has to go.
Sawa, wacha Kagwanja amalizie. Acacia, good night. Can see you are
Who's
going.
trying to bring up a
Do you think it's by design? Because that's what you're saying.
I think so. I think so. Because when people are poor and needy, they are easier to control. It's another one Machiavellian rules. Make them poor, govern them with ease. Right? That's why poverty is the sharpest weapon in managing societies. That's why America is a superpower, but the African in America has remained poor for centuries because you cannot control them unless they are poor. So you make them live in poor neighborhoods, you make them have criminals, you take their criminals to jail or to prison so that you can have justification of getting construction tenders in the prisons. It's part of becomes part of the economy. Poverty becomes the driver of economy. Here, it started during the time of Mzee Moi, weekend the coffee. Why not tea? Because tea is also grown in all parts of the country. But when you target coffee, it targets a certain geographic region.
There's something.
So in the future, coffee is now going to be...
There's something about Mesama I want to disagree 100%. The Americans in America that's not a true statement.
You can audit that, eh? Yeah, it is based on his line of thinking and his line of research
Yeah. Somebody has to tell him that's not a true statement.
Where he said like African Americans have been impoverished. That's what he said.
No,
in America.
That's not a true statement. In
Now,
fact, the most millionaires, they are African Americans. Somebody else tell me that. That one, I would disagree with him. Why I ended up, but that one's not right.
I think so, because when people are poor and needy, they are easier to control. It's another one Machiavellian rules. Make them poor, govern them with ease, right? That's why poverty is the sharpest weapon in managing societies. That's why America is a superpower, but the African in America has remained poor for centuries because you cannot control them unless they are poor. So you make them live in poor neighborhoods, you make them have criminals, you take their criminals to jail or to prison so that you can have justification of getting construction tenders in the prisons. It's become part of the economy. Poverty becomes the driver of economy. Here, it is started during the time of Mzee Moi, weaken the coffee. Why not tea? Because tea is also grown in all parts of the country. But when you target coffee, it targets a certain geographical region at that time. So in the future, coffee is now going to be not as bad as it has been because it's now beginning to be shared across the provinces from Rift Valley to Western Kenya. So coffee will come back in a certain way because it cannot be targeted. Now, what one is saying is that we are not afraid to say that this is targeted impoverishment of a region through an mediated violence, the diffusion of violence, the Katumanga's oligopoly. Oligopoly means that it's the opposite of monopoly. The monopoly of violence is supposed to be the state. And therefore, the state has the sole responsibility to defend the population, to defend the individuals. When it allows violence to move around and be owned by everybody through Jeshi la Mzee, the revival of Mongikis, the revival of all the militias, what you are trying to do is basically to impoverish people. People are going to close shops because they are afraid of being robbed. People are going to abandon those kind of business and go towards what is safer. Investment is going to fly away from the areas that are targeted. And therefore, I think the Gachaguas of this world and other people must now come and think about how we are going to secure our region from this Gunism.
But I wonder, Prof, if government has given way to this violence that we're having, what is its advantage? Are we going to have another Haiti? And then I'm just thinking, well, we get to a place where you need to talk to someone and Raila Odinga is not there. Who can government compromise with, as we talked about before we started, so that we can have some sanity back? And maybe, what's your message for Ruto?
I think the message I have is that let it not be upon President Ruto to preside over the disintegration of Kenya, because the road of Gunism is a very slippery road, and nobody has control over it. Now, if the Gen Zs are angry and they have no jobs, you remember the Marxian adage, what they would say, that we have nothing to lose but our chains. These are Gen Zs who have no jobs, they have no stake in the economy, they have nothing. And the essence of security, why the middle class has been elevated by scholarship as the best class, because it's a stabilizing class. Why? Because it has something. They have houses, they have cars, they have this. They may not have the wealth of the upper class, but they have something to protect. And the more people you bring to the middle class, the safer the country is. Now, in the last 10 years, I would say, the middle class has shrunk. People used to live in Nairobi are now living in the outskirts of Nairobi. And those who used to live in the outskirts of Nairobi have now gone to their villages. They come to Nairobi as visitors. That is not safe for a country. And now on top of that, you introduce goonism. And for people who have nothing to lose but their kids, where do you leave our country? So it is important for us to sober up and know that we don't have another country, spare country to use after this one is gone. And to begin to think soberly that long after we are gone, there will be people under our constitution fighting for the presidencies, fighting for seats in parliament, fighting for seats in Senate and county government. And that this is not the end of the world. That's what Kibaki told us. It is basically an exercise we are doing because we are breathing. It is not because we are privileged. No. So sacrificing the future of our children and blaming our children for standing up and calling them names. You cannot blame, for example, demonize the whole generation and think you are doing the best thing. Who constitute about 75% of our population. And now you are defending the interests of 3%, who is any of us between above 65. We are 3% of our population. So what kind of mathematics are we doing? What kind of sense are we trying to build into ourselves? So my message is, William Ruto, you have a historic moment to make Kenya great and make Kenya safe and make Kenya democratic. Those are your responsibility. Rigathi Gachagua and others, you have the historic responsibility to stand up for justice, to stand up for what is right, and then to stand up for what Kenyans need to see as their bright future.
Thanks for tuning into that conversation. Of course, it's Professor Peter Kagwanja with the wisdom. He advised Kibaki, by the way. Maybe that's why the economy was flourishing. But that's why the country was flourishing. Thanks for tuning in. Goodbye for now.
Mzee, if he advised Kibaki, is not a mere guy. Okay, wacha tumalize na hii 60 minutes Australia. We hear what they're saying. Instead of kucheza hii tyranny of numbers. Let's return to Ebola.
As Lieutenant Governor, Pam Avet supported an 80% pay raise for legislators and massive.
Had he delivered on the dynasty versus hustlers, meaning focusing on Mama Boga, focusing on Boda Boda, focusing on all.
Hello and welcome to a new series by Fatia and Sikolia, where we talk about Africa developments, politics around the continent. Hi, Sikolia.
Fatia, mambo vipi?
Fiti sana, how are you?
I'm good. Happy to see you, by the way.
Good to see you. I'm really excited about this new series that we're doing about the continent. What do you think?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Africa has a lot of stuff. And I think I normally say Africa has a lot of uncharted waters, like issues that we can discuss and talk about.
Right. And the interesting thing is politics is really big in the continent. And I want us to start here in Kenya, because we're Kenyans, right?
You've just said about politics, but Africa is huge. Talk about development. We'll talk about many things.
Yes.
You can just discuss about the Sahara.
100%. So it's going to be a series that's going to be discussing a lot of things in the continent.
Yeah.
But for the first episode, I want us to start in Kenya.
Home. Nyumbani.
Sisi ni wa Kenya. But of course, we'll talk about the continent further. But just starting off here in the continent, in the country, Kenya, we want to talk about Mount Kenya politics. Why do you think it's important?
Just recently, is it a few days ago, William Ruto has been camping in central Kenya, specifically central Kenya, in the larger Mount Kenya region. Now, this region is vote rich, but Ruto has been camping there, moving from one place to another, promising goodies. Remember, he was launching roads and promising to complete actually the Mau Mau roads. If you remember very well, those are some of the issues that people from central Kenya have been saying, you know what, these roads are yet to be completed, started many years ago during Uhuru Kenyatta's regime. They're yet to be completed. And William Ruto has been there. But there's something that caught my eye.
Right.
William Ruto did not go there to launch roads. He went there purposefully to politic.
To get votes.
To get votes.
I mean, 2027 is almost here, right? We have
corner.
like a year to go.
And actually, when you count to August 2027, it's just 1 year and a few months.
Right.
And we are there. And you can see the political temperatures in the country. Look at Linda Mwananchi. Look at William Ruto himself. He has been touring from one place to another, flying from Western Kenya. In the same day, you will see him in Western Kenya. Another few hours, you will see him in Narok. You are like, this guy is already on the campaign.
The campaign
mode.
has definitely started in the country, and it's interesting. You've talked about that, and just coming off the bat of that, we want to understand why even Mount Kenya is very important in Kenyan politics, for instance.
But I think we should listen to what he said first.
Okay, let's listen into that.
Yeah.
Neguo kana tiguo ati Murang'a mnasemaje? Ati Murang'a mnasemaje? Ati Murang'a mnasemaje? Murang'a hoye! Sikizeni watu wa Murang'a. Sikizeni watu wa Murang'a. Mimi nawaeleza ya kwamba I am ready to be held by my word. Yale nilisema hapa. Mimi niko tayari kufanya mtihani mwaka ujao.
Right. What are your thoughts on that?
It's campaign.
Right.
For me, I think he's campaigning. Yes, he's launching what he says development projects, but we know very well this is Kenya. Ahead of any general election, we always see those in government go place to place, launch projects. It happened during Moi's regime. It happened during Kibaki's regime, and it's happening during. It happened during Uhuru Kenyatta's regime.
Right.
You remember even when Uhuru was living in 2022.
Yeah,
he actually launched many projects.
Yes,
and he commissioned others.
Yeah,
I saw him commissioning, for example, a few months or a few days to election? He went to Karimenu Dam. He was in Zoya, reviving Zoya Sugar. He was everywhere. The whole point is to entice voters.
Right.
Sometimes some of those projects never materialize.
Yeah.
But they are launched.
They're launched and they talk about it a lot of the times.
Yeah.
And just listening into that, you see Mount Kenya has a total of 10 counties. It's huge, right?
Very huge.
And you'd find that even going back into history, former presidents, Jomo Kenyatta came from there, Mwai Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta. Moi was the only one who was not from there, but he definitely got a lot of his vice presidents from there, right? Which is intriguing.
Look at it.
Right.
When you look at Mount Kenya, you've brought a very nice point. When you look at Kenyatta, Kenyatta was from Mount Kenya, right?
Yeah.
Moi was from Rift Valley. But when you look at his 24-year tenure, he only had one vice president who was not either from Mount Kenya or affiliated with Mount Kenya.
And
That was Musalia Mudavadi. But he was only picked when Moi had already dissolved parliament. So it means we were in election mode. Musalia was only vice president for 2 months.
Right.
That is in 2002, and Moi was leaving. But when you look at it, the first vice president under
Yeah, they are doing a lot of explanation about politics in Mount Kenya. And I just want us to listen. If there is anyone who wants to react, you can come and react. But I listened to it, and they seem to be having some quite good, vast information about how issues are cutting across in Mlima Kenya, and why Ruto has been keeping those cycles every time tu anarudi tu Mlima, even after knowing that ni kama watu wamemutoka. Thank you.
under Daniel Arap Moi was who? Was Mwai Kibaki.
Mwai Kibaki.
Josephat Karanja was Moi's second vice president, who stayed short. I remember that time he from when you read, you were told that he used to bully even leaders from Mount Kenya and everything like that. So he was short-lived.
Yeah.
Moi actually engineered his resignation. He was actually or literally pushed out.
Right.
So from there, George Saitoti takes over, longest period. But George Saitoti, I know he paraded himself as a Maasai. But everyone knows in the streets that George Saitoti was from Mulima.
From Mount Kenya.
From Mount Kenya.
And so that was strategic.
There is a name people used to call him.
Yeah.
It's a Kikuyu name people used to call him. Was it Kinuthia? Yeah.
Okay. That's an interesting fact. That's an interesting
So
fact.
you look at
yeah.
it, Mount Kenya is very crucial.
Yeah.
If we come to after Moi, there was Mwai Kibaki from Mount Kenya. After Mwai Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta from Mount Kenya. Then William Ruto. He has now had 2 deputy presidents. From where?
From Mount Kenya. I mean, we've seen Rigathi Gachagua when he came in. And after the whole situation with Rigathi, now we have Kindiki, right, as the vice president, as the deputy president of the country.
President. From where?
From Mount Kenya. And we talked about the Mount Kenya East and West, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that, because that's also intriguing.
Let me tell you, when you look at the current tussle, first of all, we have to listen. There's a tussle now in Mount Kenya between Rigathi Gachagua and Professor Kithure Kindiki, the deputy president. First of all, let's listen to what Professor Macharia Munene says. How actually he thinks Gachagua has always been trying to be the kingpin of Mount Kenya, especially after Uhuru Kenyatta retired and William Ruto became president. Maybe we listen to Professor Macharia Munene.
That acknowledgement of being a king, the leader of the region, he struggled very hard to insist that people must acknowledge him as the leader.
Right. So Macharia Munene, you listen to Macharia Munene, he says actually that Rigathi Gachagua has always tried to come out as the kingpin of Mount Kenya. And now that is where the tussle is between Professor Kindiki and Rigathi Gachagua, because now Rigathi Gachagua, having been impeached by President William Ruto in 2024, okay, Ruto says he's not the one,
but we saw the process of how everything turned out.
You can see the hand.
100%.
Yeah, when someone is pushing you, you can see the direction where the push is coming from, and you could see that the force that pushed Rigathi Gachagua out of office was coming from the house on the hill.
But is he really self-imposed kingpin? Because there's a reason why he was selected by President William Ruto to be the deputy president. He must have had some influence in Mount Kenya.
Actually, when you say like that, then we have to go back to what Ruto said in 2022, before the elections, when he was picking his deputy you remember his running mate, not deputy, but he was running mate at that particular time, because it was clear from the look of things, most Mount Kenya politicians who were in the nomination circle actually wanted Professor Kithure Kindiki. But Ruto had a different opinion. He wanted someone who could push for votes, a serious mobilizer, what we call grassroots mobilizer. Professor Kithure Kindiki is a strategist.
Right.
But Ruto was not sure if he could marshal enough votes, and especially he was looking at when you look at the Mount Kenya, there's Mount Kenya West and Mount Kenya East. Would Professor Kithure Kindiki have managed then to mobilize votes in the Kikuyu zone? Remember, Raila Odinga had a running mate. From where?
Yeah, it was from Mount also, right?
From the mountain. Yeah, Mother Karua.
Right.
Now, there was this threat that was posed by Mother Karua. Some people say she didn't contribute much, but she pushed William Ruto to picking Rigathi Gachagua.
Right.
Because then the threat was, if Raila picks Mother Karua and William Ruto picks Professor Kithure Kindiki, will the Kikuyu vote align with the Mount Kenya East? You remember, history, Mount Kenya East have always been the rubber stamps of the Mount Kenya West.
Yeah.
They've always been the rubber stamp supporting their most popular brothers,
who's,
being the Kikuyus.
Yeah.
So the question was, will that happen? Would Kindiki marshal Central Kenya to go with William Ruto? That was the question. And then William Ruto decided to go for Rigathi Gachagua, who was deemed and appears in every sense, even today, to be a serious grassroots
mobilizer.
Yeah.
Even the way he speaks, he has the people's ears. You know what I'm saying? But interestingly now, I'm trying to understand. So Professor Kithure Kindiki is the deputy president right now. So would you say he was like a second option, even to Ruto coming in the first time?
People fail to understand William Ruto. William Ruto is a serious strategist, political strategist.
Right.
I will not say he was a second option. I will say William Ruto always puts his cards. But someone AI is trying to.
Oh Lord!
Oh, that is AI. So William Ruto is a political strategist, serious political strategist.
Yeah.
By the time he's going into a game, he lays his cards, he lays his game plan, and puts players. Which player will play what role?
100%.
I believe by the time even they were going for nomination, William Ruto already knew that Gachagua was going to be his running mate. And Kindiki will be, you remember he was the chief agent.
Yes.
So Kindiki had his role. And I believe the nomination was just, what will you say, a formality. But he had already his game plan, his blueprint on how he was going into the 2022 election. But when you look at also after, I remember after Gachagua was impeached, people were looking at, is he going to pick a lady? Is he going to pick Waruguru? And I wrote clearly and I told people, and I wrote even on my Facebook account, and I said, Kindiki is the man.
Right.
Yeah, it was just clear how the cards William Ruto was trying to play. Even today, I've had people question if Kindiki will be on the ballot in 2027.
That was going to be my next question. With all the discussion that we're having
as Ruto's running mate.
Do you think it's going to be Ruto's running mate next year?
It's a big question,
right?
But you have to look at it. You have to look. Don't underestimate the Kikuyu vote. Don't underestimate the Central Kenya vote. But at this particular point, the question William Ruto is asking himself, does he still have the Kikuyu vote? Even as he moves around Central Kenya, he knows from where I sit, I think William Ruto knows that he cannot ignore the Mount Kenya vote, and especially the Kikuyu vote.
Mimi nawauliza watu wa Murang'a, si nyinyi ndio mtaamua? Si mtaamua viongozi? Si mtaamua MCA, mbunge, governor, senator, women rep, mpaka rais? Si nyinyi ndio mtaamua? Na wauliza, siku mtaamua, munaamua kiongozi kwa sababu ya sura ama kwa sababu ya kazi? Kwa sababu ya sura ama kazi? Kwa sababu ya matusi ama kazi? Kwa sababu ya vitimbi ama kazi? Kwa sababu ya matusi ama kazi? Si ni kazi ya kila mtu itamuokoa?
When you look at the history and how history dictates things, and especially politically, the Mount Kenya vote, from what has been done in the past, and especially those who are not from Mount Kenya, who was one president, before Ruto was only Moi, if you don't get the Mount Kenya vote, don't allow the opponent to get the entire mountain.
So that means you split
the mountain.
Split the vote. You split the mountain in the vote.
Yes, it has happened. Now, that is where this discussion takes us to 1992.
Right.
Remember, before 1992, kila kitu was chama cha baba na mama. Even during Kenyatta's regime, it was Kenya was not a single party state per se in law, but it was a single party state.
It was really. By
in 1992, after the 1992 coup, what happened was it was now rubber stamped.
The multi-party system now came in.
Put into law. No, in 1982, into law that Kenya was now officially a single party state. It was only KANU and KANU and KANU. But after 10 years of battle, serious battle on the streets and everywhere, activists, political leaders, clergymen, in 1991, Moi repealed Section 2A of the Constitution. And after repealing Section 2A of the Constitution, multi-party comes in. When multi-party comes in, there is a new party, Forward, Forum for Restoration of Democracy. Forward. All the bigwigs in opposition are in there. From my understanding and from what history says, Moi had other plans for Ford, but then something happened, something differently that changed Moi's plans, was the resignation of Mwai Kibaki. When Mwai Kibaki decamped from Kanu, resigned, he was then Minister for Health.
Right.
Remember, he had been demoted by Moi from Vice President to Minister for Health, which he accepted and became Minister for Health. But he resigned. After resigning, Mwai Kibaki formed DP and declared that he was going for the presidency.
For the presidency, yeah.
It is Mwai Kibaki who threatened Moi's rule.
And is that where we saw now the power of Mount Kenya?
Yeah. All of a sudden, everyone was behind Mwai Kibaki.
Yeah.
All the Kikuyu leaders, all the Kikuyu Mount Kenya money machinery.
Yeah.
We're talking about the rich, the businessmen were behind Mwai Kibaki, and Moi felt threatened.
It looked to me like the top guys, the Grimos of that community, were not that much with Kenneth Matiba. They were kind of with Mwai Kibaki. But you see, the larger bulk of the Kikuyu nation then therefore was with Mwai Kibaki.
That is the point where now I want us to hear from Lee Njiru and Franklin Bett. Remember, they were with Moi.
Very close with Moi. Let's listen into that.
And then Moi knew his days in State House were numbered. And then he called me, told me, things are bad. All the Kikuyus are now against me. The Luos. And generally most of Kenya. So let us pack. Let us packing up because we are going home. So I said, no, Mzee, give me time. I don't think we are going home. We are going to change the time. We will stem it.
Okay, so from what Lee Njiru says, Kibaki was the threat.
Yeah.
What did Moi do?
Eventually got to...
Something you said.
Yeah.
You just said it.
He went to the Mount region and split the votes, right? Split the mountain.
Let's listen what he says then. How did they do it? It's very interesting, by the way. When you listen to how they did it, very interesting.
Right.
We introduced the services of a printing agency. So we started printing posters for Matiba. And we organized that, we organized with the Matatus. And also we organized with the artists, those who compose songs. We started composing songs to praise Matiba. And the posters for Matiba. So we told the Matatus, if we find you playing Matiba songs in praise of Matiba, you'll get 100 shillings. So Matatus, most of them were playing songs Matiba because there was a monetary reward. And so Matiba said, and then we organized with Matiba friends because we got some money to do the job, a government budget to give to people. And they tell Matiba, everybody is for you.
Kenneth Matiba is out in London for some medical treatment. And he's coming back. And the man who is leading Ford is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Jaramogi Odinga is slightly older than Kenneth Matiba. So you put into the head of Kenneth Matiba that it is time for Jaramogi Oginga Odinga to go where? Go home. So when he's coming, I'm younger and he's old and he has had his time. He needs to go away. So that was done. Kenneth Matiba, and then when he came, he had a very good reception at the airport, our president. Now, when he saw that reception, everybody said, by the way, he's moved by the crowd.
The one he came waving.
And then they come waving. They were blackguards, waving him to be the president. The first thing he did when he now landed in Ford was a big quarrel with Jaramogi Odinga.
And that was the end of
Because it was entered into him that you are also able to be the president. It was done deliberately by some people away, Ford. So he got into it. He got into the trap. And that trap caused a split in Ford.
Now, we wanted now to split votes so that Kibaki could not get enough votes. We got Martin Shikuku. And then they convinced Matiba to form his own party, Ford Asili.
Yes.
So he told Shikuku, do not stay with Kibaki. Go with Matiba. This money. So he went to Western, he confused his people. Akina Nicodemus Ganeri, Akina Java Nomani, Akina Makwaga to join, Benjamin Makwaga.
Yes.
To join, yeah. So Muranga, yeah. So when Matiba was coming from London, he was asked to go be the president. He said, let the people decide. And we organized with the Matiba friends to convince him to come to the Rift Valley to see how he was loved. So we came to Rift Valley and organized with thousands and thousands of people. In fact, we fed them to the roads and we told them to show Matiba the two fingers. Yeah, but we were lying to him because those were Kalenjins, most of them. So when Matiba came here, people ended up from Stem Hotel to near Eveready. Matiba saw so many people, but then those had been brought.
The ones with the placards. Mr.
Yes, and the placards. Those we had printed those placards. And so now we knew that the newspapers might only play these stories. So we colluded with the Matiba's press people that we would give you money to have these stories, to buy space in the newspapers, so that the photographs and the stories. So when Matiba saw those ones, he ran mad with excitement. So that is why Matiba ran against Kibaki. So we split the mountain vote.
Actually, many people, before listening to Linjiru and Franklin Bate, many people in the past, many people thought that it's Mwai Kibaki who, let me say, destroyed the ambition of one man, Kenneth Matiba. But Matiba, literally, Matiba was not vying. Oginga Odinga was the de facto leader of Ford. So Oginga Odinga was the one going to vie. It is actually the CAN machineries that convinced Matiba to vie, as you have listened.
Yeah.
So it means it's Matiba who actually destroyed Mwai Kibaki's ambition of becoming president in 1992.
You think so? Because of the split, right?
Yeah, actually, it's the Kano machineries that split Ford, not even Ford, and the splitting of that split Ford, but the splitting of Ford was not aimed at anything else. Was aimed at dividing Kibaki's votes. Now look at how the election, the results were.
Daniel Moi had 1.9 million.
1.9.
Kenneth Matiba 1.4 million.
1.4.
Mwai Kibaki had 1.05 million.
1.05.
Jaramogi Odinga had 944,000.
Yes.
And it's so interesting because you'd ideally think that Mwai Kibaki would be on top of where Kenneth Matiba would be, but look at the power of the split of the votes.
The split of the votes.
Yeah.
You take Mwai Kibaki's votes and add with the
with Kenneth Matiba, that's already over 2 million.
We are speaking of something different.
That means one of them would have been the president if they worked together. So that shows the power
of the Mount Kenya vote.
Of the Mount Kenya
Now,
votes. Yeah.
the whole point, how Moi split, after now Matiba came back and announced that he was going to vie for the presidency. You know, the Kano machinery knew that Oginga Odinga, because he was old, and he was looking at it as 1992 as his last bullet. Like after that, he will never
get to presidency.
Yeah. So they knew very well that Matiba will say, I must also be on the ballot.
100%.
So that one is splitting forward.
Yeah.
Number two, the biggest picture was the central vote. When you look at it, the central vote, there is usually the Chania side when you're talking about now the Kirinyaga and Nyeri. And then there is the Murang'a and Kiambu on this side.
Right, yeah.
So that's what literally happened. Matiba is from where?
Matiba is from
Murang'a.
Murang'a, okay.
And Kibaki was from where?
Othaya, that's Nyeri, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So literally, they split the two counties on the other side and the two counties on this side. And the Kikuyu nation split. And even the larger Mount Kenya region split. Will the scenario
repeat itself again? I mean, let's look at what even happened in 1997. Right? You had Moi with over 2.5 million votes and Kibaki with 1.9.
1.9. Now, because the Kikuyu votes did not split.
You
see how it is?
It's quite big, honestly.
Yeah,
especially
Kibaki
from one
jumps.
particular area, he jumps up.
Yes. So when you look at it, because Matiba in 1992, Matiba had votes from not just Central. He had votes from many other parts of the country.
Yeah.
That's why he eclipsed Matiba, Kibaki. But Kibaki, most of the votes that Kibaki got came from Central Kenya, from Mount Kenya. You get a picture.
Yeah.
So in 1997, he jumps to 1.9 million.
Yeah.
Probably there is the talk of Kanu machinery tampering with the electoral. It was very big. I was young, but
Especially during that time.
I was young, but my uncle used to make me listen to news. We didn't have a TV, so tulikuwa tunasikiza.
I don't think, was I existing at the time? I'm not even sure.
You were not there. I was
But
there.
yes,
I was 1997. I was in class.
Oh,
7.
okay, 97, I was born at least. I was born.
97. I was in class. 1992, you were not there.
Yeah. No.
1992, I was in class 2. Yeah, but if you can imagine, I used to follow politics. We used to sing a song, Mukarunganga, Kakenda. There is, I was born and raised up in Luyaland. So, so they sing Mukarunganga, Kakenda. Lakini alipata kura moja.
Oh, wow. Wow.
There was a candidate called Mukarunganga. When you look at it, it just shapes the idea and the picture of how influential Mount Kenya vote is. And most of the times Mount Kenya votes. I've covered votes, I've covered elections and sometimes even by-elections in Mount Kenya. You will see how people come.
You're asking, do you think history will repeat itself compared to what we know in 1992 and what we're seeing with the president now?
Does Mount Kenya look split today?
Ish.
We might not tell the magnitude.
You can't really tell as of now, I think.
It
looks like it's splitting.
Mount Kenya is not just Central Kenya. It goes up to Meru.
Right.
We just recently we saw the by-election in Embu. Yeah, you saw the by-election.
Right.
And the push and pull that was there between Rigathi Gachagua and Professor Kithure Kindiki to win. Yes, UDA won the by-election. And it just gives you a picture that Mount Kenya East and Mount Kenya West, there will be a lot of shuffling. There will be a lot of political bickering ahead of the 2022 election.
2027 election.
2027. Oh, I'm still, Jesus.
But another interesting thing that I think I have seen is the former president Uhuru Kenyatta. We've seen him.
His influence.
Even together with Rigathi Gachagua. And so can you tell where he's leaning into?
No, it's clear.
It's clear, right?
It's clear. Uhuru Kenyatta has not has been clear about his stand since the 2022 elections and even before the 2022 election. And he hasn't changed when you look at it. There are rumors here and there. He's the one behind Matiang'i, which is for me, Matiang'i looks very, very clear that William Ruto is the one behind, Uhuru Kenyatta is the one behind Fred Matiang'i, in terms of to win a presidential election is not a walk in the park. You need resources. The question is, does Matiang'i have the resources to mount a serious...
does he have the influence to even become a
You
president?
you can be made to have influence.
But we're too close to the elections.
I used to tell people, what makes one a strong candidate? Is it about how you speak? It's one, it can. Yeah. But also, do you have money?
Resources is everything, of course. The campaign
then lastly,
itself. Yeah.
Do you have the backing, like the people behind you? Today, you've seen, not to belittle anyone, but you've seen our former CJ. He moves around with very few people. So no one up to today takes him. Even there was a time Gen Z were saying we are behind Maraga. Today that has gone silent. You know why?
Why?
Because he doesn't mobilize. Because for you to election is a perception. Politics is a perception. You need to create a perception from the word go that you have people. Yeah. If you don't show it, people will say, who you hide, napoteza time. So today, if Maraga wants to be a serious candidate, either he joins a grouping that is good at mobilization, that looks like it's mobilizing, or use resources. The question is, does he have the resources to do that?
You know, even away from politics, let's just talk about just Mount Kenya as a region, right? Economically, do you think it's an area that's rich? Because in terms of coffee and tea and dairy farming, it's big in itself. Do you think that also contributes to, leaders looking into that side more, or is this about the political force?
There is one thing that many people actually underestimate about Mount Kenya. The Mount Kenya region pull resources together when they want something. I think the community that I've seen in Kenya that comes close to that, there are two other communities. The Kalenjin community, they also do pull resources. And if there are opportunities, you can. That is why we have, in Kenya right now, we call Australia another Kalenjin land. Because they found opportunities there, they are pulling their people there. Right. The third one that I've seen closely is the Somali community, which I know you understand.
No, I totally understand it.
It's also looks very good at pulling resources together when they want to achieve something as a community. There is a community in Kenya that could have rivaled the Kikuyu vote, but unfortunately they don't put resources together. The community I understand very well. The Luhya community.
That's your community.
Check. I wrote somewhere. I don't know if I wrote somewhere or I have it somewhere here. When we check about the population, let me just quickly do. I think I have it somewhere here.
Yeah.
I just want to show you in terms of counties. I'll not use communities, but I use counties.
Counties, yeah.
In terms of population, according to the 2019 census, which is the latest, Nairobi County is the most populous with 4.3 million. They're about 4.4. Then followed by Kiambu at 2.4, followed by Nakuru at 2.1, Kakamega at 1.8, Bungoma at 1.6. So the ones I've mentioned first, Nairobi and Nakuru are cosmopolitan, though Nakuru is predominantly is dominated by Mount Kenya.
Yeah, it's a Mount Kenya basic region.
Though it's not that much because they are the majority, but there are areas now that are dominate. There are areas that like constituencies that belong to the Kalenjin.
Kalenjin, yes.
Yeah, but Nairobi is entirely cosmopolitan. So when you look at it, Kiambu, Nakuru, next is Kakamega, Bungoma, which are Luyas. Then you go to Meru, Kilifi, Machakos, Mombasa. You see, the next community after Kikuyu in terms of population is supposed to be Luhya. But now when you look at it, the split is always open. I saw an analyst actually the other day say the Luhya vote is always up for grabs.
It's always ready to be taken.
It's always very, very easy to split. You can get the Maragolis there, you can get the Bukusus there. And actually, when you talk to most Luyas, they will tell you there are two sub-tribes that split the Luya vote, which is the Maragoli and the Bukusus. They're the majority sub-tribe. The Bukusus are number one, followed by Maragolis. So they always pull in different directions. And as they move, they go with people. This will go with other sub-tribes, this will go with other sub-tribes. So you find the Luya vote does not have its one strong voice, except in 2002, when Wamala Kijana convinced almost the entire Luya nation to back Mwai Kibaki. You remember the casualty was, even the casualty was Musalia Mudavadi. He was himself, he went home. He was defeated in his constituency. He was literally, there were no running mates, but he was the second in after Uhuru Kenyatta in the hierarchy of Kanu. But he went home. So look at it. Then it brings back to Mount Kenya. And when you look at it, Mount Kenya, as you said earlier, out of the 5 presidents we've had, 3 have come from Mount Kenya. A total of how many years? When you look at it, Jomo Kenyatta did almost 15 years.
Yes.
It was 14, 15. And then you look at it.
24 years of
then 20 years. Kibaki did 10.
No, Kibaki did
Uhuru
10.
did 10.
Then there's more.
So that's 20.
That's 20.
No, I'm talking about Kikuyu Nation.
The Kikuyu
20
Nation,
plus either 14, it's either 34 or 35.
Wow.
Independence, how many years have we
So
been
we're like
independent?
at 60, what? We're at like 63 now?
We might, 63
Around
around
63,
there.
around
So
63 years.
34, 35 years,
Yeah.
we have been under the Mount Kenya rule.
But I want to shift this a bit. I know we're talking about Mount Kenya. So I'm really wondering, despite the conversation that we're having, do you think then as a country in Kenya, we're really ethnic-based kind of...
Sure.
Is it?
There is a chat that has been going on, especially with Gen Z, about now being a non-tribal entity.
Exactly. That's why I'm
It is
wondering.
yet to be tested. That's one thing I can say. It's yet to be tested. Because it's not the first time they campaign about people voting not based on tribal, but on ideologies and issues. It's not the first time we have had such campaigns. But on the day, on the material day,
it goes back.
people
to
go
the-
back to their cocoon. It's when now you remember, oh, I am a Kikuyu.
Yeah, which is totally fine, and I totally understand. But I think even as a country, maybe we should start looking more into ideologies than just the ethnic. But I think what we're discussing here today, the fact that Mount Kenya really plays a big role in the elections. So I think in the next few months, we're going to be seeing a bit of change in terms of allies or alliances, right?
Yeah, but something as we finish, look at it. Are we finishing? Or we are still going on?
We're still finishing.
We know we can talk until
We're
tomorrow.
about to finish. I gotta go to the office.
So now when you look at it, the Mount Kenya debate here, Ruto still has, according to Ruto, still has some people in central Kenya. I'm not talking about Mount Kenya East, I'm talking about Mount Kenya West. The likes of Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, people like Lance CS, Alice Wahome. Remember, Ruto still has a big number of cabinet secretaries from Mount Kenya, including former Kiambu Governor William Kabogo.
Yes.
So the question will be, will they have enough muscle to either outmuscle Gachagua or cut some votes from Gachagua in central Kenya? Because from me, what I'm looking at, Ruto might decide to go with Kithure Kindiki in 2027
right.
as his deputy to ensure the split remains, that Mount Kenya East goes with him. Then Mount Kenya West, which is the richest in terms of votes, is up for grabs. That's why I think he's trying to maintain the likes of Kimani Ichung'wah, the likes quite a number of politicians from the central Kenya, including the likes of Susan Kihika in Nakuru,
Right.
to ensure that he gets significant votes from the traditional Central Kenya, the Central Kenya region, the traditional Central Kenya, and the diaspora Central Kenya. Is the diaspora Central Kenya.
also have
Nakuru
quite
County.
big votes.
Yeah, it's a big votes. So looking at it, and places like Lamu, where an area like a region like Mpeketoni is dominated by Central Kenya people.
Kikuyus,
The Kikuyus. We are talking about not Central Kenya people, the Kikuyus.
Specifically.
Because some of them have never been to Central Kenya. They know that their grandfather came from Central Kenya, but they were born and raised in Lamu. So virtually, when you look at it, a good number of them are in today in UDA. So the question is, will they still go with UDA? It's a big question. And as you say, we are going to see a lot of alignments and realignments. And remember, ODM Tunataka Power. There is Tunataka Power and there is Linda Wananchi. Tunataka Power says they want the DP's position. I remember the other day I had Gladys Wanga and she said that in that arrangement, if we are not for the presidency, we will be for the deputy president. So where does that leave someone like Professor Kithure Kindiki? I think if they remove Professor Kithure Kindiki as deputy president, and not deputy, as the running mate in 2027, it will really put a dent on Ruto's chances in Mount Kenya region. It will be a big blow for Ruto in Mount Kenya. Now Gachagua will have all the weapons to throw around, and Gachagua doesn't hold back.
Right.
When he decides full throttle, he goes.
He goes for it. But I think from the analysis that we've had and we've talked about, there's a really good chance that he might actually maintain Professor Kithure Kindiki as the deputy president.
I think for him
as the running mate.
So then now it becomes a challenge for William Ruto. How does he ensure that Kindiki, if Kindiki is the running mate, how does he ensure that ODM remains with him? Remember, ODM is split.
100%.
So already now, the remaining part of ODM that is with him, how does he make sure that it doesn't bolt and join the other faction or go on its own?
On its own.
So it's a catch-22 situation for William Ruto. Looking at it, if you decide it's ODM, then Mount Kenya, it's people who gave you over 3 million votes.
Yeah.
So where do you get the 3 million votes first? Because it's like you are going to draw water from a well, another well that doesn't have enough, doesn't have full, and you had a full cup. So you reduce to less than a half.
Right.
Yeah? How do you feel?
It's all about the strategy, I think. And, all these politicians, by the time they're doing what they're doing, the strategies are already in place.
Yeah, I know. For example, William Ruto is already working on it.
The president,
The challenge for the opposition now, even not just from Mount Kenya, for the next vote, is how do they ensure they remain together? It's a big ask. Because right now, how many people in the opposition have declared interest in the big seat?
There's so many.
Dr. Fred Matiang'i.
Yeah, we have a couple of people.
We have Kalonzo Musyoka.
Yes.
The former vice president. We have
Sifuna is a whole conversation. I think
he hasn't declared.
We need to have.
But maybe Orengo once, because when you see the other day he was talking about Orengo being the party leader of ODM, the other faction of ODM. So the question is, does Orengo want to go for the presidency? Or is it Sifuna? There are many people. Gachagua himself, as we speak, cannot vie. Maybe things
because
can
of the
change.
Impeachment, of course.
Unless things change, but the way they are today, he cannot vie. Remember the Sonko case.
Yes.
Sonko tried until he gave up. He said, what? I think it's
good to let it go. It's good to let it go.
Because once you are impeached, unless the decision is reversed, you cannot hold office, public office, for 10 years. So it means 2 election cycle. You get. So Gachagua is out of the picture as it is now, as things are right now.
I guess time will tell, right?
Time will tell. And let's see let's see how Mount Kenya will pan out.
100%.
Because Mount Kenya is, I tell people, Mount Kenya is very, very
Msimamo, habari
Kaka salama ndugu yangu, hali yako na wewe?
njema kabisa. Sisi bado tunaendelea hapa, tulikuwa tunachapa gurudumu la siasa. Naona umetokezea. Uko na mambo gani siku ya leo? What do you want to say?
Unajua nimesubiria saa zile mili bwana ya kuchoka wana nikachukuliwa. Sasa nikijanjaruka sasa hivi naona kumbe nimepitwa na mbali. Nikaona wacha tu niingie hapa nitie siku, kama kuna swali lolote nitajibu kwa ndugu yangu, basi tuwe tumeweka siku. Unajua hapa ni nyumbani.
Sasa ile swali nitakuuliza ni hii mambo ya COVID, ya Ebola. Na vile unaona Wakenya wanaendelea kusukuma Ruto sababu ya maneno ya Ebola, lakini kunasemekana ni kama kuna mandege zilionekana zikitua pale Laikipia. So kwa muonekano wako unaona ni kama raia watawezana na hii mambo, ama ni tumwache Ruto afanye Kenya atataka?
Kuwezana tutawezana, kwa sababu siku zote wengi wape, kaka yangu, wengi wape. Huyu analifanya kwa niaba ya kina nani? Ama taifa ni lake peke yake kama kiongozi. So lazima akifanya jambo awahusishe wa Kenya, kwa sababu hao ndio wenye taifa pamoja na yeye akiwa kiongozi. So lazima kwanza maafikiano ya kufanya chochote kile, basi tuhakikishe kwamba tuone kwamba public participation imefanyika, Wakenya wameridhia, na kama hawajaridhia kama lilivyo kwa sasa hivi, uongo sikaza atalifanya kwa kifua sasa, jambo ambalo pia mwisho wa siku pia litazidi kumuongezea haswa, kumuondolea haswa ile heshima ambayo tayari ishapungua kwa kiasi kikubwa. Kwa hivyo atazidi haswa akujiingizia kwambako hakufai, unaona. So wakilifanya hili kwa lazima na kwa kifedhuli na jeuri, kwa sababu yuko na power na everything, sasa anaweza fanya chochote, basi atakifanya kwa niaba yake. Nadhani hili halitamstopisha Mkenya kuweza kulikataa mazima. Kwa hiyo kama ndege zipo, kama kuna chochote kinaendelea kile, na kwa kweli haswa Mkenya hajahusishwa kikamilifu, basi kwa kweli si jambo ambalo kwa kweli litakuwa na nguvu. Ni jambo ambalo kwa kweli litazusha, tena litazusha pakubwa mno, kiasi kwamba itaonekana ni huu mshiko wa 1.7 billion dola ndio ambao umemkamata zaidi kuliko afya na usalama haswa wa wananchi, unaona. So nafikiri hili kwa kweli litamuathiri haswa na kumpunguzia tena haswa pakubwa, sawia tu na hili ambalo lilikuwa linazungumziwa hapo wakati nikiingia, hawa wa panels walikuwa wanazungumzia hapa. Kwa hiyo hili litaongeza haswa fungu la kuweza kumwondolea haswa heshima na pia upendo kwa wengi. Hayo ndio maoni yangu, ndugu yangu Njiru.
Haya, ni sawa. La pili, unaweza ongelea story ya Mrengo wa Sifuna siku ya leo na hiyo endorsement ya Kalonzo kutoka kwa Orengo.
Hili lipo tangia awali, na ni kweli Orengo amezungumza wazi kwamba Kalonzo ameweza kumbackup mheshimiwa Raila Odinga for almost 15 years, 3 decades. So ni wakati pia wa kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wanarejesha mkono ule, especially Luo Nyanza, of which ambao sasa unakuwa na kizungumkuti kwa sababu ya kuonekana kwamba ODM imegawanyika mara mbili hii. But for Linda Mwananchi kuweza kumwendorse Kalonzo, I do believe ni sawa, kwa sababu already kama watamwendorse Kalonzo, basi Sifuna yuko pale. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ni ticket kimtazamo wangu baina ya Kalonzo na Sifuna, na si mbaya, kwa sababu hata kwenye polls tumeona kwamba hii ticket ikiwa inaungwa mkono sana pakubwa na Wakenya wengi. Kwa hiyo si vibaya kumwendozi yule aswa mheshimiwa Kalonzo kuwa kama mgombea wa kitu cha urais ifikapo 2027. So to me I have no problem at all but kitu kimenipendeza haswa kwa Linda Mwananchi ni ile organic crowd, tofauti na yale mapambo tumeyashuhudia upande ule wa pili wa Kisumu, ambapo branding, magari, everything, watu kusombwa kutoka kaunti tofauti kujaza ukumbi. Unajua hilo lina utofauti mkubwa, so kumaanisha kwamba Linda ground zama hizo, na sasa hivi wakisema kwamba wamefuta hiyo Linda ground, sasa hivi ni ODM. Hiyo ODM hiyo kwamba ni ODM ya viongozi ambao kwa kweli hamu yao na uchu wao uko kwa power, lakini si yale ambayo na msibu mwananchi, tofauti ukilinganisha na Linda Mwananchi. So for real mimi sina shaka haswa na Mheshimiwa Orengo kuweza kuregesha mkono kwa Kalonzo. Kimtazamo wangu, kaka yangu, ndugu yangu hapo Njiru, I believe ni ticket nzuri.
Sawa.
Yeah.
So naona Njiru anauliza, hey Njiru, are we split? I don't know what he means by are we split. So sijui kama ni upinzani anafikiria unafanya kazi pamoja, ufanye kazi pamoja.
Upinzani uko sawa. Upinzani wao walizungumza awali kwamba hawataweza kuzungumza their presidential candidate at early stage, fearing kwamba kuweza kutompa huyu jamangu aachiliwe. Sasa hajui ni Kalonzo atasimama, wala hajui ni Matiang'i, wala hajui ni Sifuna, wala hajui ni Mheshimiwa Gachagua, wala hajui my party leader Martha Karua. Yani kwa sasa hivi amechanganyikiwa kwa sababu hajui ni nani ambaye atamgonga rasmi, kwa sababu tunajua Afrika kama wangetangaza mapema sasa hivi ingekuwa gumzo zote basi ni za huyo running mate wa upande wa United Opposition, kama tulivyoshuhudia 2022 tulipokuwa kwamba tumeamini kwamba watu wameamua kwamba ama tumeamua kwamba tunamsimamisha Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Kwa hiyo ikawa ni mzee wa kung'oa reli, mzee wa vitendawili, mzee ambaye tutampeleka Bondo bila kujua mzee. Haya mambo haya ndo nafikiri United Opposition wanamkanganya, lakini najua fika kwamba mwisho wa siku wataweza kusimamisha mmoja wao kati ya wale wote ambao wana hamu ya kuweza kusimama, kwa sababu lengo lililopo tofauti na chaguzi zingine hapa ni kwamba ni ng'oa mti panda mti. Hiyo ndio kwamba inanipa nguvu kwamba kuna biashara kubwa ni kurudi na kuona jinsi gani ambaye utaweza kuondoa haya mashaka ambayo tuko nayo kwa sasa hivi kwa kuweza kufanya replacement ya mtu mwingine. So I do believe kwamba hakuna mgawanyiko ndani ya United Opposition, ni ile kwamba ni kutompa nafasi ujamaa kujua fika ni nani haswa kikamilifu ambaye ataweza kusimama, kwa sababu hawa ni wenye propaganda na wanaweza badilisha uongo kwa dakika 2 ukaonekana ukweli. So nadhani hili pia halimpi usingizi haswa kiongozi wa UDA na wale wa ndani wanaoamini kwamba wako kwa serikali na wale ambao wanaamini wako kwa power. So haijulikani Kalonzo, hawajui ni nani. Kwa hivyo hili linanipa moyo haswa, ila walikilifanya hivi basi pia waonekane zaidi, waongezee kasi ya upendo na kila siku haswa kuona kwamba wanasukuma haswa bwana pembeni zaidi wakitaka kufanikiwa katika hili. Naam kaka.
Okay, sawa, msimamo tunaweza weka kikomo sahihi, weka watu yako ya mwisho. Thank you.
Mimi nashukuru ndugu yangu ni kwa kupata nafasi hii pia kuweza kuchangia hapa. Unaona, japo nimechelewa, lakini naambiwa siku zote chelewa ufike. Kwa hiyo nikushukuru Mungu kwa hii nafasi ya kipekee ambayo nimeweza kuipata na pia kuniwezesha kuzungumza hapa. Langu la mwisho ni kwamba kila siku ya kufa nyani siku zote miti huteleza. Kwa kila jambo linalopangiwa basi linakuwa nje. Tumeshuhudia hili haswa mapema ile wakati wa JMO, wakati wakichukua hatamu hizi za uongozi. Then sasa hivi tumeletewa hili la Ebola ambalo kwa kweli hili si la kusaza. Hili kama itafanyika basi hili ndio ambalo litatupa nguvu wananchi kuweza kutoka kabisa, kwa sababu usalama wetu ni bora zaidi kuliko ni vitu vingine. Usalama hauwezi chezeshwa biashara, maana haiwezekani Mwamerika amelikataa hili kwake alafu tena awe sasa hapa tumekuwa dumping site ya kuweza kuona kwamba wanafanya mambo yao ndani ya taifa letu, kisingizio kwamba wataweza kufund ujenzi wa hiyo quarantine kwa mamilioni hayo ya hela. So hela zisitufanye haswa tukasahau kwamba kuna uzima ambao unatakiwa haswa kwa usia wananchi wa Kenya. Ikiwa gonjwa hili hajapata bahati, Mungu ameweza kulipiga mbali na sisi, basi kuna haja ya kuweza kutuletea haswa mgonjwa huu wa lazima, kwa sababu naamini kwamba madaktari watahusika, na pia likiletwa katika upande wa jeshi wako na familia yao pia nao watahusika, alafu pia kupoteza wa Kenya kwa ajili ya gonjwa hili na hatujakuwa na mbavu wa kulikabili kisawasawa, basi kwa kweli haileti shangwe. Kwa hiyo hali yangu ni kwamba kama hili litakwenda, basi hatuna budi ila kuenda haswa barabarani, haswa kuweza kukanganya sasa hili la Ebola, gharama ya maisha, usalama, corruption na kadhalika, tulete pamoja na viongozi wetu wa United Opposition pamoja na Linda Mwananchi wawe mstari wa mbele kuongoza maandamano ya kitaifa. Tena si maandamano tu, bali maandamano ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba mtu anangolewa haswa katika mamlaka, kwa sababu haiwezekani haswa kunafanywa mambo bila kumhusisha Mkenya kikamilifu. Unaona, bila kuhusisha mwananchi kikamilifu. Unaona, kwa kile ambacho kinafanyika. So for real, I do believe kwamba wacha waendelee na hivi vipindi na kasi, wajaribu kile watafanya, lakini United Opposition, Linda Mwananchi na sisi wananchi tuwe mstari wa mbele kuhakikisha kwamba ndio mwanya huu pekee ambao tutaweza kutumia haswa kuandamana, haswa kwamba hakutakoma mpaka tuhakikishe kwamba bwana huyu amesarenda na kukubali kwenda nyumbani, kwa sababu already hizo ishara za kusarenda alizitoa juzi. Tulimuona akiwa mnyonge pale kwa prayer breakfast kwamba mimi nakubali, kama nitashindwa sawa, kama nitashinda sawa, maana Mungu. Lakini katika hiyo hali na semi inadhihirisha wazi kushindwa. Unaona, kwa hiyo mimi nitaachia pale kwamba afya yetu ni muhimu zaidi na taifa letu ni muhimu zaidi, na hatufai kuchezeshewa biashara haswa kama wananchi kwa sababu ya tamaa haswa ya hela. Kwa hivyo pili hili litakwenda, basi naona dawa nzuri ni kuingia haswa kiwanja, asikuingia kiwanja tu kama maandamano haya ya mafuta na bei ya mafuta, bali ni kiwanja kuweza kuona kwamba tunashindikiza haswa uongozi huu haswa kuweza kuondoka kwa njia iliyo swafi na wananchi watundike ule uongozi ambao utawapiti. Ni hayo kaka yangu ambao nitaweza nikafunga nayo kwa leo. Asante.
Msimamo, nimeshukuru. Thank you for coming. Tutafunga kituo sasa because I need to rest for a busy day tomorrow. Yeah, thank you for everybody who has joined our show tonight. It's my honor, my pleasure for you for having come here. Shalom. Thank you, Njua Njagi. Shalom.